Jael want to dismiss the scars, but they weren't trivial, and the man had earned them. Whether they were pretty or not was beside the point. Einar went on. I had a wife, and I loved her more than anything. The man clenched the lip of the table, his knuckles turning white. Even the booze didn't seem to be enough to dull the memories. Comfort fell completely outside his purview, so he only raised a brow in silent expectation. Damn, I knew any story that ends here has a painful trajectory. One day I came home from deployment to find my beloved wife 6 months pregnant. The brow bisected by a scar went up, and Einar's expression was ironic. Problem was, I hadn't been home in 9 months. Shit, Jael said. I'd always had a temper, though I never laid hands on her until that day. The big man shrugged. Lost my mind. There are no excuses. When I came back to myself, she was dead. I strangled her. Killed the unborn babe. Not to cast doubts on your story, but that doesn't seem extreme enough to land you in here. The big man showed his teeth in what couldn't remotely be called a smile. That's because I wasn't done. I found out who had been screwing my wife, and I killed him. He had friends. I killed them too. Then his brothers came after me, and now we're getting to the necessary body count. I get the gist. To revenge, Einar said, lifting his glass. I'll drink to that. Jael wasn't ready to tell his own story to anyone but Dred, but fortunately he didn't have to. A few minutes later, Einar passed out, his head on the table. The other men cast disbelieving looks, obviously comparing his size to the big man and wondering how he'd managed that. Jael just offered a cocky smile and strolled out of the hall. If he was lucky, he could put in a few hours in the hydroponics garden before the next emergency. 23. Feverish preparations. Hold the base still, Wills ordered. Since it was just the two of them, Dred obeyed. She much preferred the bone reader when he wasn't pretending to be crazy. Though sometimes episodes did genuinely overtake him, they weren't as frequent as he let on. She didn't begrudge him the fiction, though, as it kept other inmates from bothering him. Even in Perdition there was a superstitious dread of harming a madman. A day after their return, he was installing a turret at the east checkpoint. There was no ammo chamber built into the floor, so it had to be reloaded manually. All the men would need to be trained in that, but before it was necessary, they had to get the thing working. Wills had been trying for an hour before she came along, and he was in quite a testy mood, as it was rare for him to require this much effort to get something affixed to his liking. I need something to solder this in place, he muttered. Could your bot help? She recalled the thin maintenance laser. Genius. Hold this. I'll be right back. Dred nearly toppled backward as he released the full weight of the gun into her hands. Somehow she steadied it and kept it from toppling. That could have been disastrous, especially if it hit the firing mechanism on the way down. Biting back a curse, she glanced over her shoulder to see one of the guards moving to help her. Idiots. He didn't ask if she was all right, just took part of the weight for her. These are motion-activated, right? Yes, you won't need to fire it. The convict grinned, showing rotten teeth. Pity. She donned her iciest look. I've got it. Step back. It didn't do to permit too much familiarity. Sometimes it was lonely, but better this way. She couldn't have the men remembering she had been Arton's preferred bedmate before she'd killed him. It might give them ideas about their place in Queensland. Tam had worked too hard to build her legend for her to screw with it now. Fortunately, he obeyed, As how she would have forced the issue with her arms full of turret, she had no idea. Dred laid it down on its side, away from the firing mechanism, and turned to look for Wills, who was on his way back with R-17. The work went faster with the bot's help, and 2 hours later the first turret was installed. "Why didn't you have 17 with you?" Given that the droid had accompanied Wills everywhere since they found the thing, she was surprised he hadn't been using it.
"Ike was finishing some upgrades."
"Like what?" she asked, as they headed back to the hall. Wills glanced around as if to make sure there were no eavesdroppers, then whispered,
"He's programmed it for self-defense."
"That's phenomenal news." It was a relief to know some drunken idiot wouldn't break R-17 in a fit of rage without realizing how critical the droid was, but she couldn't circulate the truth, or somebody would steal it. Even in Queensland, the least hellish of Perdition's territories, she couldn't alter the fundamental nature of the citizenry. Great work.
"Ike did most of it. He's not much for general repairs, but he knows a lot about bots."
The bone reader offered a shrewd look, running a hand through his wild hair.
"He's building something, by the way. I want to get back and see if I can help."
"Report," she demanded. This was how Artan lost control. He lost touch, stopped paying attention to the details and thought only of his own pleasure. You need to keep your finger on the pulse.
"He's got spare parts, the scrap from the Peacemaker. I think he's trying to build a defense bot, like they have in Abaddon."
"It would relieve my mind if we had it up and running before we march."
"Me too,"
Wills said soberly. Dred remembered that he'd voted against trusting silence. It bothered her that her 2 oldest advisors both thought it was a bad idea to commit to the assault. But what are my choices? Wait for Priest and Grigor to join up and come to Queensland? Death's handmaiden seemed the lesser of the evils in this situation, not that she felt delighted with that conclusion.
Sometimes you just have to roll the dice.
"I'll want a reading before we move out," she said then. "But not today. Find Ike. Keep me posted."
"Yes, my queen."
"Great. Now Tam has Wills saying that, too. Only he didn't offer the same ironic edge as the spy master, who knew full well that she wouldn't be sitting on the scrap metal throne without his intel and machinations. All I did was kill a man I hated. Tam did the rest." She lifted a hand in parting, then went to see Tam. He'd filled her in about how he'd crushed a budding rebellion, using Calypso to quietly spread the word that Dred's people knew about the meeting, and that anyone who attended would be executed. Not surprisingly, there was nobody at the appointed coordinates at 2300 hours. After he thwarted Lacasse, Tam had left last night to scout Entropy to see if they showed signs of honoring their commitment. Dred needed to talk to him to see what he'd discovered, so she checked the hall first. She found him breaking his fast alone and joined him. As Dred hadn't eaten, she grabbed a bowl of mush, tasteless but filling. "Do you have any idea why Einar didn't come to bed last night?" she asked. The spy master nodded.
"He was drinking with the new fish. Think he's still passed out."
Dred didn't ask where JL was. She refused to be curious. But with Einar on a bender and Tam out spying, she'd slept alone for the first time since Artan died. It was strange. She hadn't gotten much rest, keeping an eye on the door in case someone took the opportunity to attempt assassination. From what Tam had told her, Lacasse was looking for a way to get the job done. She suspected his patience would run out soon. "What did you learn?" Tam frowned.
"Not as much as I wished. The angle was bad and the lighting was worse. Silence doesn't speak, even when she believes nobody else is around."
"So you observed a signed exchange?"
"Exactly. And my vantage wasn't ideal. Her throne room is set up to prevent surveillance.
"Don't keep me in suspense," she prompted.
It was bits and pieces, except this. We're nearly ready. In context, I think it was a question for the speaker.
"That, coupled with her adherence to her own code, gives me hope," she said softly.
The spymaster inclined his head. If I'd caught her talking, it would make me doubt, too. But she seems fully invested in the Death's handmaiden persona. It's my assessment that she couldn't betray us without losing face with her followers.
"Why would they care?" she asked.
In her mythos, Death is unknowable but even-handed. If he makes a bargain, he keeps it.
She said thoughtfully, "I remember some stories like that, where death comes for one person, but through cunning or negotiation another soul is taken, or the reaping is deferred."
Exactly. Death is inexorable, but not treacherous.
Dred pushed out a breath. "I wish you had been able to get indisputable confirmation, but I imagine she must be wondering if we'll follow through on the frontal attack."
"The thing that troubles me," Tam said, "is that she wins even if you lose. You agreed to her demand for the new fish as payment if our stratagem fails."
Breakfast forgotten, she pushed to her feet and paced before the table. "I had to entice her somehow. What else did I have that she wanted?"
"I'm not saying it was a poor gambit, only that I can't fully trust allies who stand to gain from our defeat."
Dred muttered, "I suppose we have to wait and see what she wants more. Additional space and resources, or a single man, even one like JL.
"There is that. From her followers' perspective, annexing more territory would be the greater coup, and Silence cares about how she appears."
"Does she? I wouldn't have guessed."
"Oh, it's all studied. I don't think she's entirely mad."
"I know there will be casualties, but do you truly think we're doing the right thing?" She spoke quietly, so the men nearby couldn't overhear her doubts.
"I do. There's no guarantee, of course, but I don't like our odds without this alliance. We had a chance against Priest on his own. Less likelihood of defeating Grigor. He has too many soldiers. Together, we were doomed."
Dred could always rely on Tam for the honest analysis, even when it didn't paint a pretty picture. With his verdict, she squared away the last of her uncertainties. The Dread Queen couldn't permit anyone to see her waver, even though she was largely a figment of Tam's imagination. Life had shaped Dred into a killer, not a leader. But we make do. She left Tam to finish his breakfast and made her rounds. Unlike Arton, she made a point to circulate among the Queenslanders. It was impossible for her to know them all well personally, but she remembered names at least. Dred called out greetings as she went, but Martine stopped her. The other woman had been angry since Priest's raid, but she didn't look hostile at the moment. "What's up?" Dred asked.
"First, I'm apologizing for what I said the other day. I wouldn't have Arton back unless you were offering me his head on a stick."
Given that Martine had been instrumental in blocking Lacasse, Dred's smile was sincere. "I hear some people feel that way." Others missed him because he'd had his special pets, who didn't have to work or do anything but sleep with him. There had been less organization, less attention to detail under his regime, and he made the mistake of ignoring Tam once too often. The place was also filthier, smellier, and there had been a lot more drinking. She marveled that Grigor and Priest hadn't moved on the territory when that jackass ran it. But maybe it took them this long to come to terms. Wouldn't surprise her, as the two weren't the most reasonable of men.
"But that's not why I wanted to talk to you. This way."
Warily, Dred followed the other woman back to the dormitories. She'd never slept in here, as Arton had claimed her as part of his harem straight off the prison transport. He had found it amusing to encourage rivalry between his females, driving them to fight for his favors. At first she refused to participate, only to discover that one didn't survive Arton's wrath more than once. With some effort she pushed those memories aside. Martine seemed oddly nervous, an expression at odds with her normally pugnacious demeanor. The other woman paced a few steps before blurting, "I'd like more responsibility. Tam said my loyalty would be recognized, and I'm not sitting around waiting for you to decide on a reward. I take what I want, right?" This was such a turnaround from her rage a few days ago that Dred wondered if this was a setup. But surely if somebody wanted a cat's paw, they'd pick a pawn more subtle than Martine. The woman didn't have a beguiling bone in her body. She was blunt to the point of rudeness, and her hair-trigger temper got her into as many fights as the men. "What did you have in mind?" she asked. "I want to be in charge of some worthless sons of bitches when the pain starts. I could get with giving orders." That didn't sound like a bad idea to Dred, especially since it might raise her stock with the remnants of Arton's harem. It'd be nice if the women in Queensland didn't want to kill her. "Remind me before the assault on Abaddon, and I'll see what I can do." "You won't be sorry." "I owe you, and I'm sure I won't be. I can't wait to see you driving those convicts to push on and fight harder." Martine offered a scary smile. "Me either." 24. Challenge accepted. The mood was shaky the next day when J.L. joined the rest of Queensland in the hall for breakfast. As he went through the food line, he listened to a lot of heated discussion, but he couldn't get a complete picture of the situation. Trying to be subtle, he took a seat with his plate nearby, listening to the conversation.
"Did you hear?" a man said as another sat down. "What?" "We're aligned with Entropy for this attack."
The first inmate gestured with his fork.
"Don't you think it's stupid to put all our eggs in Silence's basket? That crazy bitch is probably just trying to get all of us killed."
"What do you recommend the Queen do instead?"
"She can't wait until the stars align, asshole. Priest and Grigor won't. You don't even have any proof they're coming. Maybe she just wants more territory and she's telling people what she wants them to hear. Bullshit! I didn't imagine Priest's attack on this place. They killed a mate of mine. Maybe you're just a fragging coward, eh?"
The second man whipped out a shiv and jammed it against the other's jugular.
"Go on, say it again."
Dred strode up before the conflict hit critical mass, thumping a fist between them. "If you have a grievance, then challenge him." With an angry snarl, the inmate put away his blade and went back to his breakfast, but his face was dark. Whatever the rules, this wasn't over. Men like that didn't forget offenses, and he hadn't been locked up because he respected law and order. J.L. ate, wondering how pervasive the fear was. They didn't all trust her leadership, that much was evident, but J.L. hoped these idiots would pull together long enough to do their jobs. Dred started to leave, but before she got 2 meters, a man stood up at another table. He was nearly as big as Einar, with small eyes and a heavy beard. He was grimy, like pretty much all Queenslanders, but that didn't diminish his menacing air. He had fresh lashes on his back, which meant this must be Lacasse. J.L. tensed, but the convict didn't rush her. Instead, he took a few measured steps and addressed Dred.
"Time to die, bitch. I bided my time and choked down your new rules. I let your lackey humble me, but no more. I was Arton's right-hand man, and I won't tolerate this shit for another second."
The words deathmatch swept through the watchful crowd. Men who had been bored with their food became avid. This was unexpectedly good entertainment, better than the vegetable mush cook had prepared. J.L. pushed to his feet and stepped up beside Dred. He wasn't sure about the dynamics, but he did know he could kill this bastard for her.
"I'll fight as your champion," he offered.
Arton's former lieutenant shot him a killing stare.
"Step off! This isn't a normal grudge match. If she wants to hold on to her throne, she has to fight me for it."
"He's right," Dred said quietly. "I have to answer this challenge."
"Which is more respect than you gave Arton."
The bearded man spat at her feet. Her jaw clenched. "Open combat's not the only way to power."
"It's the only one I respect."
Einar stomped up, big hands clenched into fists.
"Why now, Lacasse? You've had half a turn to speak your mind. Issue a challenge. Why are you doing it right before a major offensive?"
"Damn!" Lacasse spat.
"The little shit whipped me. Now I'll make him watch her die."
"Bullshit!" a man called. "Maybe you're working for Priest or Grigor, trying to kill the Dread Queen before she has the chance to kick their asses." Lacasse snarled at the accusations.
"I'll fight you next."
"You will not," Dred said softly. "You've issued a challenge to me, and you won't survive it. Let's have it done." All around, the men scrambled to move the tables, creating a space in the center of the hall. J.L. had seen the fights before, but he hadn't cared then. They were nameless thugs, and it didn't matter who walked away. This time it did. The whole landscape of Queensland would change without her, and it infuriated him that despite naming him her champion, she didn't intend to make use of him.
"This is what I was created for."
But at the same time, he understood that this was a personal challenge. If he won for her, it didn't demonstrate her strength. It only showed that she could order someone else to do her dirty work. In Perdition especially, delegation made the wrong point. Einar threw himself into a seat beside J.L., scowling.
"If he wins, I'll kill him myself."
Right. For a few seconds, he'd forgotten her complicated personal life. While he'd just met Dred, the big man slept with her, and he loved her as much as anybody could in a place like this. J.L. wondered if Dred knew his story, of how he'd strangled his faithless wife, killing her unborn child, then started a blood feud with the lover's family. He had no intention of telling her if she didn't. It wasn't like his hands were clean.
"You think that's a possibility?" "I don't know. Arton used Lacasse when he wanted to prove a point, but Dred's tougher than she looks."
Before he could respond, Tam sat down on his other side.
"This is a hell of a mess. Didn't you see this coming?"
The spy master nodded.
"I couldn't prevent it. They're not looking for dignity, good judgment, or wisdom. Here, only the strong prevail."
Once the men finished clearing, they moved tables strategically to form a makeshift ring. Dred stood in the center of it, waiting. Lacasse tapped a foot impatiently, and from the man's expression he expected to finish her quickly. J.L. had seen her in action with the chains, however, and he wondered if Lacasse possessed an accurate estimation of her abilities.
Better if he doesn't.
Calypso stood just outside the ring, counting down from 5.
"Fight!"
Lacasse held a blade in each hand. He leapt toward Dred, who was lashing her chains with customary fervor. But Lacasse was big enough to take the lash on the shoulder, tough enough not to wince, and he barreled through her defenses. He slashed toward her throat. She spun low, dashing her chains on the ground to snag his ankle, but she didn't have the physical power to pull him off his feet. In such a tight space, she didn't have the advantage either.
"Disarm him!"
Einar shouted. Dred blocked one knife,
but Lacasse was proficient with his left hand too, and that one slashed down her rib-cage. She gave no sign of the pain, however, merely danced back to regroup. Most Queenslanders cheered for her. Some were taking bets as to how long she'd last. Blood streamed from her side as she changed her tactics. The Dred Queen wrapped her arms and knuckles with the chains, apparently deciding those tactics wouldn't work here. Jael agreed. She made Lacasse take the offensive, and the idiot bit. He charged like a bull with his knives at the ready. She waited until the last possible second so that Jael imagined she felt the scrape of steel on her skin. Then she slammed him with 2 heavy blows as he went by. Dred followed with a kick to his kneecap, not strong enough to pop it, but her boots were bladed, so the spurs bit deep into his flesh. Lacasse bit out a pained curse and wheeled on her in a move fast enough that Jael would have had trouble countering it, even with his enhanced reflexes. The right knife sank into her shoulder, and Lacasse twisted it to maximize the damage. It took everything Jael had to stay in his chair. This is her fight. Beside him, the big man was pale, both hands clenched on his knees. Dred still didn't cry out. Despite the wounds she'd taken, she fought in silence. This time she fell back, and with her eyes on Lacasse, she pulled the blade out of the wound and threw it out of the ring, where it spattered her blood onto the floor. Lose something, asshole? All around, convicts roared with approval at the deliberate challenge. The nonchalance of the gesture enraged her opponent. He snarled as he ran at her, the remaining knife in his right hand. She'd lost reaction speed, though, along with blood, so her spin this time was clumsy, and she didn't have complete range of motion in her injured shoulder. "Finish him," Jael urged silently. Dred must have realized that she didn't have a lot more fuel in the tank. She stepped up her game, unleashing a one-handed assault. The chains lent weight to her strikes. She pummeled Lacasse until he was reeling, then she spun a kick, putting all her force behind it. He fell back enough to avoid the full impact. The move left her open to a counter-strike. His blade opened her stomach. Jael's heart surged into his throat. That's it. She's done. To his astonishment, she fought on. The pain staggered her visibly, but her resolve was apparent to everyone in the room. She wouldn't go down. Each move she made telegraphed her determination as if she were shouting it. "The only way I leave this ring is feet first." A chill ran through him as someone started chanting, "Dred Queen! Dred Queen!" Lacasse heard it as well, and he hesitated. Apparently it hadn't occurred to him that he wasn't the crowd favorite. She drew strength from her supporters and went at the bastard again. He slipped in her blood, stumbled back, and Dred slammed both fists into his head. He went down, and she kept up the onslaught. By the time she raised her chained fists, they were bloody, and she was, well, dying. He could tell by the color of her skin, the clammy cast to her features. In all honesty, Jael had no idea how she was still on her feet. "We have to get her out of there," Einar said. Tam grabbed the big man's arm. "No. She has to make it out on her own. Otherwise this challenge proves nothing." Swaying, Dred took Lacasse's knife and cut his throat. Then Calypso shouted, "Winner! The Dred Queen has defeated her challenger!" A ferocious cheer erupted from the crowd, and the men moved the tables to clear a path for her. Nobody touched her as she stepped out of the ring, each step a testament to her indomitable will. Jael surged to his feet, and Tam held him back. "Let her finish this. We'll tend to her after." Dred left a blood trail as she passed the men. The chanting continued until she left the hall. Only then did Tam release his grip, and the three of them sped after her. By the time they got to her quarters, she'd collapsed, and there was no rousing her. With wounds to her side, shoulder, and stomach, no surgeon on hand, no blood transfusions, there was only one way to save her, but he couldn't do it in front of Tam and Einar. He didn't trust either man fully. Hell, he didn't trust anyone fully. Jael only knew that after a fight like that one, he couldn't let her die.
"Mary, curse it!"
Einar swore.
"Lacasse is dead, but she's not going to make it either."
Tam bent over her, checking her vitals. Then the spymaster shook his head, sorrow written clearly on his fine features.
"It's just a matter of time now. I'll check in storage to see if we have any pain medication. That's all we can do."
"No," Jael said. The lie that came next was necessary.
"I have some training, but I can't have either of you in the room while I work on her. If you want me to save her, leave now."
Both Tam and Einar vacated without another word. 25. Red haze of pain.
"Do you think he can save her?"
Einar demanded of Tam. He lifted a shoulder, shrugging.
"I hope so. Without her, I'm not sure if the alliance with Silence will hold." "That's what you care about?"
the big man snarled. Tam sidestepped the punch, so that it slammed hard into the wall beside him.
"I care about her, too, but it's pointless to yield to worry when there are more pressing concerns." "You're an icy bastard."
Tam didn't deny the charge. He'd heard worse.
"I know you won't budge until she's better, so pull up a chair. You can guard the door. Send for anything Jael needs." "You're leaving?"
"Queensland won't run itself in her absence," he said quietly.
"There's work to be done to be sure there's a sector left to her when she's better." "Thanks for saying when."
Tam slipped away without replying. He spoke to a number of people, assuring them that the Dred Queen would recover fully. He gave the story he wanted repeated word for word, and soon enough the news was making the rounds. Men were drinking, toasting her victory. In fact, the din in the hall was deafening. As he was trying to duck out, Calypso cornered him.
"I saw that gaping wound in her gut. Tell me another story, little man, like how she's really doing." "I believe she'll make a full recovery."
Jael better be able to achieve the impossible, otherwise all of Queensland would end up dead, chained in one of Priest's torture rooms, or slaving for the Great Bear. In conflicts like this one there could be no surrender, no merciful terms or treaties to sign. Anything but complete annihilation was unacceptable to their enemies. Therefore, he had to finish what he'd started. He was careful to lead anyone who might be trailing him on a wild goose chase. It seemed as if Lacasse's followers had been discouraged with his death. If not, then they were incredibly stupid, but it was best to take precautions nonetheless. His path carried him through the corridors in Queensland before he doubled back and entered the ducts at last. From there, he went straight down to the bowels of the ship. This part of Perdition held a musky smell, not unpleasant, but an interesting amalgam of odors, likely created by so many aliens living in close quarters. Though it didn't compare to Queensland for space or resources, Tam would judge the Warren the second-best accommodations on the vessel. As promised during his last visit, an envoy awaited him, the same creature he'd rescued not so long ago. Her name was Keela, and she'd claimed to be precious to the leader of the Warren. That had been a harrowing trip, as he feared the injured female would die before they reached her people. His arrival with her had caused tremendous commotion, ending in a grudging offer of hospitality. Then the subsequent conversation had been enlightening.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked in universal as she stepped forward. She had a furry, rodent-like face, and there was a bald patch on her torso from the wounds she'd taken at the hands of priests' fanatics.
"Better. Kotor's waiting for you."
"Is he in a good mood?" The alien female made a chittering noise he took for laughter.
"The best you can expect, brown man."
"It would have been worse if I hadn't brought you back to him," he predicted. At this, Keela nodded.
"This way, please. I hope you understand how privileged you are to walk among us. All other outsiders are killed the moment they set foot in our territory. For you to be permitted a return visit—"
"I understand the honor extended to me," Tam said. He was eager to finish this and return to Dred's side. Despite his words to Einar, he was worried about her as well. But some courtesies couldn't be rushed or hurried. If he didn't present the offer just right, there would be no second chances. And if he offended Kotor, his people would execute Tam without hesitation. In this endeavor he was a long way from Queensland and completely on his own. Of course, that was part of the thrill. With half an ear he listened to Keela's words and made polite responses. It was funny how much more civilized the aliens were than the rest of Perdition, most likely because so many had been sentenced not for dire offenses, but because of their difference from humanity. New Terra had become insular and hostile to aliens, offering harsh punishments against those who were caught dirtside illegally, which meant these folk might have been condemned to this hellhole for immigration offenses. Damned conglomerate bastards. But Tam was past the point of being surprised by anything governments might do, after what he'd seen on Tarnus. Keela led him to a meeting room in what had probably been maintenance. Down here the rooms were cramped and small, narrow corridors riddled with rust and heavy wear. He could still see signs of the old crew who had walked these halls in heavy boots coated in oil. Impossible to eradicate all signs of the past, he supposed.
"I greet you in peace," Kotor said as they entered.
He resembled Keela in that they appeared to be the same species, but his features were sharper, and the male's eyes were a keen amber, his fur a brindled brown where she was copper. They were a small and nimble species, from what Tam could tell, and he had insight as to why Kotor had been chosen to lead, when he didn't seem like an obvious choice, based purely on size and strength. That indicated he had intellectual qualities that made him powerful, enough that oversized species like the Rhodesians would still follow him.
"As do I,"
Tam answered. Though it wasn't protocol, he bowed as if he were greeting royalty. Kotor seemed to appreciate the courtesy.
"Sit down. Now that my Keela has recovered fully, I'm willing to listen to your ideas."
It went without saying that everything hinged on Tam's finding the right words. He revealed none of that pressure in his calm mien.
"Thank you," he said. "This enterprise could be of great mutual benefit."
Dred awoke to incredible agony, unsure how long she'd been out. Her shoulder burned, her side throbbed, and the pain in her gut defied description. Worsening the situation, someone had stripped her naked and was kneeling over her on the bunk. She couldn't imagine Tam or Einar permitting one of Lacass's cronies to rape her corpse. Plus, she wasn't quite dead yet, so something terrible must have gone down after the challenge. A riot, maybe? She forced open her eyes and was astonished to see Jael crouched over her, a knife in hand. I didn't see that coming. Since he hadn't been around during Artan's regime, she hadn't expected him to side with Lacasse. But the bastard paid him to see it done, even if he lost. "I can't fight you," she croaked, "so I hope you'll be quick." Instead of answering, he slashed his arm open. His blood trickled into the wound on her stomach. She couldn't see when he moved to the side, but she felt the hot liquid dripping onto her shoulder as well. Then he repeated the process on her ribs. By the time he finished, he had slashes all over his arms. The room was haloed in a corona of light. Everything seemed really far away, too. I'm not sure where you went to medical school, but transfusions don't work like that. He sat down on the bed beside her, studying her face. That's not what I was doing. Enlighten me. You've seen me heal, right? It was clearly a rhetorical question, but Dred nodded because he seemed to be measuring her ability to focus. Well, the ability's conveyed in my blood, at least in a limited sense. So you're jump-starting my system. How long does it work? It was a wonder somebody hadn't locked him up to use as a medical miracle. Once it's outside my system, I have no idea how long it retains its properties. But look, the shallow slice on your ribs is already starting to heal. With trembling fingertips, she explored the bloody patch of skin and realized he was right. You'll be in trouble in here if anyone else finds out. I know, he said quietly. I would have been out there, too. You said they ran experiments on you. They didn't discover this? If they had, there was no way they'd have stashed him here. Dred suspected he'd have been dissected and used to manufacture salves and ointments for fast healing. No, they were more interested in learning how much I could heal and trying to figure out how to reproduce me. I don't think it ever occurred to anyone to see if my abilities were transferable. And they're not, he added, as if worried she would consider eating him to absorb his talents. At least not permanently. After a few minutes outside my system, the blood goes inert. I know it's foul, but I'll have to do this repeatedly through the night to keep you alive. Can you survive that much cutting? She asked. He laughed. I've nearly been exsanguinated, love. If I lose too much, I slip into a coma until my cell counts get back to normal. Good to know. Then if you can deal with the loss, I can deal with the blood. I can't have anyone else in here. As you pointed out, if anyone else knew, Tam and Einar won't intrude if I ask them not to. You might wish to call them in to deliver water and paste, then post them outside to guard the door. Her head was getting foggy again, the moments of clarity hard won. The red haze of pain swallowed her up again. Next time she roused, J.L. looked considerably more haggard. His clothing was stained permanently red, and his skin had a deathly pallor. He sat on the floor beside the bed, his breath coming in shallow rasps. Alarm boiled through her. "How much blood have you given me?" she demanded. He couldn't even summon his usual charming smile. "Damn near all of it, I think." Nobody had ever fought so hard for her life. "Why are you doing this?" "I owe you," he said, his voice slurred. "Remember, I was poisoned. Dying, I think, and you didn't give up on me. If I can square things between us, I'll feel better about it." Ah, so it wasn't personal. That made it better and worse simultaneously. "How am I doing?" "It's been 2 days. The men think you're in a healing trance, though some say you've crawled off to die. Tam and Einar are keeping things calm, while Ike and Wills continue with preparations for the raid on Abaddon." That doesn't answer the question. She checked out her ribs. Healed. Her shoulder gave her a twinge, but it felt better. More like weeks of rest and recovery rather than days. Her stomach? That still hurt with a raw, deep pulse that cradled fire in its depths. From her sweaty hair and hot skin, she guessed she was feverish. An infection set in? "Your body's not like mine. Without my blood, you'd already be dead." From his flat tone, she guessed it had been a hard fight.
Don't die over me. You don't owe me that much." She took a breath and was surprised at how much it hurt. Her whole abdomen felt swollen. Likely she needed surgery to repair some internal damage, but that wasn't an option here. Better you should work with Tam and Einar to run this place. To her annoyance, he ignored most of what she said.
"They've been in to check on you, but not during the procedure. They were most impressed with the way I've healed your other wounds. I don't see why I can't finish the job."
"Because you've practically bled yourself dry, and I'm still laid out?"
"You're not dying. I forbid it."
Her own words came back at her. "The universe orders itself to your liking, does it?" Dred raised a brow because that was all she could manage in the way of gentle scorn.
"Not often," he muttered.
"Is there water?"
"I've been spooning it into you, so yes. Let me get the cup."
More tenderly than she would have guessed possible, he lifted her head, and she managed 3 swallows. That cool liquid felt good in her throat, but her stomach burned. She had no way to be sure whether her renal system was still functioning. The way she felt, probably not, which meant waste was backing up in her blood, and she didn't have too much longer. As deaths went, it should be peaceful. "I feel like I owe you something for this," she said.
"Don't worry about it."
"You put yourself out there, showing me you could do this. The easy course would have been to let me die. I don't know what I can do for you, but—"
"You already did it,"
J.L. cut in. "What?" she asked dizzily. His reply was so soft she might have imagined it.
"You treat me like a person."
"J.L." Pain had lowered her defenses, so the words arrowed right to her core. Somehow she resisted the urge to reach for him as the world lost focus. "If I don't wake again, thank you. And please don't fetch Tam and Einar. I'd rather they don't remember me like this." He roared something at her, but the sound went out. Thereafter everything was black and red, a rolling storm of impressions. J.L.'s face appeared again and again, and each time he looked worse. She tried to tell him to stop, that it was pointless, but she couldn't speak. Heat blazed through her body in a killing wave until everything was pain, endless spasms of it. She would have vomited if she could have, but there was nothing in her torn stomach. 2 armies warred within her body, and Dred fell into a nightmare pit populated by regrets and memories. She shouted at people long dead and threatened others. The pain didn't diminish, and through it all she heard him whispering to her. No making out the words, but the intent was unmistakable. She wasn't allowed to die. At last she surfaced again. This time her skin was cool, and the bed was clean. "I'm completely naked, weak as a kitten, but there's no pain." That was surprising. J.L. was unconscious beside her. She had no way to tell if he'd passed out in exhaustion, or if he'd given her so much blood that he was now comatose. It didn't seem right to poke him awake to ask, if that was even possible. Gently she probed her stomach and found a fresh, ridged scar. "Dear Mary." At that J.L. raised his head groggily.
"You're awake."
"So are you, I see. Somewhat. How long's it been?" At this point Dred had no sense of time.
4 days total.
"You look like hell." It was true. His face was beyond pale and into gray, his mouth white and bloodless. Deep purple shadows circled his blue eyes, and his blonde hair was dull, heavy with grease. The lines that slashed his arms filled her with guilt, a feeling she'd have said she was immune to. Before her incarceration she'd stalked so many murderers, hunted them like animals, and she hadn't cared if they had families who didn't know about their hidden proclivities. All that mattered was stopping them so they couldn't hurt anyone else.
That single-minded pursuit of prey had made her too much like her targets, so this resurgence of emotion surprised her. "It's the injuries. I'll be back to normal soon. I just have to ignore it and ride this out."
"I could use a bath," he admitted. "Do you mind?"
"Go ahead, and then you can help me. I can't stand myself another minute." While he showered, she pulled herself upright. The room spun for a few seconds, but the head rush didn't end in another bout of unconsciousness. It was impossible that he'd healed her in 4 days. Doubtless the process had been torture for both of them, for different reasons, but she was grateful. It didn't sit well because the Dred Queen needed to be in a position of power, but Dred the woman didn't. Maybe it's time I had somebody around who sees me otherwise. That could be a dangerous game, but after the past days she trusted J.L. completely. If he wanted her dead, she would be. He'd suffered untold anguish to preserve her life, and the weight bothered her. She didn't like the sensation of being in his debt. Whatever he'd said about treating him like a person, that wasn't enough to balance the scales. He was quick and efficient, returning wrapped in a length of cloth cut from some old mining uniforms. It draped around his hips as he moved. She noticed how thin he'd become just in a few days, though his build had never been overly muscular, which made his strength surprising. Dred hoped to marry, he never issued a challenge.
"I don't have any clean clothes in here," he said with a shrug, "and I'm not putting those back on. I think I might have them burned."
"My turn," she said. There was no point in pretending he hadn't spent the last 4 days becoming intimately acquainted with her body. Modesty was for people who lived normal, quiet lives. She stumbled toward the lavatory with his hand at her back to help with her balance. By the time she'd made it to the doorway, she was exhausted, but she wouldn't admit it. "The men need to see me, if only a glimpse, for my victory to be complete." She stepped into the tiny cubicle, and J.L. reached around her to turn on the water. The tepid trickle didn't feel as good as she wished, but it was better than nothing. With his help, she washed up quickly, conscious of the water she used. If the other territories were reckless with their use of it, the tanks might be dry for a while before it all passed through the recyclers and filters, then filled back up for use. The idea of a water shortage scared her as much as anything in this hellhole. Dred rinsed quickly, then said, "You can step out. I'm pretty sure I can dress and dry off without hitting my head and dying."
"Forget it. I didn't spend all this time bringing you back from the dead for nothing."
"Fine." She accepted his help, bristling, but by the time he handed the shirt to her, she admitted she needed the aid. "Ask Tam for some pants. Then let's go make a victory lap."
"You got it."
Outside, Einar stirred from a chair he'd hauled to the door. The big man's expression brightened, then he swept her into a bone-crushing hug.
"I can't believe it. The last time I saw you, I was sure—" "Just call me a miracle worker," J.L. said dryly. "Put her down now, Lug. She's breakable."
"I am not." Dred glared at them both and stalked toward the hall. When she reached her destination, the men rose as one and cheered in thunderous tones. They shouted for her as she marched around the hall, arms raised to demonstrate her strength. She prayed nobody ever guessed how much each step cost her. 26. 0 hour. 3 days later, Queensland was as ready as it would ever be to march on Abaddon. J.L. still wasn't sure it was wise to put all their faith in silence. Treachery from Death's handmaiden would cost the territory everything. But Dred's crew had voted in favor of the strike, so they moved forward, laid in all possible preparations. Thanks to a couple of return trips down the lift and back again, they had a turret set up at 2 checkpoints and plenty of ammo. Wills had the maintenance bot running perimeter checks now.
not looking for walls in need of repair, but intruders, and Einar had crafted some really badass armor out of the peacemaker unit. Jael had 50 men under his command. He had been concerned about the bottleneck leading into Abaddon, which was why they'd agreed to split their forces. He was leading one group, Einar another, Martine the third, and Dred the last. Wills and Ike remained behind to look after Queensland, while Tam would be gathering intel quietly on his own, which was what he did best. It had been so many turns since Jael had fought in an actual battle, and he'd never led troops before. He was astonished she'd trusted him with the responsibility, yet life as a merc had prepared him for combat more than armed robbery, rape, or mass murder, the credentials other fish had to offer.
So maybe it's not that they trust you, only that they don't have anyone better.
That probability made him laugh softly as Dred strode into the hall. All eyes turned to her, and the men parted and fell quiet. She vaulted on top of one of the tables so they could see her from all corners of the room. That movement said she was strong and fit to lead, but only he knew how much it cost her. He read fierce pride and admiration in their collective faces. This woman could command armies in the real world. They would follow her, not for any cause, but through the sheer force of her will.
"This is Phase 1, in the eradication of our enemies," she called in ringing tones. That received a howl of response, and she let them get it out of their systems before continuing. "By this time tomorrow, the hell priest calls Abaddon will be a wasteland. If you're angry, show them your rage. Teach them what it means to be a Queenslander." Deafening cheers rang out. Jael couldn't believe it, but in half a turn she had managed to unite these men into a nation. These criminals took pride in their homeland, such as it was, and he had no doubt it was because of her. The man she'd killed must have lacked similar magnetism, or there was no way she could have supplanted him so impressively. He'd worked for petty dictators who would have killed for her charisma. Of course, they killed all the time, so that's not saying much. "When you report to your commanders, remember that when you fight for them, you're fighting for me." Her gaze went somber, and she spun in a full circle as if making eye contact with everyone in the room. Jael noticed Martine propped against the far wall. Her men stood ready nearby, listening to the Dread Queen. "Some of you won't return," Dred said then.
Damn. And she was doing so well, too.
But he had underestimated her. The room quieted again, and he glimpsed Tam pushing forward as if to rein Dred in. She ignored him and went on. "Once this is over, I'll have Wills carve your names on the wall. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, nor will your bravery be in vain. The conglomerate locked you away. They said you were too wicked to walk free. I say, you're warriors, and I believe all of you possess the potential to be heroes."
"Damn right!"
Einar roared, and the crowd echoed it back.
She's got them back, right in the palms of her pretty hands. They'd die for her.
So would I, he realized a few seconds later, as she unwrapped her chains from her arms in an unmistakable sign she was ready to go to war. Dred swooped them over her head in a deadly arc, then slammed them down on the table. The echo reverberated around the room before she lifted her chains and twirled them. It seemed she would strangle herself, or get tangled up in them, but her arms never slowed their graceful motion.
"What are you going to do?" she called.
"Kill."
"I can't hear you," she lashed again.
"Kill!"
With his amplified hearing, the roar nearly blew out Jael's eardrums.
Fortunately, she took that as a sign that the men were sufficiently jacked up and shouted, "Report to your commanders! And don't let me see your faces until the enemy is dead!"
Come home with your shield, or on it.
He couldn't recall where he'd heard that, but it echoed in his head as his men formed up around him. Though that wasn't strictly accurate, as several women were assigned to his company, including Calypso. He knew firsthand, however, how ferocious women could be, and if she'd been shipped to Perdition, then she could fight.
"We have the east corridor. Move out."
He didn't wait to see if they followed him. A few seconds later, footsteps assured him they had. Dred would be approaching from the west and Einar from the south. Martine would be mopping up stragglers. He had no idea what back approach Silence intended to employ, but maybe her people knew hidden ways in the ducts, like Tam, or she could be coming up from underneath, through the warren. Though Kotor and his aliens wouldn't like it if they knew, Jael suspected that the silent killers could pass undetected. His squad was large for the size of the corridors, however. Jael divided them up in pairs, so they formed a fairly long column. He chose Calypso to guard the rear, mostly because he thought she'd appreciate the responsibility. Retribution should feel sweet, and she would make sure their group wasn't ambushed on the way. From the gleam of her teeth as she accepted the assignment, she didn't want to miss out on the bloodbath to come. Jael took point. It was an easy progress past the east checkpoint. The turret was looking good, and the man standing behind him couldn't have looked prouder as the troop marched by. You'd think this was happening on a much larger scale. But maybe it didn't matter. It was still important. Even though this wasn't a country or a planet, it was still their world. It's all we have. He realized it was human nature to make the best of all awful situations, even one as bad as this. The cream would always rise to the top. And that's Dred. A few minutes later, Jael laughed when they ran into their first patrol. Men less fanatical would have fled. Priest's 4 guards ran at them with suicide in their eyes. Jael obliged 2 of them himself. He made it clean and quick. Then he stepped back so the rest of the men could get their shot. It was a bloody, horrendous mess, and his soldiers laughed as they stepped over the mangled bodies. He'd served with Chem-head mercs, less bloodthirsty. "Keep it up," he called. "Maybe you should lead from the rear. You didn't leave much for the rest of us." He recognized Calypso's voice.
"Nobody will go home hungry, I promise you."
He hoped they knew he meant sating their yen for violence. Someone had told him that people who ate their fallen enemies ended up in Mungo's domain, sooner or later, as they weren't welcome in other territories, not even entropy.
"I'm holding you to that," someone said. "I think we need some marching music. Anybody got a military background?"
A tall man near the back answered,
"I served. Want me to lead the chant?"
He nodded.
"Make some noise. We're not trying to sneak up anybody's ass."
With the former soldier leading the call and response, they rolled through 4 more patrols, and he made sure to stand clear, letting his men do the actual killing. The convicts shouted their appreciation and stomped the floor. Jael saluted and kept moving, since there was a schedule to keep. Timing played a vital role in the plan Silence had offered. If the diversions didn't occur at precisely the same time, it would impact the effectiveness of her sneak attack. Likewise, if she betrayed them and the attack didn't come, Dred's forces would be cut down by the automated defenses. But he'd learned from the best, and didn't let any of his doubts show. He pushed his squad forward, though he could hear combat in the distance. Before long, they were hearing it too. "Are we late to the party?" Calypso yelled. He answered, "Hope not. I'll be pissed if they started without us." "No shit," she came back. "Double time, let's move." Jael set a bruising pace, and most of the men kept up. Their feet rang out against the floor, announcing their arrival, but something was already going down in Abaddon. Damn it, I was keeping the count. This wasn't supposed to start for another 5,000 ticks. Since they didn't have radios, they'd agreed to count down the action and begin as close to unison as they could. His crew burst into the east corridor and were astonished to find Priest's people already engaging the enemy, but not Queenslanders. These were aliens, every last one of them. Some species he recognized, like the furry larger-than-life Rhodesian, a stray Ithtorian, no Morgut, thank Mary, some humanoid, looking similar to humanity but half-baked. They probably came from adaptive colonies. And then there were creatures he'd never seen before, ones with trunks and tentacles, others that looked like walking amphibians, and every one of them was fighting Priest's fanatics. The battle raged just outside the range of Abaddon's turrets. The son of a bitch had more than one, too. Breaking them wouldn't be easy once he decided what the hell to do about this mess. Beyond the combat zone, he spotted a couple of peacemakers, too. Mary only knew how Priest had managed to subvert them. "What the hell?" Calypso said, shoving to the front. "My thoughts exactly. So what's the play?" she demanded. "I'm thinking we wade in. I didn't come to this party to watch other people dance." Calypso's smile lit up her hard face. "You're my kind of asshole." "Thanks," he said, flashing her the standby charming smile. "I have no fragging idea what they're doing here, but they're not on our roster of asses to kick today. Understood?" "No alien bashing today," the men called back in unison. He laughed, because they were fairly cooperative for thugs and lowlifes. "Then why are you still standing here?" "For Queensland!" 27. Shut it down. Dred had 50 men at her back. That wouldn't be so worrisome if she felt 100%, but she was still weak from the damage she'd taken in the challenge. Many Queenslanders regarded her with awe, as they'd seen the severity of her wounds when she staggered out of the hall. For her to be back on her feet so soon, it seemed supernatural. And it was, except she didn't deserve the credit. For obvious reasons, the miracle must remain between Jael and her. It would cause trouble for him if anyone discovered the healing properties of his blood. So Dred added it to the short list of secrets she'd die to keep. Tam was ecstatic, as the men were convinced she was half a step shy of immortality. Ahead she spied the first checkpoint. They hadn't hit the automated defenses that Abaddon was rumored to possess yet. But if Tam's intel was accurate, she could expect them deeper into Priest's territory. Dred led the charge, as the Zealots had no missile weapons. She took one out with a blow to the skull, and with the weight of her chains around her fist she cracked it. The guard hit the ground as Queenslanders tore into the other three. In a close-quarters fight with so many bodies around, she couldn't use her chains like she usually did, but numbers also meant she did less actual killing. "Form up," she called, to discourage mutilation. While she had done her best to unify Arton's dregs, they were still criminals, and discipline wasn't their strong suit. A few of them grumbled and stomped the corpses as they went past, but they fell in behind her, 2 by 2. With such superior numbers, they rolled through the next 2 checkpoints, but the noise of battle couldn't be concealed. Zealots streamed down the hall toward them. They were moving so fast, Dred couldn't get a head count to see how many they faced, but they definitely belonged to Priest. The facial scars he carved on his loyal servants were unmistakable. Damn it, we're bottlenecked. She'd hoped to push farther before reinforcements rolled out. In a mob like this, it would be tough to avoid being knifed by her own men. On the plus side, there was no room for fancy fighting.
Around her, men grappled and punched. She caught an elbow and lashed out with a wrapped fist. The blow rocked the fanatic, and she pushed forward. Dred found room for a tight kick, though not a high one. Still, a blow to the ankle was more effective than one usually suspected. Her target staggered back into two others. Their feet tangled, and two of them went down. Her men didn't hesitate. They ringed the fallen and kicked them until it was certain they weren't getting up. The corridor stank of blood and sweat until she couldn't breathe through her nose. Cries and snarls of pain added to the cacophony until it reminded her of the prison riots on New Terra. Breathe. You didn't do this. Her focus wavered, but the Queenslanders were ferocious enough to compensate for her half-hearted swings. At this point it was all she could do to push forward. Now and then she swung at a zealot who turned on her, but mostly she shoved a path through the melee. Dred stepped out on the other side and realized she had the numbers advantage. "Finish them!" she shouted. Outside the mob she could breathe a little easier, and she waded in on the fringes. Her head felt dizzy and sick, but she couldn't show weakness, even if she had been dying 5 days ago. Weakness didn't keep a leader in power, and she'd gladly die before giving up what she'd stolen, with Tam and Einar's help. She'd tried life as chattel. There would never be an encore. Loathing overcame her, and Dred fought hard, living up to her rep as the Dread Queen. By the time the fight ended, 10 of her men were on the ground, unmoving, but the enemy was dead, every last one of them. She knelt beside casualties, hoping to recognize their faces. In some cases they were so battered she needed help from her squad to ID them. Once the names had been scratched on a scrap of paper, she tucked it into the top of her boot. At her nod the men fell in again, grimmer this time. Maybe the march on Abaddon had started out glorious, but death had a way of killing the mood. "We'll come back for their bodies," she promised. "I won't leave them here. I'll go with Einar to the chutes myself." "We know," a thin man said quietly. "The next part will be tricky if Priest has turrets and peacemakers." "How are we supposed to get past them?" a convict asked. "I have no fragging idea." Without Jael and Einar, she didn't see a lot of them surviving, but this wasn't the time to tell them they had been given a suicide run. Damn silence, anyway. These men might be the dregs of the galaxy, but they listened when Dred spoke. She hardened herself to their fate, and answered, "I have a plan." And then, surprisingly, she did. It came to her like a burst of light. "See priests' corpses on the ground? Grab one. If you can, pick a meat shield that's bigger than you." "Genius," one of the men breathed. "If you're too big to hide or there aren't any bodies left, then hang back. The rest of us will push forward and find a way to deactivate the turrets from the other side. There should be a manual override." The peacemakers would be another issue entirely. It had nearly killed them to deal with one on the way to the salvage bay. Maybe Priest spread that story to discourage incursions. She hadn't gotten confirmation or denial from Tam, as even the spymaster couldn't penetrate that deep inside enemy lines. 25 Queenslanders found corpses to shield their bodies. The rest followed at a safe distance. Dred hadn't recovered sufficient fortitude to follow her own advice, so she stepped to the back, and remembered Wills's prediction not so long ago. "Chaos comes. The dead will walk. He'll cost you everything." Well, the Bone Reader was 2 for 3 because the corpses were shuffling forward, as promised. But so far Jael had saved her, not ruined Queensland. Dred knew better than to discount the visions entirely, however. At the next corner a turret slammed the floor, saturating the whole area. Her men pressed forward cautiously, testing to see if their meat shields would stand up to the onslaught. 4 more went down, but a small, thin convict stumbled forward. The body he'd chosen was almost more than he could lift, and Dred watched his arms straining. He let the corpse fall as he passed the turret's target field. "Turn it off!" she called. "Where?" On his knees he peered at the thing, and the rest of the squad called out suggestions. One man, however, sounded like he knew what he was doing, shouting above the others. "It's on the base! Tip it forward! No, not like that! There you go! Now move it to static mode." The turret powered down, and cheers rang out from the surviving men. She shouted along with them because this was an incredible accomplishment, proving intellect and determination could win the day. In a place like this, that revelation felt an awful lot like hope. "Nothing can stop us now!" a prisoner yelled. "The Dread Queen's coming for you!" That came from the small man who had disabled the turret. He stomped his feet in triumph, then punched the air. "Mary, sometimes they're like children." "Don't celebrate too soon," she cautioned. "If I know how Priest thinks, he's got the bulk of his men waiting for us inside. There's more room for an ambush, and these measures slowed us just enough to let him set it up." Collectively their eyes dropped, and the men nodded. Ruining their good mood was a necessary evil. She needed them to focus a little longer. The ones who survived could dance and chant, taunt their fallen foes, and drink themselves into a stupor. But not just yet. She went on, "I need someone who can scout." To her surprise, Tam slipped up from the back of the group. She hadn't known he was in the vicinity, though that was the spy master's specialty. Dred didn't ask when he'd arrived. Best to appear omniscient. That advice, too, came from Tamarin. It went against Dred's nature to take credit for his work, but Tam said he didn't want the attention as it would make his work more difficult in the future. Tam offered, "I'll do it if you hold here for a few minutes." "Please," she said, inviting him to check out the battlefield with a gesture. Waiting was hard, but the death toll would be higher if they ran in without proper intel. Though she'd warned the men they wouldn't all come back, it didn't mean she was crazy as Priest or Silence, and without regard for those who lived in her territory. She didn't like most of them, but she didn't slaughter them for fun either. "What are our chances?" It was a good question. And if she gave an honest answer, half of these men would run back to Queensland. So she paraphrased an ancient historical vid instead. "We will drive our enemies before us, and hear the lamentations of their women." The surviving Queenslanders whooped, stomped the floor, and banged the walls. If they had been trying to sneak up on Priests, that would have put paid to the idea. But that wasn't the strategy, so their noise didn't affect the plan. If Silence was keeping her word, she'd be maneuvering her assassins into position while Priest worried about Dred's people. Between their combined forces, he would be crushed like a bug. Well, that's the idea, anyway. 28. A priest walks into a knife. We are so doomed. The assault had gone off as Tam had foreseen, but so far Priest's people, who fought like madmen, woefully outnumbered them. Jael lashed out, slicing another throat. Of Silence's crew there was no sign. Damn the bitch. Katur's aliens were vicious despite their small number. The tentative alliance had held as they charged the main hall, only to be decimated by traps. Since his crew was the first to hit the room, his people were decimated. Bodies hit the floor, severed at the torso, and the stench of blood overwhelmed him. Not just from the fight, either. This place was more of an abattoir than entropy, where remains were preserved and stylized. Priest left bodies where they fell, evidence of his divinity and power. Some convicts lost their resolve when they saw what befell the men rushing ahead. Jael didn't blame them for running, though what he was supposed to tell Dred about this he didn't know. "I can't kill them all. Sooner or later somebody will get lucky and take my head." Still,
He battled with the same determined ferocity that had carried him out of the labs so long ago. He was down to his last 10 men when Einar arrived with an impressive boom. The big man took out a wall in doing so, and Jael had never been so glad to see anyone in his life. He wondered where the hell Dred was, too. She had taken the direct route, the most difficult one, too, reinforced with turrets, and Mary only knew what else. "Glad you could make it," he shouted, as a fanatic slashed at him. The blade whistled through the air as he dodged it, then Jael angled his palms and crushed the man's throat. He dropped clean. Another took his place. The room was pure chaos. So much screaming, cries of pain mingled with the sucking sounds of open wounds and the stink of urine and visceral terror. In the confusion, he couldn't find the damned leader of Abaddon. Unlike Dred, he wasn't in the forefront shouting orders. Probably the bastard was hiding, cowering even. Einar called back, "Sorry, had to do a little remodeling first. I saw." No more time for more talk. Jael's position was overrun. If it had been a question of skill, he might have fought them off, but they charged and tackled as one, no dodging them all. He went down under 5 fanatics, one of whom seemed determined to cut out his heart and eat it. Yeah, I won't survive that. Jael rolled despite their weight, so he took the blade between the ribs instead of in his chest. He jerked an elbow free and knocked into somebody's face. Blood spurted from the broken nose, but pain only seemed to inspire them to greater violence. What the hell? He'd fought chem junkies with more wisdom and a greater sense of self-preservation. Jael head-butted another and wrenched an arm out of its socket. The subsequent pop should have made a normal man scream. Priest's follower was so far gone that he moaned, like he'd had his pleasure circuits rewired or something. Is that even possible? They get off on agony? His sporadic education had informed him about certain antiquated cults that practiced self-flagellation, but he'd thought that was for chastisement, not enjoyment. This religion was all kinds of fragged up. The floor was slippery with blood, and he used it to slide part way out of the grappling hold one of them had on his leg. He took another stab wound to the leg, but he cursed through the pain and snatched one by the ear, then slammed the man's head into the ground, hard enough to knock him out. He rolled and kicked, gouged with his fingers until they were slick and red. These men forced him to scrabble like an animal, and he loathed it. Even lifers shouldn't be reduced to this. And they say I'm the inhuman one. Einar reached him as he whittled the 5 men on him down to 2. The big man grabbed one and chucked him into men fighting nearby. A Rhodesian turned, its furry face livid, and stomped the man into paste with his big feet. Quick as a snake, Jael snagged a fallen blade, wickedly curved, and opened the last man's throat. Grateful for the breathing space, he let Einar yank him to his feet. "How many of yours are left?" he asked. 20 or so. You?" He skimmed the room, then answered, 8 or so, I think. Have you seen Dred? There she is. Einar pointed across the devastated hall. Just in time, too. She had more men than they did, but it wasn't enough to conquer all of Priest's territory. They would be hard-pressed to hold this room. Pure wrath rose in him. If Silence set us up to fail so she could get her hands on me, I'll strangle the crazy bitch with my bare hands. Dred lifted an arm in a victory sign, but he could see by her pale, strained face that she was on her last legs. A lesser individual wouldn't have had the grit to get out of bed at all after the wounds he'd healed. Not that Jael felt the best either. It took a while to regenerate that much blood. He'd be dizzy and light-headed for weeks. Worth it. For a few seconds it looked like her men might be enough to turn the tide. He spun his knife and braced himself for another bloody round. Then more of Priest's men surged in, trapping them from all sides. "What the hell?" he said. "Ready to do some killing?" Einar pulled out his axe, created from 2 soldered pieces of metal and some fabric braided around the haft for a makeshift grip. The thing was huge, like he could behead 3 people in a single swing. J.L. took a wary step back. Though he believed he and the big man were on good terms, that thing could totally kill him. And as it turned out, he wasn't ready to go.
"If it ends here, it does," Einar said with a shrug. "I'll die with a blade in my hand. Could be worse. Could be better, like on top of a pretty girl."
For some reason, the big man laughed so hard at that he almost dropped his weapon.
"Ask Dred about that, why don't you? Get her take on it, provided we survive."
Before he could ask, and he wanted to, the next wave was on him. Dred's men weighed in, but they were just so damned outnumbered, even with the ferocity of Katur's small contingent. The aliens were furious about something, but he had no idea what. It wasn't like the Rhodesian was in the mood to chat as he dropped an enemy on his head. A tentacled thing was actually eating one of Priest's men, and that actually made a dent in the fanatics' stoic assault. A few of them stumbled backward, giving J.L. the opening he needed. He swept in, slicing hamstrings in a low roll. Then he came up on the other side to spike knives into their chests. Neat placement, too. They died, but it wrenched the blades out of his hands when they fell. That's the problem with elegance. Stop showing off. There were just too many enemies to be particular about how they died. Across the room, Dred swung her chains like a dervish, opening great gashes wherever they landed. Her men had the sense to give her plenty of room, and Priest's people were unable to penetrate her guard. But he could see as her gaze met his across the room that she knew. It was a lost cause, a hopeless fight, and yet she did not lay her weapons down as more of Priest's people poured in behind the others, a seemingly endless stream. Nearby, Einar chopped off a man's head. It bounced across the floor, tripping another, and J.L. kicked him in the chest as he went down. The blow was fierce enough to crush his sternum, not a clean death, so he found a shiv, poorly made, but good enough to take the zealot's life. He didn't watch the light leave the other man's eyes. Too many other souls to serve. He was tiring, though. There are too many. We can't hold. Though he hadn't been here long, he understood there could be no surrender, no quarter asked or granted, which was why the territories usually limited themselves to skirmishes, not full-scale raids. The potential for devastation and annihilation was too probable to make war a wise endeavor, but the alliance between Grigor and Priest was diabolical and inexorable. Sometimes, with a desperate gamble, you lose. 5 Queenslanders dropped, thinning the numbers. More of Priest's men surrounded Dred, for now stymied by the brutal whirl of her chains. But she was weary, too. The fight to get this far had probably taken a lot out of her. Einar seemed to notice at the same time, and with a nod, they fought toward her as one. For a few seconds during that quiet look, it was like he could read the big man's mind, and Einar wanted nothing more than to die at the Dread Queen's side. At first, J.L. was too busy fighting for his life and carving a path toward Dred to notice the jaws of the trap had closed, with us as bait. He didn't see or hear them arrive, not surprising with the confusion of the battle and the constant cries, but Silence's killers were slicing the enemy from behind, as promised. They were quiet and brutal, and the Abaddon faithful had no hope. They fell between the desperation of the Dread Queen's men and the quiet lethal cuts driven by Silence's followers. He had never seen such efficient killing, as though these mute prisoners knew exactly where to place a blade, down to the millimeter. The battle took mere moments after that. Even the faithful lost heart when they realized they were fighting on 2 fronts. J.L. fought on alongside Einar, and by the time the last of Abaddon's defenders fell, he was standing beside the Dread Queen,
with the big man on her other side. Neither of them reached to steady her. She planted her feet and waited as the speaker came toward her. "The compact has been honored. Now we will search this whole territory and find that cowardly priest."
Dred nodded. "Please convey our compliments to Silence. Her plan worked."
Not without some heinous casualties from the Queenslanders. But Jael imagined that Death's handmaiden wasn't overly concerned with body count. In fact, she might have planned in order to sacrifice more souls for her master's glory.
"I'll lead my own search party,"
Einar said then. Dred nodded, but she didn't offer to go with the teams. Instead, she propped herself against the wall, looking unconcerned by the carnage. He was supposed to believe she was stone cold, unmoved by her losses, or the gobbets of meat, the huge puddles of blood, and all the bodies. Tam would be proud of her iron face, but Jael had recognized the truth of her. She wasn't the Dread Queen at her core. An hour later, a short man with gray hair stumbled into the ruined hall, guided by Einar's palm on the back of his neck. He wore red robes that were stained nearly black in places, tattered at the hem, and his eyes shone with pure madness etched in evil. Jael had seen some crazy bad shit in his day, but this man?
"Mary, you cannot kill me," Priest was babbling. "I'm a god. I'm immortal. I will rise."
The big man glanced at the princess in chains for permission, hefting his axe suggestively. Jael expected her to nod and give him the go-ahead to serve as her executioner. Instead, she put out a hand and took the weapon from him. Her green eyes were like chips of jade in her pale, bloody countenance. This was the face of the Dread Queen. "Kneel," she commanded, and the command had an inexorable weight. Not only did Priest drop to his knees, so did other men in the vicinity. 2 belonged to Silence. The speaker frowned at this. In a single swing she took her enemy's head. The crowd roared, and Jael fell a little in love. 29. The Spoils of War. It would take weeks of work to make this place habitable. Dred eyed the evidence of Priest's rituals with sheer disgust. Then she turned back to the speaker. He appeared unmoved by the carnage, but with the skull painted over his features it was hard to tell. She beckoned him away from the others. To her surprise, he followed. "Do we wait until the offensive is complete to begin dividing up gear and property?" The speaker shook his head.
"You receive immediate possession of Priest's property and holdings. The handmaiden will wait until Grigor has been conquered to claim her reward."
On the surface, that seemed like a generous offer, but Dred knew Grigor had more space, in addition to having the largest standing army in Perdition. She wasn't clear on what defenses Grigor had, as nobody had ever pushed far enough past his borders to check them out. Earlier she'd learned that the rumors about Priest's peacemaker units had been nothing but bullshit, stories circulated to keep invaders away. It was a good tactic until somebody was brave, or stupid enough, to find out for himself. She had been so relieved when Tam came back to report there were a lot of enemies between her and the inner sanctum, but no heavy weapons. Still, cutting so many men down took time, and she'd nearly been too late. So was Silence. She left her sneak attack until the last possible moment. But her expression gave away none of her thoughts as she replied, "That's satisfactory." Then she turned to Tam, dismissing the speaker. "Head back to the hall and check on things for me. Make sure Ike and Wills are holding down the fort." Dred didn't tell him she was worried about an attack while their home front was so weak. She didn't need to. Tam only nodded and slipped out of Abaddon. Queensland now. As usual, he went alone. If he spotted trouble, he would slip around it. She'd never known anyone who moved like he did, the shadow of the wind. As she turned, she caught a few concise gestures from the speaker aimed at Silence's quiet killers. As one, they formed up behind the skull-faced man and departed, leaving the mess for her to deal with. With so much blood, spilled entrails, and hacked-off limbs, it was impossible to judge the potential of this place. With a faint sigh, she went over to Einar. "Take half the men back to Queensland. I'm putting you in charge of internal defense until I get back."
"You're supervising the inventory and cleanup?"
the big man asked. She nodded. "I can't imagine you're interested in such housework."
"I love you, but no."
She joked back. "So there are limits to your devotion."
"And you've found them."
Einar boomed out.
"Sound off in ones and twos, you stupid gits! That's presuming you can count that high."
Sometimes he sounded so military. The men complied. Then he shouted,
"Odd ducks, come with me. The rest of you stay with the Dred Queen. You get to haul off the corpses and spit-shine this place."
A chorus of groans met the announcement, but the even-numbered Queenslanders went over to Dred. The group included Jael. They clustered around her, waiting for instructions as the rest of the men moved out. At this point, Katur's aliens decided they needed to move out, as they were definitely in the minority and this ceasefire might not last. She also suspected they would carry word about the alliance between Queensland and Entropy, but as long as they stayed in the Warrens, Dred didn't care what they knew. They had served their purpose, just as Tam predicted. The man was positively Machiavellian. The day after her recovery, he'd told her about his scheme, a brainstorm resulting from a chance encounter in the ducts. Dred had to admit it had paid off beautifully. Smiling wearily, she gave concise orders, tasking the men to haul all the bodies to the chutes, then find cleaning supplies. Dred found a chair, not so much because she was above menial labor, though Tam would counsel her against it for the sake of appearances, but mostly because her knees felt like they were filled with water. Her head spun. Hopefully nobody could tell just how weak she was, or how much the battle had taken out of her. The weight of her chains made her arms ache, the first time she could remember being conscious of them in that way. A few minutes later, Jael joined her. She didn't chastise him for not participating in the work crew. He'd earned a place at her side as her champion. Dred inclined her head as he sat. "You fight like a gladiator," she said.
"Tried that. I didn't much care for it. Too much depends on the Emperor's whim."
She was never sure when this man was being facetious. "How are you feeling?"
"I ought to be asking you that, but I can tell by looking."
His blue gaze swept her critically from head to toe. "Do you think the others suspect?" The question slipped out before she could quell it.
"I doubt it. They don't look at you with appraising eyes. They're blinded by all the impossible things they believe you can do."
"It's the Dred Queen mythos," she said.
"That must be exhausting."
She pushed out a quiet sigh and leaned her head against the back of her chair, legs stretched out. The posture looked feline, relaxed, but the truth was she lacked the energy to get up at the moment. "You have no idea."
"How do you feel about Einar?"
That was the last question she expected to hear from Jael, mostly because it was so personal. "He's steady, mostly. Reliable, though he's got a nasty temper. He can be a brute when he's properly riled." From his expression, that wasn't the response he was looking for, but he didn't say anything more about it. Instead, he watched the men hauling the bodies. They were irreverent about it, forcing the dead into undignified poses or dragging a body by its hair. Dred didn't chastise them. They were entitled to their small pleasures after such an impossible victory. For a few minutes she'd thought this would be their last stand, the end of Queensland.
"I thought Grigor might hit Silence's people." Then we would have had a proper dust-up.
A shiver ran through her, though Dred tried to conceal it. We wouldn't be having this conversation. These tactics won't work a second time, and we don't have the numbers to mount a frontal assault on Grigor. Mary only knows how Silence thinks we'll defeat him.
Don't worry about it, J.L. said. Enjoy the breathing room for now. And it might give him pause about coming at you, now that his alliance is defunct.
We have to neutralize the threat. There was no way around the necessity, as she'd promised the Great Bear's territory to Silence in payment for her aid. J.L. probably knew as much.
Not today.
This place will be very different, with 4 of us in power. Lots more space.
It can't be much longer before the supply ship arrives with fresh fish. Don't let Grigor bolster his numbers.
Dred had thought of that. I'm aware. It took several hours to clear away all the corpses. By that point she was feeling stronger, so she put Calypso in charge of supervising the cleanup. She noticed how J.L. watched the other woman, and when he turned back to her, she raised her brows.
She's one of 5 survivors, he said quietly, of the 50 men sent with me.
Damn. Regret cascaded through her. He shrugged.
I've run ops where I was the only one who walked away, but it's harder when you're giving the orders.
It speaks well of you that you feel that way. Some people have no trouble sending others to die on their behalf, and it doesn't bother them at all.
I'm a prince, right enough. What's next on the agenda?
It seemed he had appointed himself the Dread Queen's bodyguard, or maybe he had instructions from Tam or Einar. That wouldn't surprise her at all. While they're scrubbing up from the battle, we need to walk through Abaddon and take stock of what we've gained.
Ah, time to count our shiny new toys? Dred laughed.
Exactly. Some of the rooms were beyond disgusting. The smell alone defied description, a combination of decaying flesh and rotting meat. She covered her mouth with one hand, trying to keep her breakfast down. Everyone had heard stories about Abaddon, but even the worst didn't do the atrocities justice. If she could have, she'd have chopped Priest's head off all over again. I was too quick, she said, coldly furious, too merciful. When she turned to J.L., his mouth was pressed into a tight, pale line.
Turns ago, I thought the Farwan Labs were the worst place in the universe. I mean, it was hell, the things they did to us. But this is worse. Because however wrong I think they were, those scientists had a reason for the experiments. They were working with purpose.
Whereas this is torture for its own sake. There were 4 different places in Abaddon that seemed to have been devoted to torment and anguish. For the first time, Dred closed her eyes to see if the rooms had absorbed the pain and despair of those murdered within the walls. The area throbbed with red energy, echoes of madness. Stunned, she staggered back, and J.L. studied her with a hand in the small of her back.
"What?" he asked.
Softly, she told him. He drew her away.
"Have these rooms cleaned, then sealed. Give it time to fade."
He hesitated, scanning her face. Whatever he saw made him add,
"I'd keep the men out. I don't know how much I believe that atmosphere can drive people to do twisted things, but it just doesn't seem wise to tempt fate."
"I know what you mean. And Queenslanders are just as susceptible to violent impulses as anyone in Perdition. That's why we're all here." To her relief, the rest of the inventory went smoother. She cracked open a case and gazed at J.L., eyes wide. "This is full of paste. I guess I know where all of the food supplies ended up." Another carton yielded actual medicine. It made no sense that Priest would hoard such things, but maybe he'd had some insane religious justification for it. They also found a stockpile of ammo for the turret, as well as rudimentary magnetic sensor bracelets. J.L. snapped one on his wrist and beckoned her with a jerk of his chin.
She wasn't used to taking orders anymore, but Dred didn't make him explain. In some ways it was a relief to spend time with someone who didn't expect her to be scary, awe-inspiring, and unknowable all the time. Tam and Einar offered a break from playing a constant role, and to a lesser degree so did Ike and Wills. She didn't feel as close to them, however, possibly because of the power exchange she'd experienced with J.L. First he was helpless with me, and then vice versa. It changes things. J.L. led her to one of the turrets, tilted it forward, and switched it to motion-sensing mode. Then, before she could protest, he dashed in front of it. The gun stayed quiet. Dred exhaled in nervous relief and tried not to show how worried she'd been. "It's just that he's useful. If he gets himself killed, I've lost a valuable asset." "That was stupid," she commented. "What if you were wrong?" "I almost never am." He flashed a cocky smile, but this time she recognized the vulnerability. J.L. only used that look when he expected nobody gave a damn. Quickly, Dred checked. The corridor was deserted apart from them, as all of her men were clearing away the refuse in other parts of Abaddon. She took a couple steps toward him and tapped his chest lightly. "We have a situation. You have a tendency to risk your life recklessly. I don't approve."
"And why is that, love?"
For the first time, his use of that endearment didn't sound razor-sharp, laced with derision. Maybe he didn't mean for it to, but his voice softened, and his eyes burned with the blue found only at the heart of the hottest flames. "I found you," she said softly. "I'm keeping you. Got a problem with that?" 30. Truth Hurts. Tam circulated among the Queenslanders immediately after the victory. The overall mood was elated, though a few weren't drinking away their ration cards. They had probably lost mates in the battle and didn't feel like celebrating. Since Cook was supervising the liquor allotment, nobody tried to take more than his share from the still. Einar had settled down with Ike, who was favoring his left knee. Tam could always tell when it was paining the old man because he sat with it straightened before him. Once he finished his round, he made a cup of sweet-leaf tea and joined his comrades. It was loud enough in the hall to cover any number of quiet conversations, so he didn't worry unduly about seeking privacy.
"Did anyone act suspicious while we were gone?" Tam asked Ike.
He'd suspected the frontal assault on Priest might present an irresistible opportunity for a spy or saboteur to weaken Dred's holdings. Ike's word was the same as proof, so he'd have no qualms about disposing of a traitor who threatened Queensland. Einar sat up at the question, planting both elbows on the table.
"I hope so. This would be the perfect time to make somebody disappear."
Unfortunately, Ike shook his head.
"All the men who stayed behind went about their business. I didn't see anything that seemed out of the ordinary."
That struck a chord. What if the spy was subtle enough to disguise his work?
"I'll be back. I need to take a look around."
It took Tam an hour to complete his assessment. The hydroponics garden was undamaged, and the barricades were all in place, but somebody had tampered with the kitchenmate that Wills had recently repaired. If he had ordered food without checking the chemical compositions programmed into the recipe databases, he most likely would have died. So would anyone else who used the machine. Men would start dying right and left in Queensland, and without adequate medical facilities, they'd think it was some unknown disease carrying off their number. Eventually, the superstitious bastards would blame Dred for not stopping the epidemic. As sabotage plans went, this one was elegant and insidious, and it sent a cold chill through him because it meant the enemy definitely had a man hidden among them. This wasn't something an outsider could accomplish. Even Tam, who had an unusual aptitude for stealth, would find it impossible to creep inside the Great Bear's lines and tamper with his kitchen mates. It required too much detailed knowledge of patrols and defenses for anyone but a Queenslander to have done this. Calypso came in while he stood, studying the machine.
"Is it broken again?"
"Yes," he said.
"Would you mind getting Ike for me? He might be able to fix it."
"No problem, little man. Guess I'll be drinking my dinner again." He managed a half-smile.
"Tired of cook's goulash? Don't let him hear you say so."
The tall woman pretended to shiver.
"I wouldn't dream of it. I like my fingers all precisely where they are."
She strode off, leaving Tam to guard the kitchen mate. A few minutes later Ike limped in, his expression split evenly between annoyance and discomfort. He couldn't afford to let the old man's infirmities distract him, though if life was fair, Ike would be basking somewhere warm and sunny, not taking the blame for somebody else's scandal.
"What's wrong with it?" Ike grumbled.
Quietly, Tam told him. Ike spent a full 2 minutes cursing. Then he said,
"I don't know enough about programming to counter this, but I can power it down, then restore it to factory defaults when it starts up again."
"Do it," Tam said quietly.
"How long will that take?"
"You're hoping we can get this done without the person responsible knowing we've neutralized the threat." The old man wore a shrewd expression. He nodded.
"We'll watch and see if anyone takes unusual interest in kitchen-mate meals. He or she will probably also examine the machine when there are no poison victims. And we'll be ready," Ike guessed. "That's the plan."
Ike got to work immediately, pressing the buttons to shut down the kitchen mate.
"How can you be sure it wasn't me?"
Tam couldn't restrain a smile, despite the severity of the situation.
"If you're the traitor, Ike, then I'm not the judge of character I believe myself to be. More to the point, so far as I know, you're the only innocent man in Perdition."
The old man shifted uncomfortably, pausing to aim a troubled gaze at Tam.
"I was drunk when I told you that. Better if it's not repeated." "Understood."
Men survived on reputations here. The other Queenslanders thought Ike had butchered 50 people like livestock. If they learned he'd been pushed to a false confession, it would make life more difficult for him. A cold rage filled Tam when he considered what the bastards in law enforcement had done to Ike. His case had been riddled with corruption until Ike was backed into a no-win situation. Then the family of the real killer, in conjunction with high-priced barristers, made Ike an offer he couldn't refuse. He could take his chances and go to trial, where he would certainly be convicted, based on the false evidence, or he could willingly confess. If he did so, his wife and children would be compensated handsomely, and the true killer would be confined for life in a posh asylum for the criminally insane, while his family avoided even a hint of scandal. Unsurprisingly to anyone who knew Ike, he took the deal to provide for his family, and he had been in Perdition ever since.
"I might have been lying," Ike said then, "and I might be Queen of Tarnus."
The old man grinned.
"Only if she pisses standing up. There, that's got it."
Lights flickered in the control panel, showing the startup sequence. Ike pressed a series of buttons until a menu came up. Tam was impressed at how adroit Ike was with old technology. This was the first line of kitchen mates, primitive compared to the new ones, which had voice activation modules. These you still had to program by hand.
"How's it coming?"
Tam kept an eye on the door.
"Not long."
Ike held his gaze for a few seconds.
"Do you plan to tell Dred about this?"
He considered, then shook his head.
"Her poker face isn't as good as she thinks it is, and the more people who know about a trap, the more chances it will fail." "I don't know if I agree, but I'm good at keeping secrets. I won't say anything."
Tam fell quiet then. It would be disastrous if the saboteur caught them, as it would return them to the beginning in terms of laying a trap to catch the spy. Despite the danger, however, this was just the sort of challenge Tam thrived on. In the end, he'd come up on top. He always did, even when winning meant life in prison. After all, his incarceration signaled his greatest victory to date. J.L. thought long and hard about his reply. In the end, he yielded to the impulse to flirt.
"I suppose that depends on what you intend to do with me."
"You know better. Don't be stupid, man." While 3 in a bed worked for some people, 4 was just asking for trouble. Yet he didn't step away or break eye contact. She gazed back from nearly at eye level. Dred was tall for a woman, just a few centimeters shy of his own height, and he measured a bit under 2 meters. He shouldn't cup the back of her head in his hand, but he did, and gave her ample opportunity to retreat. This time, however, she kissed him. Dred gave him a little push, and he went with it, falling against the wall as her lips met his. She kissed like she fought, hard, demanding, and aggressive. The rasp of teeth on his lower lip made him groan, and she leaned into him, her hands framing his face. Such intimacy kindled a sharp ache. He couldn't remember wanting anything, anyone, more. Trembling, he skimmed his palms down until they found her hips, and she still didn't back off. She moved against him, oddly tentative, as if she wasn't sure of his response, though that wasn't in question, or her own intentions. It had been a long time, but this felt like the precursor to sex. J.L. broke the kiss to ask,
"Is that the answer to my question?"
"Part of it," she said softly. He wanted to ask what this meant, if she was looking to add him to her stable of men, if he'd be rotated in and out of her bed.
Do Tam and Einar take turns, or do they share?
But questioning her would imply he cared about her personal arrangements. If the other men didn't care if she slept with someone else, then he could deal with it too.
"I'm not opposed."
"Then let's finish up here and get back to Queensland." That sounded like a promise. He threw himself into the task of squaring Abaddon away, helping the others stack the supplies that would be transported immediately. A runner went back to their territory to fetch the air pallet, as some of the goods were too heavy to carry back by hand. Even so, the clean-up, salvage, and restoration efforts took hours. She probably won't feel like making good on that implied offer by the time we get back. It had been an incredibly long day with the promise of harder work to come. Now they had to protect their extended borders as well as figure out a way to defeat the Great Bear. Even to him it sounded daunting. Dred proved that rack time was the last thing on her mind when she ordered him back to Queensland guarding the air pallet, while she stayed on to continue working.
"You want me to return once we stow everything?"
She shook her head. "Help Tam and Einar. Make sure the place is in order."
"Ah."
He only nodded and departed, along with 5 other men. Fortunately, they encountered no trouble on the way back, and it didn't take long to put away the supplies. Wills was delighted when he saw all the goodies Priest had stored up. J.L. listened with only half an ear as the soothsayer went on about all the things he could do with such bounty.
"Do you need anything else?" he asked.
Wills shook his head.
I can take it from here."
The older man looked none too pleased to be volunteered for the task, but he set down his drink.
"Fine. What do you need?"
Oddly discontent, J.L. joined Tam and Einar, who held a mug of something alcoholic. From the cloudy look of their drinks, the liquor came from the still. Come to think of it, the rest of the men seemed to be living it up, too. It wasn't quite a victory party, probably because of the heavy losses, but given another hour or two, the wild celebration would be going full swing.
"Do we have anybody sober and on watch?" he asked. The big man scowled at him.
"You think we're idiots? Of course."
"It's a low-risk opportunity for them to blow off steam," Tam added. "The odds of a retaliatory strike so soon are low, and the men need a break, especially when everything went off exactly as we planned."
Einar laughed.
"And that's so unlikely, too. I can't believe your alien gambit worked."
JL froze. Not that the other two men noticed. With a drink in hand, even the spymaster had lost his customary wariness in the spirit of celebration. But clearly they both knew why the aliens from the Warren had been attacking Priest at such a convenient moment, whereas he'd heard nothing about the scheme.
"How did you get them to cooperate?" he asked.
Tam tapped a finger on his mug, then shrugged.
"In my old line of work, I never got to boast when a plan came together. This is a nice change. I was afraid our numbers wouldn't stack up to the diversion Silence requested, so I took advantage of some discord between Priest's people and the aliens in the Warren." "Brilliant," Einar said, lifting his glass. "Priest's people killed some, and it's ugly stuff. Dismemberment and evisceration, the markings and the blood painting left behind. The aliens keep to themselves mostly, but they're quite vicious if you get them riled."
JL registered the cold calculation in Tam's eyes. Often that look went unnoticed because the man moved silently and didn't draw attention with violent behavior, but it didn't mean he was a good man or better than the obvious brutes.
"Took advantage how?" "I performed a service for Katur. Between his anger at Priest and his gratitude, he was willing to fight."
That was vague enough to be frustrating, but JL suspected Tam wouldn't be offering full disclosure any time soon.
"To him we're only numbers and probabilities. I doubt he has a single genuine emotion." "It worked like a charm,"
JL forced himself to say lightly. In his gut, a hole opened up. Dred must have known about the plan, yet she'd chosen not to tell him, when it was his squad that would have been annihilated if the aliens hadn't kept up their end of the deal. As it was, he'd lost all but 5 of his people. This meant she, too, saw him as a tool to be used. Sharpen the blade and keep it wet with blood. To make matters worse, she'd been perfectly willing to screw him as part of that arrangement. Maybe even for the same reason she'd used her hand on him before, to keep him happy and compliant, asking no questions. To his surprise, he wasn't content with scraps from her table. Never would be. In the hole where he'd languished for 30 turns, going quietly mad by millimeters, he'd come to the conclusion that he both wanted and deserved something better. He muttered about getting a drink, and neither Tam nor Einar watched him go, so apparently he'd kept up a flat expression. JL poured a mug of the strong liquor and took a seat at one of the other tables. Since he wasn't paying much attention to his companions, he was surprised when Martine drew her chair over beside him. She clicked her drink against his.
"Here's to surviving when the other bastards didn't."
"Cheers to that," he said.
"So what's up with you and the Dred Queen?" the woman asked.
Not shy, this one.
"Why?" "You spent an awful lot of time holed up with her while she was recuperating. I thought there might be a reason."
There was, he thought. I was saving her life.
He shrugged. "I have some medical background. Tam and Einar thought it was best if I supervised her care." "You did a good job, then. She's up and around faster than anyone expected."
The woman's dark eyes twinkled, a contrast to her stark features and sharpened teeth.
"I lost a week's liquor rations when she pulled through. You ought to make that up to me." "I take it you have some suggestions, Bright Eyes?"
Her smile flashed. He could tell she liked the silly nickname. Some women had a partiality to it. Others fluffed up like irate cats, hissing and spitting until he convinced them he meant no disrespect.
Oddly, it was impossible to tell which way they'd swing by their appearances. Sometimes women who looked like Martine were unexpectedly girlish. "If you hadn't noticed, women are a minority here," she said bluntly. "I lost my man recently. I can take my pick, because I'm honest, clean, and I don't have anything that'll make your dick fall off." J.L. laughed. "That's the most original proposition I've ever received." "Chuckle now. Just wait till you develop a permanent callus on your wanking hand." "I wasn't underestimating your value," he assured her. "I've no doubt you're a pearl beyond price. That nonsense won't fly with me. I'm not looking for pretty words or declarations of love. That's all bullshit anyway. Chemicals in your bloodstream make you think somebody matters more than they do." J.L. recalled speaking almost the same words to somebody else, turns ago. He wondered if she'd felt sorry for him then. His overall stance on romantic entanglements hadn't changed, but now it saddened him to believe people were incapable of constancy. Yet he'd seen too much pain and suffering to imagine human beings were innately good, and Perdition only underscored the capacity for wickedness. "You were upset when they killed your man," he said, probing. Martine practically snarled at him. "Because he was mine, not because I loved him. I counted on him for sex and company, and to have my back in a fight. If you're looking for more than that in here, you're crazier than Will's." Since the soothsayer was currently holding an animated conversation with a maintenance bot of very limited programming, it was a compelling argument. J.L. lifted one shoulder, forcing away the lingering sense of betrayal. "I'm not seeking anything in particular, Bright Eyes, except a way out of here." But he'd had enough of people telling him that was impossible, so he didn't share his intention to escape. "Even if I have to pull this place apart bolt by bolt, I'm not staying." There was always a way if you fought hard enough, long enough. Sometimes the ferocity of his resistance carved a new path. If that was what it took, so be it. "Consider my offer," she said, downing the rest of her drink. "Not too long, mind. There've already been others asking if I want a new man in my bed." He offered a wink. "None as pretty as me, I bet." Martine tilted her head, inspecting him. By the time she finished, he suspected she knew exactly how he looked naked and what he could do with his equipment. "That's true. But there are other considerations." "Like what?" He raised a brow. "This should be enlightening." "Some things a man should figure out on his own. Another round?" At his nod, she stood and refilled their mugs. The alcohol was strong as hell and tasted disgusting. There was no point in drinking except to blend in. So he downed a few mugs and laughed in the right places, trying to ignore the hot, red coal in his chest. People can't be trusted. No matter how many times he learned this lesson, he was like a dumb animal, just as they'd said in the labs. Always someone managed to get under his skin and wound him again. By the time the Dread Queen returned, Martine was perched on his knee, feeling no pain. It amused him to see such a dangerous woman laugh so hard over an improbable story related by a drunken convict. When she saw them, Dread stilled in the center of the hall, eyes intent. He wondered if he was supposed to set Martine aside, heel to her like a dog now that she'd returned at last. He met her gaze across the room, smiled, and lifted his glass in a silent toast. Then deliberately he set his hand in the small of Martine's back and turned away. 31. King of Infinite Space. I can't wait to get him alone. Eagerness made Dred hurry. Her boots rang on the metal floor as she strode into the hall, searching for him. Part of that anticipation sprang from human physiology. She wanted to celebrate their triumph in the most elemental way possible, and she'd chosen to celebrate with him because of the complex web that bound them. Sex would be different, more intense, with someone who had saved her life, and I saved his, too. Maybe those bonds should make her run even faster in the opposite direction, but she was curious. Found him. JL's hand was elegant on the other woman's spine. A silent message. She turned away slow enough that no one would remark a reaction, spoke a few words to some nearby Queenslanders. Rightfully, they were celebrating the win with lots of liquor. She wished she had that same freedom. Once she was sure her departure wouldn't be deemed strange or abrupt, Dred wheeled and went in search of other business. She was too proud to hole up in her quarters, and besides, she had work to do. The Dred Queen never rested. Fortunately, nobody knew that she'd planned to take JL to her bed, and it would stay that way. If he preferred Martine, so be it. She found Ike in a storage closet, a cramped space piled with junk they'd dragged back from the salvage bay and been unable to find immediate use for. With his long iron-gray hair and impressive beard, he resembled a pagan king of broken things. That unlikely thought in mind, she paused in the doorway. "May I come in?" He hesitated, as if there was something on his mind. Then he just answered, "Queensland belongs to you. Of course you can." That wasn't entirely true. The power to rule came from the Queenslanders, and if she pissed off enough of them, they would find a way to remove her. She was always conscious of the line she walked and how fickle public opinion could be, especially when her constituents were hardened criminals. Voting wouldn't be anything so kind as chits of paper, either. Instead, she would be impeached with a shiv in the throat or a weight upside her head. Constant caution made her paranoid, though Tam would say it wasn't madness, when the danger was real. Dred joined him and closed the door. She didn't know how he spent long hours in here. "How close are you?" she asked. The old man shrugged. He had been rebuilding the Peacemaker since they returned from the salvage bay run. From what she could tell, he had the thing about half put together. It wasn't an original unit, however, more of a retrofit constructed of other materials, so it didn't look the same as it had before it was broken. There was probably a valuable metaphor in that. But more importantly, he had managed to get the weapons back in place. A Peacemaker without the shredder and laser gun wouldn't serve much purpose. "I'm having trouble with the programming," he said. "And Wills keeps demanding that I help him with that stupid maintenance bot, or the turrets, and whatever else he's working on." Dred smiled slightly. "You're allowed to tell him no, you understand. He's not authorized to give you orders." "You know how he is. I can either help him out or listen to irrational ranting for an hour or watch him cursing the wall roundly. Then he starts in with his ritual of threes. I'm starting to suspect he's not crazy at all, ever. That he slips in and out of it like a skin when he wants something, needs a diversion, or to make people look away." Ike nodded at that. "Me too. Can you hand me that?" She hovered her palm over a random pile of gears, metal bits, and wires. "Yes, that one." "Is he helping you with the Peacemaker?" she asked, once he had the part. "No, this is a project just for me. He's busy enough with his own work." "You know an awful lot about bots." It was a borderline invasive question, as he hadn't given any indication he wanted to confide in her. "Are you asking me what I did before I ended up in here?" "If that's all right," she said quietly. At the moment she felt less the Dred Queen and more like Desdemona Davos, who had worked on a freighter in the maintenance department before she made so many wrong turns. Consequently, she knew a little about repair work, but nothing compared with Ike and Wills. She watched for a few seconds, then at his signal handed him another component. "I worked for Pretty Robotics," he answered at length.
"I've heard of them. They manufacture those realistic androids?"
"Indeed."
The units came with human-looking bodies and advanced programming. A number of companies preferred them to flesh-and-blood employees as they didn't require benefits, never got sick, and took no vacation days. That created problems with the labor boards over their discriminatory practices, making it harder for organic workers to earn an honest living. She recalled studying the protests in her history courses, but growing up on remote Tehran, she had never encountered a Pretty Robotics unit, or anyone who had designed them. From his expression, she could tell Ike was waiting for her to ask how he went from working at a reputable company to a life sentence. She didn't. "That explains how you know so much about this sort of thing."
"Mm-hmm. So why are you hiding?"
Denying the charge would insult his intelligence. "I just needed a break. People won't look for me here like they would in my quarters. Tam and Einar come and go as they please."
"Then welcome to my kingdom," he said with gentle irony.
That put her in mind of a quote. "I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams."
"Do you?" he asked.
She dreamed of the life she'd left behind, more than of the things she'd done, but knowing she'd never see her family again, never know what became of them. Those old memories took on the nuance of nightmare. Sometimes. Doesn't everyone?
"In here? I suspect so, though some would deny it. Others have no conscience, and some simply can't remember. For them, sleep is more like dying."
"Is it possible to do the things we've done and keep one?" she wondered aloud.
"A conscience, you mean? Quite the philosophical inquiry."
"Never mind," she said. "I'm in an odd mood."
"It's all right to ask the tough questions now and then, just not when the questions become a way of avoiding or disavowing responsibility."
"Is that what I'm doing?"
"I never said so. As far as I'm concerned, you're just helping an old man chase an impossible dream."
With that, Ike gave his blessing for her to stick around as his assistant. It was a welcome break. What's impossible about it?
"Are you looking at this unit?"
At his incredulous tone, she tried to see the peacemaker through his eyes. "It has less than half the original parts, and it's quite damaged. But somehow I don't think that's what you're talking about entirely."
"You're a perceptive woman. I also meant that if I can get it running, I won't feel as though I've outlived my usefulness, that I'm contributing to society again."
"Society," she repeated with a bitter laugh.
"It's strange and warped, but we have our own ways. You've changed things just enough since Artan died, made things better without taking away the promise of violence."
"That was Tam's idea," she admitted. "He said if we can limit grudges and grievances to the ring, there will be less random fighting."
"Tam's a clever one, full of intriguing notions."
There was a coolness to Ike's tone. "You don't care for him?"
"Hold this steady while I attach it."
He wasn't avoiding the question, just delaying it while he fiddled with the peacemaker. Dred did as he asked. Then the old man answered,
"Tam knows a great deal about manipulation. Look at the way he rules Queensland through you. All of the power and none of the accountability."
She'd never considered their relationship in those terms. Tam had been the one to find her just after she killed Artan. Without his quick thinking and immediate intervention, things would have gone much differently. In truth, she hadn't been planning a coup or intending to steal the man's territory. It was only that she couldn't stand for him to breathe another second. Dred framed defensive words like, "He's only doing what's best for Queensland,"
but she had no evidence of it. She followed his counsel because he was smart and devious and had been at her side since she came to power, guiding her along the paths he chose. So far his advice had built her an impressive legend and secure rule, but it didn't mean Tam would always play fair. "You think I rely on him too much," she guessed. "The others haven't noticed the way he pulls your strings, my queen, but the court fool always speaks his mind, even if the consequences could be dire." "You're not my jester, and I hate that whole court nonsense," which was Tam's idea. "As for the latter, don't talk rubbish. I'd never chop the head off the one honest man I know." Ike laughed. "Glad to hear it. But so far as the rest of Queensland is concerned, I'm the fool, and I don't entirely mind. You've got Wills as the mad wizard, after all." "You're saying circumstances could always be worse?" The old man winked, leaving her to work out the meaning for herself. He changed the subject. "I've no evidence that Tam has nefarious intentions. I'd just like to see you think harder before you follow his advice. That's all." "I will," she promised. Considering for a few seconds, she added, "Do me a favor. Don't tell anyone about this side project. If Wills was right about another spy in our midst, then I don't want him to have a full picture of our defensive capabilities." Ike laughed softly, his pale blue eyes twinkling in the dim light. She wasn't sure what amused him so much, and when he asked, "Not even Tam?" she still didn't know. "Nobody," she said firmly. "Now you're thinking like a queen. Tricksy as Tam on his best day." Ike frowned at the tangle of wires in the open chassis before him. "But right now there's nothing to tell anyway. The damned thing won't even turn on, let alone function as intended." "If you need any resources in particular to make it happen, let me know. A working peacemaker would change everything in this territory." "If Einar and JL don't turn on you, then pull the thing apart for your enemies." The old man grinned. "Wills told you about that, huh? It was impressive as hell." She paused, tilted her head, then asked, "So why aren't you cautioning me about trusting you? Maybe you're working for Grigor and you have instructions to use your subtle wit to drive a wedge between Tam and me. Without his good advice, my confidence will falter, the Queenslanders will notice, and it'll all be downhill from there." To her surprise, Ike was nodding in apparent approval. "Those are the questions you need to ask, and only you can decide the answers. You might be right. I could be an agent provocateur. I'm glad it occurred to you, frankly." Groaning, she leaned her head back against the towering pile of parts lining the wall behind her. Dred drew her knees up and rested her chin on them. The chains that wrapped her boots rasped against the links twined around her arms. She closed her eyes, unsure how she would muster the drive necessary to destroy the great bear. There was no chance Grigor would back down, now that his alliance with Priest was done. She pictured him ranting to his soldiers, promising them glory, property, and additional living space. "I have to kill him," she said quietly. "And it seems so impossible right now. We're better situated than before, but—" "Stop there. No buts. You mustn't think of the insurmountable obstacles. Only determine the way to get the job done. That's your role, making us believe in impossible things." Beneath his deft hands, something snicked into place, and the peacemaker whirred to life briefly. The lights where its eyes would be, burning bright as the sun. Then it shuddered and powered down. Ike swore. "Just as mine is never to give up on this damned artificial beast." "I'll leave you to it, then." 32.
in the garden. The room that housed the hydroponics garden was enormous, comparable to the great hall, only instead of drunken, smelly Queenslanders, this space was lush and green, every available surface covered with plants spilling out of specially formulated pods. Row upon row of tables supported the groaning weight of the garden, somewhat miraculous without soil. Not high-tech like a kitchen mate, but it was magnificent. J.L. knew jack all about nurturing anything. He was far better at killing, maiming, and setting things on fire, but some of his internal rawness drained away as he stood breathing in the cool, damp air. Special lights hung overhead, providing nutrients to the flora. Beside him, Martine tapped a foot. "You wanted to stop in here, so?" Two workers, a man and a woman, were doing something to the plants. Not close enough to overhear their conversation, though. Unless they have hearing like mine. Martine grabbed his hand, tugging him toward the door. She wasn't as drunk as she had been, but J.L. wouldn't call the woman sober. "I think I'll stick around. See if they need a hand." "Seriously?" She eyed him with disbelief, edged in slow-dawning comprehension. "You're after the Queen, aren't you? Talk about setting your sights high, new fish. But it makes no sense you let me on your lap if you wanted somebody else there." Dred wasn't the kind of woman who perched on a man's knee. She was too prickly for that, or so he imagined. He figured he'd end up with a chain upside his head if he tried. He found himself muttering, "I was actually sending her a message." "What? That you're an asshole?" "She already knows that." Martine gazed at him owlishly as she appeared to puzzle out his meaning. "So, you wanted her to think you're not interested in nailing her, even though you are? What kind of stupid fragged-up mess is that? In here, good sex is the best thing you can get." "What makes you think I'd be any good?" "Just a hunch." She shrugged. "Not like I'm about to find out now. For the record, I'm not interested in your ass anymore. You're too stupid for me." He laughed. "That's so, Bright Eyes? I'm crushed to hear it." "Don't come to me looking for help or advice again. I will stab you. But this once, here's a free tip. If a woman pisses you off, you talk to her. You don't grab somebody else's ass." "I never—" he started. She gave him a look. "Maybe I did. A little." "Damn right you did. Now frag off, new fish. I got bigger men to fry, or something." "Bigger, maybe," he said, "but not better." "Keep telling yourself that, and wonder why you sleep alone." Martine sauntered out of the garden room. It was a great exit line, but Martine's words made J.L. realize that he'd let a lifetime of raw deals drive him to a number of assumptions. He'd leapt immediately to the conclusion that Dred didn't care whether he lived or died, as long as he served his purpose. But her behavior had run completely counter in every instance. For Mary's sake, she'd fought for his life against the odds when he was poisoned. Nobody had ever done that before. With his behavior, he'd rewritten their tacit agreement without a word, reneging on the deal they'd made in the hallway with hands and mouths. At the moment, Dred was probably puzzled and pissed, so he'd give her some time to cool off before he explained why he'd used Martine as a defensive shield. That had always been his thing, showing people how much he didn't give a frag when they betrayed him. And maybe she wouldn't give a damn. That was likely, in fact. In the meantime, he'd help out in the garden. Maybe he could be useful, if not wise. So he strode over to the two workers, bravado in place of skill. "I'm J.L. I don't know anything about gardening, but I have 2 hands." "Vix," the woman said. He didn't remember seeing her before. She had red hair that must be natural, as there were no salons or cosmeticians around to touch it up for her. A fine scar bisected her left cheek, pulling her eyes sideways and cutting through her lower lip. The mark went all the way down her throat. A story, that, but he didn't ask. Beside her, the young man took Jael's measure. He was short and average-sized, not particularly muscular, but not soft either. Brown hair, brown eyes. He was the sort the eyes slid away from, and people didn't remember his features when the authorities asked for his description later. The perfect criminal. He was also the youngest person Jael had seen in Perdition, no more than 20 turns. But those brown eyes weren't innocent, not by a long shot. They radiated a bleak knowledge that the universe was a hellhole with no escape ladder.
"What the hell happened to you, kid?"
"I'm Zediah." He didn't offer his hand. Jael received a territorial vibe from both of them and took a step back. No handshake. Check. Even after all these turns, he struggled with knowing how to relate to people. Mostly he deployed the same cocky air, but it wasn't making anyone smile here. Zediah offered the coldest look he'd received since arriving on this junk heap, and that included the initial inspection when Dred was playing the Dread Queen to the hilt. Even Einar hadn't looked this dead-eyed scary, which was saying something.
"If you prefer, I can go."
Since he craved some peace working in here, it wouldn't serve if he alienated the regular workers. To his surprise, Vix shook her head at Zediah, as if warning him somehow. "If you're not picky, we could use your help moving some plants to larger pods."
"I'd be happy to, as long as you don't mind telling me exactly what to do."
"She doesn't mind that at all," Zediah said flatly. Was that a joke? Sometimes it was troublesome being locked up with people who were likely insane and afflicted with any number of personality disorders. He settled on a half-smile and was rewarded with a quirk of Zediah's lips in answer.
"Yeah, he's testing me. Kid probably had to get hard and cold fast."
The room really was amazing, especially the climbing plants. In a cunning design, the walls were dotted with holes, permitting the creepers to twine around and through. Some must be herbs, as he didn't see fruits and vegetables, but others hung heavy with the produce that went into Cook's pot on a daily basis. This was a critical undertaking, and it occurred to him, do we have a guard on this place? As Queensland's primary food source, it was a natural target during times of war. Part of him thought that was a pretentious word for such a trivial skirmish, but the stakes were the same as in a larger-scale conflict. The losing side would be wiped out. Across the room, Zediah nodded. "There's a checkpoint not far from here, and Dred keeps double guard on it at all times. We've got the turret there now, too."
"Shot anybody?"
"Some of Grigor's people," Vix answered. "They're always testing our defenses. Had been for months before he settled the alliance." Jael lifted his face, feeling a cool, nearly imperceptible mist puff against his skin. The moisture came out of the ceiling, glimmering like jewels on the tender leaves. A lump formed in his throat. It had been so long since he'd seen any green and growing things. Entombed on Ithis Tor, he'd forgotten the freshness of new life in the lungs, the nutty burr of cut grain, and the melting sweetness of purple heather rolling over a hillside. Most of those memories were cut with pain and blood, however, like an infected wound stinging a healthy limb. He had no such recollections untainted by bitterness and battle rage. Maybe that made the memories all the more precious, because he knew with hard-won certainty that beauty could exist alongside anguish, even in darkest night.
"You're not a person. You're a thing. You will obey."
He could still hear the voice in his head, a persistent echo. The scientist had been dead for so many turns that he ought to have put that message aside. Or possibly it should have faded like other experiences,
some grim and some lovely, but he had been crafted too well, and the words were emblazoned in his brain like they had been soldered there. Of all the things he'd forgotten, that he never would. Belatedly he realized they were both watching him. Then the two gardeners exchanged a speaking look. When he'd first entered, he was conscious only of the plants and the richness of the nutrient mixture, of how clean and wholesome this room smelled compared to the rest of the ship. Now he discerned the warmth of her scent all over Zediah's skin, and vice versa. They shared an overall chemical aroma, a combination of sex and frequent contact. Explains a lot. He saw me as a threat. Then she said, "You really love it in here." No harm in admitting as much. It's beautiful. There are worse ways to spend your time. In a hydroponics garden on a prison ship? Zediah raised a brow. J.L. laughed, feeling some of the weight slip from his shoulders. Point taken. When I get out of here, I'll use my ill-gotten gains to plant a huge garden on my country estate. When? Zediah asked, raising a brow. It's a dream. Don't you have one? Not anymore, Vix said softly. Everyone confined in Perdition accepted what they'd been told. Escape is impossible. The prison is impregnable. You will die there. J.L. had that echo in his head, along with the scientists who had droned at him repeatedly, "You're not a person, you're a thing, you will obey." And I didn't do that, either. I refused to die here. But he didn't think these two would be interested or persuaded by his nascent escape plans. He had only just begun taking the measure of the ship. Once the smoke settled, he could explore more and put together a plan. Right now it was impossible, with the Great Bear's soldiers watching and waiting, and with Silence playing her cards so close to her chest. He lacked Tam's skill for going unnoticed. Stealth had never been a requirement in his line of work. Commanders looked to him for nearly indestructible infantry, a brutal killer, not a sneak thief, and most of them appreciated that his history didn't show on his skin. Anyway, Vix said, this is how you do a proper transfer. He didn't ask why they spent so much time in the garden. If he could, he'd move in here, where he forgot that the rest of the station was rusted and pocked, that the parts had been stripped and stolen and reapportioned so often that it was a wonder primary systems like life support still functioned. Even the light felt brighter and cleaner. Nothing seemed as desperate or awful in here. For several hours he worked in harmonious silence, which might surprise old acquaintances. He had been known for nervous energy and seeking ever more extreme entertainment. Here he could just be. By the time he finished all the transplants that Vix asked of him, he felt calmer, more ready to tackle a discussion with Dred. He knew shit about dealing with women for more than one night, and while theirs didn't qualify as a relationship, she wasn't a woman he could sleep with, then never see again. Somehow her respect had become important to him as well, and he imagined he'd lost it. Still, I won't be twice the fool. I'll take Martine's advice. Thank you, he said to Zediah and Vix as he headed for the door. I needed this. She nodded, a smile creasing her sharp cheeks. Surprisingly, the woman had a dimple, and Zediah gazed at it like it was the greatest wonder of his life. J.L. felt something twist inside him, a sharp sideways shift. Zediah added, You're welcome here any time. You're a good worker. How fragging sad. That might be the nicest thing anyone had ever said to him. 33. Sweeter than honey. Dred had just stepped out of the sand shower when the door to her quarters swished open. It was a little early for Tam and Einar, so she stepped out of the lavatory with an inquiring look. When she saw J.L., the curiosity curled into a hard, cold emotion, a kernel of anger burning in her belly. She'd call it wounded vanity. The Dred Queen wasn't used to being refused. Deep down it wasn't the Dred Queen who minded, though. "You can go," she said. "We have no business." His blue eyes were more open than she'd ever seen them, a shift she didn't expect.
"If you still feel that way after I've said my piece, I'll agree. Will you give me a chance to explain?"
Unable to restrain the impulse, she slipped into second sight, eyes closed, to read his current state of mind. Once she hadn't been able to do this. Her empathy was born in violence, but she'd strengthened the ability through repeated use. Sorrow lingered in pockets of deep blue, but mostly she read the deep green of remorse. For a few seconds she wondered if he could shield his emotions or project what he wanted her to see. Ike had her doubting everything these days. Then she released that question into the wild. For the sake of privacy, she secured the door. "Go on," she said with deliberate detachment.
"I don't know if this will matter, and perhaps it shouldn't. But there was a reason I didn't finish what we started in the corridor. When I learned that you and Tam involved the aliens in the Warren without telling me, it bothered me."
Two distinct emotions flickered across his face, hurt and anger.
"I thought I'd proven myself. Then I learned I was a weapon to you, and that you apparently didn't care if my people and I survived the attack. It's not that I haven't been treated like that before, just that I didn't expect it from you."
There was a bleak, leaden quality to his words, as if he'd resigned himself to nothing better. "So you let me know I was only a warm body to you, and one's as good as another."
"Not subtle," he admitted, "or particularly admirable, but yes."
She sank down on the bed, giving him the height advantage. It was a choice, as Tam had taught her far too much about body language over the past half-turn for her to do any such thing without full cognition of what it portended. Dred waited a few seconds for that to register. Then she said, "I haven't been an actual person in a long time, since before I left Tehran. Everything changed when I stepped foot on that freighter. I changed. Soon enough, I was just a killer of killers, devoid of anything but my mission." Those had been empty turns, but also darkly euphoric. There had been pleasure and satisfaction in terminating a threat nobody else could see. Then they arrested me, and I was a prisoner. Just one note, too. I was angry, and I made sure everyone else in the facility was, too. It wasn't difficult.
He nodded. "That's how you ended up here, I remember."
"After I ended up here, I was a new fish, fighting to survive, and it was doubly difficult because I'm a woman. Most don't last long."
"Females don't seem to get sentenced here as often. But when the rare one arrives, the men probably react like predators with blood in the water."
As if through a dark glass, she glimpsed a memory of the circling and the feeding frenzy before Arton claimed her. "That's not far off the mark. So after being a new fish, then I belonged to Arton. He didn't leave room for me to be a person either. So much I'm not saying there. There were horrors that dug into the throat like shards of glass wrapped in barbed wire, and speaking of them would end in a fountain of blood. Dred wasn't sure she could survive it even now. He was watching her from across the room, unmoving, with those blue eyes focused like twin lasers.
"Then you killed him, and Tam turned you into the Dred Queen."
"Exactly. My point is, it never occurred to me how you'd feel about being left out of Tam's scheming. I don't consider you a weapon, though, J.L. To be honest, I'm not used to thinking of anyone else at all."
"So it wasn't a purposeful exclusion?"
She shook her head. "No more than Tam's usual caution. Half the time he has plots percolating that I don't know about until he unveils them."
"And you're all right with that?"
In his quiet expression she read reservations and skepticism, which echoed Ike's warnings. "Until recently, I've been advised that it might not be wise to put so much faith in him." "You probably shouldn't put much in me, either." "Now there's a novel approach. Get me to trust you by telling me not to, thereby making me assume you have nothing to hide."
"Is it working?"
"I think I'll leave your curiosity unsated."
"I didn't tell you this because I have any expectation of picking up where we left off earlier. I just wanted you to know that, though I was an arse, I had a reason. You might not agree it was a good one, but—"
She held up her hand to stanch his unexpected nervous rambling. "Stop. I'd have been pissed, too. Don't know that I'd have shagged someone else to make the point, but men are led by their pricks, or so I'm told."
"I didn't," he told her. "What you saw in the hall, that's all there was."
"But you left with her, and were gone for hours." But she didn't say that part out loud because it would seem like she'd been watching for him.
"I was in the hydroponics garden, working with Vix and Zadiah. You said I could take a shift in there, but so far you haven't assigned me any time. They didn't mind the help."
In the midst of all this chaos, she'd forgotten his request. "I'm sorry."
"I can see you're juggling landmines."
Just then the door chimed. Tam's voice followed the sound. "What's wrong, Dred? You never lock your door." True. Instead, she had trusted Tam and Einar to keep her safe. She'd known how easy it was to work around technical solutions. "I'm fine. Jael is with me. It's best if you and Einar find other quarters for the night."
"Are you sure?"
the big man asked. "I'm certain. There's no coercion." Jael made a face at that, and he had a point. He wasn't a cretin who required a shiv at a woman's throat to secure her attention. Tam only said, "Understood. We'll be around if you need us." She felt guilty about dismissing them, but it was only one night. They could evaluate things after she squared things away with Jael. Though she wasn't sure where it was going, this conversation wasn't over.
"Will that cause you problems later?"
Jael asked. "I don't think so. There's plenty of space in the dormitories after the losses we've taken." He came over to her then, perched beside her on the bunk.
"What's the worst thing you've ever done?"
Odd question, she thought, but for him she answered. 2 turns into my vigilante work, I ran into a man who had a thing for carving people up. He had a fetish for dismemberment. There's a name for it. Anyway, I hunted him, learned his habits. That took weeks. I planned his execution down to the last second. I would make him suffer for the ghastly pleasures he craved.
"Sounds like he deserved it."
"Definitely," she said. "But here's the thing. My plan went wrong. That afternoon he deviated from his routine. I found him in the park with his 2 little girls, his daughters, instead of hunting his next victim."
"What happened?"
he asked quietly. "I killed him anyway. I'd already booked my passage off-world. I planned such things down to the second, and I wasn't prepared to accommodate a change in his behavior. So I told myself they'd be better off. They were playing a few feet away when I shot him. They didn't know anything about his dark side or the awful things he'd done. To them, I was just the woman who murdered their father for no reason." That was the critical mistake that led to her capture. Those 2 fatherless girls created so much sympathy for her victims that the authorities started hunting her in earnest. A turn later they caught her, even though she'd ended a lot more killers by then. They estimated her death toll was close to 100, but the number was close to twice that. There were articles in scientific journals about her, as she was one of the most famous female serial killers who ever lived. They'd interviewed her and picked apart her brain to figure out how a woman could go so wrong.
"Why did you tell me that?"
"Why did you ask me?"
"Because I wanted to know." That's why for me, too. A cloud of puzzlement furrowed his brow, so she clarified. I chose for you to have the answer. Now I'll pose you the same question. Confusion shifted to quiet dread. She had seen that expression in her own eyes enough to recognize it. I should be careful of asking you anything. It's always an even exchange. Clever of you to notice. He slid backward on the bunk as if to put some distance between them, but when he put his back to the wall, she realized he just wanted something solid behind him. The story shook him that much. For a few seconds she was sorry she'd asked, but his recounting and reaction to it would tell her a great deal about the kind of man he was now, as well as the one he'd been. She already knew he had been a traitor, but with a history like his she understood it. When people had sold you out enough, it became natural self-preservation to strike first. I was working in a merc unit on NICU Tertius. Nothing glamorous. The noble who employed us was a shit-eating lummox, an imperial hopeful who had about as much chance as my left bollock at winning the purple robes. Sounds like a real charmer. J.L. flashed her a wry half-smile. Oh, he was. Prince of a fellow, and his commander was worse. A bundle of filthy rags where his brain ought to be. Why were you working for them, then? Clearly you've never been homeless or hungry, love. I fought for them because they'd have me. No questions asked. It might have been a terrible place, but it was mine. She understood that, better than he might imagine. Right, go on. There was a remote village, and the Lord wanted it cleared. The property was in dispute. He said it belonged to him. His neighbor disagreed. This had been going on for turns, while the people went about their lives unconcerned. My employer got the bright idea to turn us on the peasants. If there was no income potential, then his rival might lose interest. It wasn't the first time he'd aimed us at petty matters, diverting us from his imperial campaign. Just the worst conceived use for a full merc unit. She didn't have to prompt him. J.L. closed his eyes and finished the story, though she already knew how it ended. I followed orders. The universe is full of quietly terrible men who blame their sins on other people, on the necessity of following orders. So we wiped that village off the map. Everything burned, and there was this awful naphtha smell in the air, hanging along with the stink of charred flesh. I can still hear the women screaming, the children crying. When his lashes fluttered up, she swore she saw flames crackling in them. Hell is our own memories, our bad choices. Dred wasn't sure what she'd craved in this information exchange, but she'd learned he wasn't a man who could do something so terrible and feel unmoved. That meant he was better than Arton, at least. He'd known no remorse for any of his atrocities, and taken pleasure in pain as if it were sweeter than honey. Come to bed, she said then. 34. Darkness falls. Don't take this the wrong way, love, but I'm not in the mood. J.L. tried on a smile, but he couldn't quite fasten the thing properly. His teeth clicked in more of a snarl with the sickness of that old wrong simmering in his head. He couldn't even believe he'd answered her just because she'd asked. She must have some kind of insane power over men, because otherwise he'd never have emptied himself all over her bunk, as if he were pissing on an alley wall. J.L. he never did this. It was too far below skin level, down close to the bone. Me either. So my invitation's not for that. Just stay, if you want. Mary, why would he want to be in a woman's bed if not for that? He had no precedent, but her power over him didn't diminish. If anything, he was more of a puppet than ever as he settled beside her in the bunk.
It was just large enough for two, but only if they turned on their sides. He had no idea how it functioned with both Tam and Einar in here, but he shunted those questions aside. For tonight, if only for tonight, she'd chosen him. JL would deal with the fallout from that later. "What do you want from me?" he asked, hearing the raw confusion in his own voice. "I'm using you as a magical talisman tonight." "Against what?" "Everything else." She wrapped an arm around him, and he had no idea what to do. He'd never lain with a woman like this. There were bedroom tussles. He was good at those, but always
he rolled away with a smile or an exchange of credits afterward. By degrees he relaxed against her and curled her closer to him. Her leg twined with his. Before long her breathing leveled off. It was always hard for him to fall asleep, either a product of his accelerated physiology or a result of his precarious lifestyle. This time, however, it took only minutes instead of hours for his brain to power down. Later, he woke in confusion, his face nuzzled into the softness of a shoulder. Recollection came quickly. His first instinct was to shove her away and run. This seemed much weightier than her fingers briskly bringing him off. Jael couldn't make his muscles respond. He only wanted to pull her tighter. His whole body ached in that sleepy, kneading way. She pressed closer, drowsy and delicious with it. Half awake, she kissed him, her lips soft and warm on his throat, and his heart stuttered. "Not like this. I won't survive if the first time is like this." Everything was too raw, too real, and he'd had no chance to erect any defenses. "No, but plenty of time for other erections." "I sense you changed your mind." Her voice was husky. She moved against him, a thigh cradling his hip. Nothing coherent emerged from his mouth in response. There were so many reasons this was the wrong time, but he was beyond control for just as many. Jael told himself it was because it had been so many turns since he'd felt a woman like this. Any man would react the same. Then she kissed him, sweet and deep, all heat and luxurious languor. If anything, her dreamy slowness increased his fever. He made a sound against her mouth, one hand digging into her hip. He wasn't like this. "Oh, please, please, just..." And then she did thank Mary. It was just right, exquisite, and he moved with her in short, frantic lunges. He was only barely aware that the thing was only half done, that their clothing was still in the way, but he was mad enough not to care. He watched her eyes with hungry intensity and saw the moment she fell into it. That was all it took. They clung together, shivering. Then reality set in. "I highly suspect you're a witch," he said, falling back with a groan. "I don't usually forget to take my pants off." She was smiling down at him, propped on an elbow. "I don't mind. There's something to be said for efficiency." "Stop. I'll die of shame." "I don't think that's possible, especially for you. And even if you do, you'll get better." From anyone else, the joke about his otherness would bother him, though he'd feign a laugh and act like it didn't matter. With her it was all right because she knew the worst things about him and accepted him. It was better, somehow, that she could tease him. "You're not a person, you're a thing." "No," he told the scientist who raged in his brain. "I am not." "Awful creature. You've stolen my dignity." But he was smiling when he said it. "I doubt you'll miss it," she answered. "Possibly not, if it means more mornings like this one." Before he could say anything further, the door tone sounded. "The speaker is here, my queen. Silence commands your presence to discuss the next leg of your joint defensive." Tam's voice sounded like usual, as if he couldn't care less what had gone on in here overnight. "He's got ice in his veins. If this woman sent me out of her bed in favor of another, I'd break the place apart with my bare hands." "I'll be there shortly. Offer him a drink." "Or whatever skull faces eat," Jael said, as she switched off the intercom. "I doubt we have anything he would find tempting. I'll take the first sand shower. I want you to come to Entropy with me, so you'll need to be quick." "I've made do with a cupful of water and a chunk of pumice. I won't keep you waiting." She smiled.
and the brightness of her eyes wrapped a fist around his heart. There was an actual pinch as she turned away. The feeling scared the hell out of him. J.L. ran his fingers through his hair once she disappeared from view. What the hell? Every instinct told him to get the frag away from her. She'd destroy him when she turned, as everyone did. Don't hope. Just focus on finding a way out of this hellhole. He clutched fast at that voice of reason and pushed to his feet. He was poised to leave when she emerged, damp and lovely. It would seem odd if he retreated, so J.L. pretended visceral terror didn't have him by the throat as he slid past her to take a lightning shower. As he washed up, he was haunted by the visual of water droplets beading on her skin, sliding down her shoulder, over the ridge of her collarbone, and stop. He shut that part of himself down by focusing on the meeting silence had commanded, rather. In Dred's shoes, he would shut down that peremptory behavior straight away. To his surprise, she had left him in her quarters unattended. Though she didn't have many personal belongings, she'd left them all in his care. The punishment for transgressions against the Dred Queen would be swift and fierce, no doubt. But maybe this was a taste. Or maybe she trusts you. Whatever the reason, J.L. touched nothing of hers as he rinsed out his skivvies, then put them back on damp. From life on the march, he knew he'd soon get a fungus if he carried on that way. But maybe if he charmed the right person later, he could acquire a spare set of togs. When he stepped out of her quarters, he found Dred arguing with Tam and Einar, but not about what he expected. Neither man looked particularly put out at his appearance. In their shoes, he would have started the conversation with a ferocious punch. "They've been in here too long." But you were locked up for turns, too. If Bug's solitary didn't make you grateful for every snippet of attention, nothing will. In truth, that loneliness broke and reshaped him, and he was still figuring out where all the pieces went. Sometimes he fancied he could hear them jangling around his innards. Tam was saying, "That's imprudent. I counsel against it." "I don't care," Dred answered flatly. "Well, that's plain enough." He propped himself against a wall to listen as Einar put in, "Seems to me she's right, Tam. I know I don't have your brain for murky business, but if she constantly comes to heel like a bitch, then silence will treat her like one." "Ah, so that's it." He asked, "So you're refusing to go see Death's handmaiden, then?" "That's the size of it. She can pass the message along through her speaker, or she can bloody well come to me herself." At this moment, the woman he'd spent the night with was nowhere in evidence. She was 100% the Dred Queen. Her boots rang with imperious intent as she strode toward the hall. Unwilling to miss a moment, J.L. followed her, and he knew the precise moment Tam realized he'd lost this argument. He wondered if it was the first one. A look over his shoulder caught Einar grinning, as if he found it entertaining to see the spymaster thwarted. J.L. reckoned it didn't happen often, as the man was good at making others dance to his tune. "I greet you, speaker." "You have kept me waiting. I am the handmaidens, and I am the Dred Queen. In my presence you will take a knee or lose your head." The skull-face spluttered, but under the glittering ferocity of her green eyes, he gave the demanded obeisance and stayed low. He quieted, seeming to realize her tenure as a supplicant was done. J.L. enjoyed the hell out of the show, as did the rest of Queensland. The men rumbled with quiet pride, seeing the speaker humbled. When the hall quieted, she went on, "Pass a message to the handmaiden. She may convey her desires through you, or come personally. No longer will I leap to her summons when there is so much preparation at hand. Does she mean to help me crush the great bear or not?"
That is what she wished to discuss with you, my queen."
The courtesy sounded as if it choked the speaker, but he finally seemed to remember with whom he was dealing. "The handmaiden discusses nothing, as you well know. She conveys her wishes through you. If she has not done so, you may return when she has. Or do you have a message for me after all, other than, 'You must come to Entropy'?" A clash of wills followed, and Jael wasn't surprised when the speaker dropped his eyes first.
"I do, but it is for your ears only."
Jael's gaze swept the crowded hall and decided that was a wise precaution. Only a fool of a general revealed his whole battle strategy to every grunt in the army. Generally, it was best to parcel information out on a need-to-know basis, keeping the enemy from making use of spies and traitors. Dred offered a regal nod. "Rise and whisper to me, speaker. None but my most trusted advisers will be apprised." As she said that, her eyes met Jael's, and the intensity of the connection felt like a silent, secret message. "This time, I won't leave you in the dark." Or maybe that was wishful thinking. She could be thinking about sex or food, and he happened to be standing in her line of sight. He'd never been as good at reading cues as he wished. Sometimes he saw treachery where there was none, and at others he failed to miss all the signs of imminent betrayal. The hall fell quiet as the speaker rose and whispered in her ear. Jael sensed the thundering hearts, the anticipation, because each man knew this scheme signified a change to everything inside Perdition. If the Dread Queen took down the Great Bear, Queensland would rise, in strength, prestige, and territory. Dred listened with a flat expression for long seconds. Then she inclined her head. "It shall be done." 35. Water damage. Tam cornered Ike after the meeting with Silence's emissary. He found the old man in one of the back corridors, carrying a box of tools.
"Is there something you're not telling me?"
"Many things, I expect."
"This is the first time she's chosen to ignore my advice. I wonder why."
He didn't know if he was angry or alarmed. It would be more difficult to ensure that his schemes and stratagems played out smoothly if he couldn't count on Dred's reactions anymore.
"I might have mentioned it would be better if she did her own thinking. That's all. Are you trying to undermine me? You know what's at stake here."
The old man smiled.
"You don't know as much as you think you do. There are currents in motion that even you can't measure."
To his dismay, Tam had no idea what that meant.
"Are you attempting to irritate me? Is it working?"
In the end, Tam ended the conversation without learning what Ike knew. He had no doubt it was something, as he'd learned to recognize the twinkle of secrecy in the other man's eyes. Yet it was no exaggerated claim when Ike said he was good at keeping information close, which meant Tam wouldn't learn anything further, and persistence was pointless. Since he despised wasted effort, he nodded at Ike, quietly alarmed, and slipped away. Thinking back, he decided things had changed when they recruited Jael. At some point, Tam had lost influence with Dred. He didn't know that the new fish was directly responsible, but that was the only change that he could identify. The calculating thing to do would be to discredit the other man somehow, making Dred think he wasn't to be trusted. After a few seconds of consideration, he discarded the notion. Ultimately, such discord would only hurt Queensland. Better that he lost a little personal power than to create conflict where none was necessary. They already had enough to contend with, as he still hadn't spotted anyone paying undue attention to the kitchen mate. The spy's smart, whoever it is. He felt pleased that they'd thwarted the Great Bear's plan to attack on 2 fronts. Grigor must be frothing at the mouth by now. But the work wasn't over, not by a long shot. Their numbers wouldn't stand up to a straight fight this time. Time to head behind enemy lines and see what I can learn. Tam dodged the checkpoint and pulled himself into the ducts. He was more careful than he ever had been. The stakes were higher this time, and detection meant more than his own death. At the halfway mark, he avoided a trap one of Grigor's men had left in the vents. If triggered, it would have drawn down multiple patrols. After he disarmed it, he regulated his breathing, refusing to let nerves get the best of him. Though he thrived on such challenges, that didn't make him devoid of fear. If I die, I'll never finish what I've started. The rest of Perdition would be astonished if they learned his ultimate goal, and then they'd laugh. But with the completion of each stage of his plan, he drew a little closer. Dred's new independence might complicate matters, but he could work around it. The important thing was to assemble the personnel capable of pulling off the greatest trick in the history of the universe. One step at a time. Tam paused. His nerves prickled in the darkness, dust stirring to coat his cheeks. There was a faint tang to the air, unfamiliar and unwelcome. It wasn't blood, but sweat, which meant he wasn't alone up here. In perfect silence he drew out a garrote he'd fashioned of old wire. He had affixed rudimentary metal handles on either side, so he didn't injure his palms. He lacked the strength for open combat, and he preferred maneuvering other people into doing his dirty work, but sometimes killing was necessary and unavoidable. Tam clenched the weapon between his teeth and followed his nose. Grigor's sentry sprawled directly above the access vent, and by the smell of him, he'd been there long enough to grow complacent. He must be watching the corridor below, as well as the hidden access up here. For a brute like Grigor, it was a surprisingly subtle countermeasure, but it wouldn't prevent Tam from accomplishing his aim. He'd be in and out of the Great Bear's territory before Grigor realized his guard was dead. The angle wasn't ideal, as the victim was sitting sideways from Tam's current position. In the best scenario, he could approach from behind, leaving the target no chance to resist. But he'd make do. In these close quarters, his foe would be limited in how much he could fight back. There was little advantage to size and strength in here. Tam crept forward by millimeters, letting the other man's lethargy work to his advantage. He was almost on him when the enemy turned his head, so Tam lunged and got his garrote around the bastard's neck. They wrestled for a few seconds, then Tam slammed the guard's head against the metal wall. That was a calculated risk. If there was anyone else posted nearby, he might hear the thump and come to investigate. I'll deal with that when the time comes. The impact dazed his target enough for him to close the loop. Then he crossed the handles, applying all his upper body strength to crushing the larynx. He ducked the flailing limbs, as asphyxiation wasn't a peaceful way to die, but gradually the target's resistance slowed, then stilled entirely. Tam didn't let up for another minute, just in case it was a ruse. He checked the pulse, then pocketed his weapon. Nobody's come to check. He must be the only guard. Soon that theory proved to be correct as he navigated the rest of the turns until he reached the best place to spy on the Great Bear. The stench was remarkable. Angry voices echoed from below, making it difficult to sort specific words from the clamor. Eventually, Grigor boomed out, "Shut up, all of you!" His men weren't fool enough to argue, so they quieted. "We can't afford to wait," the man with the deep voice said. "True," the Great Bear agreed. "With Priest gone and Abaddon fallen, we must take Queensland. If we give the bitch a chance to treat her wounded and strengthen her defenses, it will cost us. He who hesitates is lost," another man said. "If she's allowed to conclude the arrangement with silence, we'll be annihilated and used in the handmaiden's mad rituals." "That sounds like cowardice," Grigor snarled. "We fight for glory, not from fear."
It bespoke wisdom and caution to Tam, but by the thumps and screams the speaker received a beating anyway. Apparently it didn't pay to offer the Great Bear honesty. The punishment continued for a while, then the discussion resumed.
"How long before the weapons are ready?"
Grigor demanded.
2 days, the deep voice answered. "Then that's when we strike."
Tam listened a little longer, but it was clear he wouldn't learn anything more pertinent, as they showed signs of arguing strategy for hours. If he delayed here too long, he risked someone's coming to relieve the dead sentry and sounding the alarm. Time to go. He had news to carry and work to do, before they surprised the Great Bear in the worst possible way. Once Dred located her inner circle, she called an emergency meeting, but finding everyone took some time. Tam had disappeared, Ike was working on the Peacemaker unit, and Wills was obsessed with the maintenance bot. Only JL and Einar were easy to locate, as they were talking in the hall. About what, she had no idea. Not my concern, she told herself, though she hoped JL wasn't bragging. If he is, Einar will make him eat his fist. Dred found Tam returning from outside their territory boundaries, so she tapped a foot, waiting for his report. She remembered what Ike had said, and for the first time she wondered if she'd given the spy master too much autonomy. Those thoughts fled when she heard his report. 2 days. We have to work fast. Tam nodded. I'll round up the others. The meeting with the speaker went better than I expected, Tam admitted, once everyone was assembled in Dred's quarters. They weren't quite words of praise, yet Dred still knew a moment of sheer satisfaction. Since Tam had found her shaking, covered in blood in Artan's quarters, none of their conversations ever ended with his acknowledging she might know better than he did. Yet he didn't chide her over the stand she'd taken with the speaker. A good thing, too. He might have invented the Dred Queen, but I am her now, and I won't be manipulated, even by the man who made me. The others seemed to be waiting for some conflict, but Tam only murmured, I have some ideas on how to improve Silence's scheme. Then he outlined them, while JL, Einar, and Ike listened. She nodded in approval. Genius. How soon can we be ready to move? As soon as I get with Wills and check some schematics he downloaded from the maintenance bot. R-17 had proven unexpectedly useful. He had tidbits of information not readily available about the station, information about hidden resources, and byways that had been sealed off. But with sufficient effort, they might be able to reclaim said passages for exclusive use by Queensland. That would give her so much leverage. Yes, we don't want to warn them that we're coming.
You don't have to do this personally, Einar said. I'm sure Tam and I could take some men, get the job done.
Unsure if she could explain, Dred tried nonetheless. No, I need to be there. It's more meaningful, more insulting if I lead the team. The Great Bear thinks women are weak and...
I get it, JL said.
It's a personal challenge and an articulation of your abilities. She nodded. Exactly. Tam added, We also need you present in order to claim full satisfaction of the compact with Silence. Death is all about the details.
I hadn't thought of that,
the big man said, visibly crestfallen. His support against Tam earlier had meant a lot to her. She touched his arm and smiled. The small gesture lit him up like a laser beam, and when she turned, JL's mouth was a flat white line. She thought she understood why.
You'll be on the squad," she assured him.
"I'm so pleased, Queenie."
He hadn't called her that in such a tone for quite a while. So he's not worried about being left out. Though it seemed unlikely, maybe she'd pissed him off by touching Einar. She wouldn't have guessed that JL was the territorial type, but maybe he's jealous. They hadn't talked about what sex meant between them, if it was a one-time stress release, never to be repeated, or something more. But currently she had more pressing concerns, like keeping Queensland from being annihilated and her men decimated and enslaved. So she made a peace offering as a stopgap measure until they had time to talk. "I've put you on the roster for the garden, by the way. You have a shift later today." His gaze softened.
"Thanks. I'd prefer that to patrolling if you can spare me."
"Not a problem." She turned to the other two men. "If possible, I'd like to set out first thing tomorrow. Is that possible?"
"Anything's possible," Tam answered. "Some things aren't probable."
She narrowed her eyes at him. "Don't do that." The spy master permitted himself a faint smile.
"Yes, I think I can have everything in order by then."
"I can't wait." Tam was right. It was a brilliant plan, conceived by an evil genius. Dred shivered to think of going up against Silence in earnest. Maybe it won't come to that. A faint hope. The handmaiden likely wouldn't rest until she owned the whole prison, until entropy had swallowed everything else. That was the nature of death. What Grigor did for conquest, Silence did in the name of reverence and glorification. In the end, the results were about the same. The rest of the day passed in preparation for the mission. That night JL didn't ask for a reprise, so Tam and Einar took their places in her quarters, as usual. In the morning she was ready early and waiting at the checkpoint before any of the men arrived. They came one by one, and Dred took some satisfaction in that, as Einar arrived last. "You took too long with your hair, big man. You're late to the party."
"Worth waiting for, though."
Einar ran his fingers through said locks. "Definitely," she agreed. The big man's axe was slung over his shoulder. Given their objective, she hoped he wouldn't need it. With Priest out of the way, travel was easier. Still, it was best to be safe, which was why she wore her chains. They moved with caution. Dred expected to see Grigor's soldiers out in force, but Tam had mapped a good route, using remote corridors. That made the path circuitous, exactly what they needed. This plan depended on secrecy. Tam fell into step with her.
"I owe you an apology."
That surprised her. "Do you?"
"Yes. I've been treating you as if you haven't grown into your role. In the beginning you were—"
He hesitated.
"less than prepared."
"I was a mess," she said wryly. "You and Einar kept me together." The spy master shook his head.
"You bore up. Grace under pressure. From this point on, you have my word. I'll behave as an advisor, not your handler."
"You say that as if you have some experience with both," she noted. He ignored that remark, as he did most personal matters.
"Moving on. There may be defensive measures here. If Grigor has a brain, there will be."
"Guards?" If so, that could be a problem. If the men went missing, somebody would come to investigate and discover their handiwork soon enough to prevent the emergency she was trying to instigate.
"I don't know, but I'll scout before the rest of you get there."
So saying, Tam set off ahead. His footsteps were near silent against the metal floor, overwritten by the ambient noises of the ship. Dred had gotten used to the low hum, so she didn't notice it except when she was listening hard. Like now. She checked over one shoulder, seeing nothing amiss in the guttering lights or the pocked walls. A cascade of wires tumbled from a missing wall panel, and a number had been cut or stripped. JL's right.
The ship can't go on indefinitely like this, which meant the conglomerate had authorized a slow execution. Realizations like that made everything seem futile. "How does it look?" she asked when Tam returned. By her calculations, they were more than halfway to the target. So far, so good. The spy master seemed elated. "No guards that I saw. No security immediately visible." Immediately she wondered why. Would he not have identified this as a viable target? "It's possible he hasn't," Tam allowed. "Some men consider only the frontal assault. They lack the subtlety to envision the other ways the enemy can hurt them." Dred called to the others. "Let's get this done quickly. In and out." As she approached the ladder, she said, "There's a reason we need 4 people to make this work. Each of us must toggle the reset levers at the same time. Then Tam will race to complete the programming, which will include bad code for Grigor's recyclers." Dred climbed down as fast as the shaft allowed, then moved aside to make room for the others. She'd never been down to the recycling and sanitation chambers before. It was hotter down here, vents puffing steam into the room so it felt damp on her skin. Much of the equipment was rusted, barely functional. Nobody had salvaged these rooms or stripped components. Either they hadn't thought of it, or it was much too difficult to reach, with priests' fanatics butchering people in the corridors above. But not anymore. The computer that controlled the allotment of water was down here, protected by a number of fail-safes. Tam had a workaround for all of them, starting with the initial reset. She spotted the reset levers in each corner of the large room. Impossible for less than 4 people to decide to work on the system. When it was a mining refinery, there had been that many people working down here easily, and a reset wouldn't have been undertaken lightly. "Get to your corners. I'll count it down." Dred jogged to the northeast side of the room. "Everyone in position? On 1. She checked and saw Tam, Einar, and JL with hands on the power switches. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In sync, they clicked the levers down, and the computer powered down. This would result in a minor hiccup in the power above. Hopefully the others would think it was a docking supply ship and head to Shantytown, or they'd blame it on Perdition's aging systems. Tam called out the count to 30, then they powered the machine back on. As it ran through diagnostics, the spy master sprinted for the console. He flipped the input pad out of the wall and went to work, fingers flying against the keys. Chains of code skimmed down the screen, errors flashing. Then Tam swore, trying again. "How are we doing?" Einar asked. Dred counted in her head. 15 seconds left. Tam had no brain cells to spare for questions since he was racing the clock. If he didn't get the commands accepted by the time the computer completed the restart, system defaults would kick in. 5 seconds. The screen flashed red again, and the spy master spat something so filthy that the big man looked impressed. Just when she thought they'd be locked out, the screen gleamed blue, and new words appeared. New program accepted. She cheered along with everyone else, then loped over to congratulate Tam on his amazing work. "I couldn't cut off their water entirely," Tam said, "so I programmed the system to apportion rations suitable for a much smaller population. And I turned off their filters so when they use it, it doesn't get recycled. Comes back dirty." That was clever and revolting, she thought. "They'll be sick as dogs before long," JL predicted. Dred pushed out a relieved breath. "That's the point. Grigor just has so many men. We have to weaken them before we take them on." "Hyena tactics," he said. She raised a brow. "You disapprove?" "I support doing whatever's necessary to win. But will it occur to them to check the system?" Tam nodded. "Yes. They'll come looking eventually, and Dred has a plan for dealing with them." She grinned at that. It was rare that she could honestly take credit for the ideas that created havoc for their enemies, but this was her brainchild, and she intended to make the most of it. "I think it will work."
"Definitely,"
Tam agreed.
"Even if her plan fails, and they identify the problem, then reset the system. I doubt any of Grigor's men have the skill to change my command parameters."
"He tends to recruit brawn, not brain,"
Einar agreed. Dred asked the big man, "Then how did you end up in Queensland?"
The Great Bear took one look at Einar and kept walking. I suspect he was afraid the big man wouldn't be content to follow his orders.
Tam beckoned as he headed for the door. She laughed. "He doesn't follow any he doesn't like. As long as you can work around that, it's fine."
"I'm right here,"
Einar said in an aggrieved tone. He hefted his axe, following Tam out into the corridor. Dred hurried after them. Mission accomplished. Jael was the last to leave, and she wondered at his scrutiny of the console. Before she could quicken her step to catch up to the other two, he put a hand on her arm. "How do you know he changed the programming in the way he claims?" "First Ike, now Jael." She pitched her voice low. "I don't, but things have been a lot better for Tam since I removed Arton from power. People listen to him, and they treat him like he's important these days. Why would he jeopardize that, particularly in such a visible way? I mean, if we end up with a shortage or people get sick from drinking tainted water, I'll know exactly who to blame, and Einar will cut his head off."
"You make a compelling argument."
The flickering lights rendered his expression diabolical, slanting sparks across his skin. She met his gaze. "Something's bothering you about all this?"
"Yes. I just can't put my finger on what. Silence has all these brilliant schemes, and she's just handing them to you. Doesn't that trouble you?"
"Yes," she admitted. "I suspect there's a knife hidden behind her back, but I have to play along until the game ends, and hope I can dodge her final gambit."
"Hope's a bitch. Better to be prepared."
Dred completely agreed. 36. Guerrilla Warfare. Jael wasn't sure if he was supposed to be pleased by this assignment. 2 days ago, when Dred said she had a plan, Jael hadn't realized he would be executing it. Maybe it was a little flattering, but mostly it was boring as hell, hunkered down in a side corridor near the recycling center with Einar and 13 other Queenslanders, along with water bottles and packets of paste. He'd been a little jealous at seeing her touch Einar, but she was sensitive to it at least. This sharing business really wouldn't work if she was a bitch who got off on pitting her men against each other. Normally he'd run at top speed in the other direction, faced with the prospect of sharing a woman. But Perdition had a way of eating into your resolve, making you willing to accept things you wouldn't otherwise. Which is why I've got to get out of here. He cocked his head, listening, then whispered to the big man, "We've got a group of 4, incoming. Don't scare them off with your stench." Einar growled back,
"I smell like angels at sunrise."
"Dead ones," a small man cracked. The rest of them snickered and nudged each other. These guys were about like the mercs he'd served with, not a psychotic break among them. Other territories were full of face-eating maniacs so far as he'd seen, so he reckoned the reading she'd given him helped weed out the worst of the new fish. Someone was asking, "How does he know how many—" when another inmate silenced him by clamping a hand over his mouth. Jael settled to wait. As their footsteps drew closer, he leaned out to get the first glimpse of the incoming patrol. Einar wasn't kidding when he said Grigor went for brawn. These 4 men all stood taller than 2 meters, each as broad through chest and shoulders as the big man. Most had scars, but few so colorful as the ones Einar possessed. Jael signaled to his team, but at least half of them looked totally blank regarding the hand signals.
Fortunately, Einar understood, and he was confident the two of them could take these four no matter how big they were, so long as the rest of his squad didn't actively get in their way. A deep voice said,
"I thought I saw something move."
"You're imagining things. Might have been a rodent," another said.
"I hate those fragging things.
But he didn't get to finish his thought because JL was on him. He went with a knife hand to the throat, followed by a clean takedown. Once he had the soldier on the ground, he rammed an elbow in his face. The blood from his smashed nose would disorient him. He took a couple of wild swings, and they were strong hits, but he'd been hurt much worse for much longer. He shook them off and finished the piker with a half-closed fist to the temple. Einar had the sense not to swing his axe. Instead, he had a jagged blade in his hand, punching it rapidly into the smaller man's sternum. The two closest Queenslanders laid into the remaining men and took them out. They were messy deaths, full of mob killing, with shoving and stomping and shivs, slashing wildly. The corridor was a bloody smear by the time Grigor's soldiers stopped moving.
"I'll get this hauled away,"
the big man said. JL turned to the others.
"Head down to the recycling center. See if you can find a mop and bucket. We don't want to leave any evidence for the next group."
"How many more patrols will he send?" someone asked.
He shrugged. "Hard to say. I suspect 1 or 2 smaller groups tops before Grigor deploys a larger squad to wipe out whoever's picking off his men. Hope you lot like paste, because we'll be here a while."
There was a collective groan, but most of the Queenslanders didn't look too displeased with the mission. They got to lie in wait, and there was the chance of constant Queen-sanctioned violence. To men who had been locked up for being unable to control their base natures, that was a good day. As for him, if you swapped out this rusty, grim-lit corridor for a rocky hillside or a muddy field, he'd done this job countless times before. While the men cleaned up the signs from the battle as best they could, he helped Einar lug away the corpses. JL bent and slung a body over his shoulder, marveling at the dead weight. Corpses always felt heavier than any other burden, he thought, of the same relative size and weight. Then he grabbed another, before realizing he'd surprised the other Queenslanders. A few men whispered, as he didn't look this strong. Ignoring them, JL followed Einar, who always seemed to know where all the chutes were located.
"Keep this up and I'll start calling you the Undertaker," he joked. "I could do worse."
They dumped the bodies in front of the chute, then the big man stuffed them down. A pneumatic whir carried them away one by one, leaving only a red smear on the floor. Einar rubbed at it with his boots until it was more grungy than distinct. JL lifted his chin to indicate he thought it was enough.
"They're not likely to be skilled investigators," he observed on the return. "They're brain-dead shitbirds."
"You've a poetic nature, you know that? I rather like you, Undertaker. Didn't think I would, but here we are."
"You're not a complete wart on a toad's arse, either," the big man muttered.
"I feel a hug coming on. Should we?"
"I'd rather let you cut my face off with this axe."
Einar hefted the weapon hanging over his shoulder.
"Could do that, too, I suppose. That couldn't make it worse."
He gestured to indicate the whole extreme ugliness Einar had going on. JL could have dodged the punch, but he reckoned he deserved it, so the hit landed on his ribs and rearranged some bones. They snapped back into place. Sometimes there was a deep internal itch when the healing started. He stopped to let the work complete, then realized the other men were gaping at him.
"What?"
he demanded.
"Nobody roughhouses with Einar, unless they're looking for a broken neck."
"I'm tougher than I look," he said coldly.
"There's a reason the Dred Queen made me her champion."
"No doubt," another Queenslander said hastily. He dragged the other man off to call him names in private, but Jael heard every word.
"There's something off about that one. Try not to be stupider than you can help, all right? I don't want to find somebody else to watch my back while I'm asleep. Keep mouthing off to the Queen's man, though, and I'll have to, won't I? Sorry, wasn't thinking."
That small exchange put a damper on everyone's mood, so the team sat in silence while they waited for Grigor to realize there was a problem. Hours turned into watches as the men wearied. Jael took the first shift. Frankly, he would prefer not to sleep, with so many inmates all around him. Somebody might take a mind to stick a knife between his ribs, and then, well, best not to tempt fate. By his calculations, it was 10 hours before they sent a second party to figure out where the first group had gone. They must be thirsty up in Grigor's territory, too. This time there were 8 soldiers, all big bruisers like the first 4. He counted their footfalls to calculate how far away they were. Then he whispered the ETA to Einar.
"Ready for some action?"
the big man asked the team.
"More than. I sit here any longer, my ass will be rooted to the floor."
"Pair up," Jael said.
"I need you fighting together. No mob rules this time. Pick a target. Take him down together."
"But we outnumber them," a Queenslander protested.
"They're bigger. Don't ever underestimate your opponent. That gives him the advantage from the jump, and it doesn't always matter how many people you've got."
Einar said,
"Agreed. Look sharp. We have incoming in 30 seconds or so."
Jael eyed the other man with surprised approval. When he'd given him the estimate, he didn't realize he was still counting down. Soon the rest of the men could hear the approaching combatants. They were moving fast, too, all but running, so their treads came in heavy thumps. He swung out fast enough to surprise the leader, landing a kick in the enemy's chest. This one had some combat experience, as he checked 2 of Jael's blows, but he glimpsed the flash of pain that came on impact. He was strong enough that even a block delivered enough damage to fracture a forearm. Jael speeded up his strikes, hands becoming a blur as he went at the leader. The other man couldn't keep up, and Jael snared his wrist. Pop and twist. The bones snapped clean in 2 as he wrenched it behind the brute's back. He combined the move with another kick. This one rocked the other man's legs out from under him. Jael ended the fight with a boot to the throat, crushing his enemy's larynx. He was trying to avoid a bloody mess, but around him other men didn't share the same concern. A Queenslander dropped, taking a knife in the kidneys. He wasn't dead yet, but he might as well be. No recovering from that. Despite his orders, the men weren't fighting in an organized or unified fashion. Not their fault, really. They'd never drilled. These are prisoners, not soldiers. They're used to mixing it up in riots, not orchestrating strategy. Still, that lack was costing them. Another Queenslander fell, and Einar pushed forward to fill the gap. Jael shoved forward beside him, scowling as blood spattered on him from someone else's knife. He curled his fingers around his blade and punched forward, shoving the knife through his foe's sternum. In an efficient motion, he pulled it back, kicked the man out of his way, and went for the next victim. He raked the blade across the man's eyes, then stabbed him up through the chin.
"Wish I had room to move my axe,"
Einar bitched, as he hauled back to deliver a killing blow. The weight of his fist crushed the man's lip. More blood spewed out, along with a mess of teeth. Fortunately, he wouldn't live long to suffer the loss. When the last body fell, they were down 3 men. Better than Grigor's men should have done, frankly.
"This is a hell of a mess.
Clean it up."
"Why should we?"
His jaw clenched.
"Because I'll kill you if you say another word. Try me." "Sorry, I was just asking," the man muttered.
Einar's quick nod said he understood the point of sending them to dispose of their fellows. If shoving corpses down the chute didn't make the idiots more cautious in the next engagement, then they were dumb enough to deserve to die.
"How long will we be here?"
one of the men asked. He glanced at Einar, wondering if he knew.
"Until the Dread Queen calls us back."
"What if she never does?" the man persisted.
JL snapped.
"Then we fight here until we die."
"Until we're overrun,"
the big man agreed.
"It's not for us to question."
He suspected it wouldn't be much longer. If Dred was right, Grigor's men would soon be too drunk or too dehydrated to find their way down to the recycling center. Rebellion would begin within his territory, and then, only then, would the Dread Queen strike. All told, it was a cunning plan, well crafted and layered. He looked forward to executing it step by step, and seeing Dred's enemies brought low. At some point this damned micro-war had become more important to him than scouting possible escape routes. In time, he told himself.
"I always wanted to hunt a great bear," he told Einar conversationally.
37. Tooth and Claw. Using Tam as a messenger, Dred recalled the men from their post outside the recycling center. They looked grubby as hell when they returned, and they'd lost 5 men. The posting took a full day, but fortunately it didn't take long for dehydration to set in. 3 days without water entirely would kill the Great Bear and all his men, but the ship couldn't be programmed to kill. So dirty water would weaken them, then the lights would go out. Step 2 in the plan to diminish and demoralize the enemy. Her heart didn't settle until she found JL and Einar in the crowd. Then she despised herself for feeling relieved. Attachments didn't prosper in a place like this. "How many did you kill?" she asked as they reached her.
"Close to 50,
the big man answered. "Good work."
"The last batch were ill," JL added. "It was mercy to put them down."
Then the plan's working. It also meant she needed to set a permanent guard down there, as somebody else might be capable of duplicating Tam's success. "That's all for now. Go find some real food and get some rest." Some would undoubtedly call it superstitious, but after she finished with Einar and JL, she went in search of Wills, who was fiddling with R17. He scowled at her interruption. "What do you want?" "I'd like you to do a reading for me regarding the outcome of the battle against Grigor." Wills sobered at once.
"Of course. I've had troubling dreams, my queen."
Under her watchful eye he drew out his bones and rolled them in his palms to warm them. Then he sliced his arms to lubricate them in his own blood. Not for the first time, Dred wondered how he had come to his precise ritual. She didn't look away, even when he spat on the mixture, then slicked it over the surface of the bones until they looked like writhing maggots. Blinking hard, she looked again, and they were just bones rattling together. He tossed them to the floor and squatted over them. Though she could discern no pattern in the mess, he paled, the salt and pepper bristles on his jaw standing out in contrast.
"Victory requires a life for a life, my queen, and there remains one disloyal to you in his heart, watching and waiting."
Her fingers curled into fists. "Does that mean for every one of theirs we kill, someone here will die? And can you tell me the name of this traitor?" Hoping to glean more, Dred slipped into second sight. But, as ever, Wills burned a sickly yellow all the way through. No shades or striations. It was always the same when he read for her, though his colors returned to normal once the foretelling died away. She opened her eyes to see him shaking his head.
"Names and faces are not given for me to know."
"That would be too easy," she muttered.
"Have a care," he warned. "I saw long ago. This may cost more than you care to pay."
Dred nodded. "Thanks, Wills. I'll keep it in mind." She could tell by his expression that he realized she wouldn't alter course. Even if the body count was insanely high, she couldn't back off. Not when she was 1 or 2 moves away from clearing the board and claiming the Great Bear's assets. With Silence's teeth on her neck, there was no other path open to her. Unsettled, she left the bone reader to tidy up the mess, and returned to tinkering with the maintenance bot. "Did you learn anything useful?" Tam asked as she joined the meal queue. "You know how his predictions go. He prognosticates doom as usual." "I'd hoped he might sing a different tune. Things are proceeding exactly as we planned." She accepted a bowl of food, then followed the spymaster to a table. Tam ate as efficiently as he did everything else, but with better manners than most men. He didn't do the prison-yard hunch, either, with his arms framed around his tray and his body tensed to stab anyone who reached for his bowl. "You're an enigma," she said. "I wonder how you ended up here." "Are you asking, my queen, or demanding?" His voice was wooden, like an old staircase that led down into darkness, and about as safe. "Neither." She ate a few bites in speculative silence. Tam's face was cold and hard in profile. "If it matters, I don't regret a single thing I did that landed me here. And I'd do it all again." "You don't have normal prison manners." "This was my first stop, once I was taken into custody." That surprised her. Dred put down her spoon, eyeing him with pure curiosity. "No preliminary holding facility? No trial? That's correct." "Is that even legal?" "Not entirely, but it was part of a larger agreement. I'm satisfied." By his abortive gesture, she guessed he was done talking about the past. "Will you tell me the story someday?" "It's not mine to share." His dark eyes went distant. "I understand." And it wasn't a Dred Queen inquiry, either. The Queen cared only for the state of her territory, nothing for the feelings of those who dwelled within it. In Perdition, the greatest monsters clawed their way to the top of the heap. She wasn't sure what it said about her that she'd let Tam plant her on the scrap-metal throne. Dred slanted a look at the horrific thing, squatting at the far end of the hall. There had been an inmate who Arton kept chained at the bottom of it like a dog. He'd eaten, slept, and defecated right there until he ceased to be amusing. Then he died slowly. "How long has it been since you slept?" he asked. She started, covering a guilty look. "How did you know?" "You think I don't know when someone's pretending?" Dred hated the thought of his listening to her toss and turn. They never talked once they went to bed. It was a peculiar and functional relationship. Tam was like obsidian, utterly impenetrable, and he kept his own counsel, except as pertained to the campaign. That was safest, but at the moment she wanted more from him, if only to disprove the doubts Ike had planted. She wanted to believe Tam valued their association, superficial though it might be, but he wasn't the sort of man to offer a centimeter more than he must. "I can't remember," she admitted. "It's been days, though, I think. It's hard for me to unwind with everything." "Go. Get some rest, or you'll be useless later." It was a practical suggestion, not an order, so she didn't bristle. Sighing, she pushed away from the table. "Very well. Einar will probably be crashed out too, so at least I'll have company." "There is that." Tam nodded in farewell. She turned and strode down the corridor leading to the dormitories. Queensland would become difficult to hold, too much territory and not enough bodies to guard it, unless something shifted between now and the end of the conflict with Grigor. "Maybe the supply ship will return soon. I could bolster our numbers that way." But unlike Arton, she didn't recruit en masse, taking everyone capable of stumbling after her. If a man didn't hold up to close scrutiny, she let him be. It made Queensland easier to govern. Slowly she had been weeding out Arton's original recruits, subtly encouraging them to challenge one another during the bloodsport matches. Between Priest and Grigor, we haven't needed them lately to keep the men in check. She was deep in thought as she rounded the corner toward her quarters. Consequently, her reflexes were slow, and the bastard nearly sank his knife into her spine. She wheeled on the traitor, livid, as his blade skimmed sideways over her ribs. Blood welled, but she could tell it was a shallow cut, just another scar for the collection. There was no time to unlash her chains, but even with a knife in his hands, she thought she was a match for him. Evidently he agreed, because he turned to run. Dred came at his back, snapping a kick that rocked him forward onto his knees. Then she slammed a spiked boot into the back of his thigh, effectively crippling him. She backhanded him across the face, and while he was still dazed, she dragged him back to the hall, leaving a blood trail behind. It was impossible that she didn't even know this man's name, but he was a relative newcomer to her territory, fresh off the ship, just before JL's arrival. "Who knows this scum?" she called in furious tones. Tentatively a young man came forward. It took her a few seconds, but she placed him. Zediah, who worked as much as possible in the gardens. "His name's Niles, my queen." "Well, Niles just tried to assassinate me." "Dumb shit," someone muttered. Another shook his head. "Imagine trying to take the Dred Queen on your own." "On your knees!" she bit out. The scrape across her back was burning like mad. If the cowardly piece of shit poisoned me? She cut the thought. Regardless, he had to die in spectacular fashion, and this time she didn't look for Tam. She'd killed enough men to know how to make a show of it. "Shall we see what a traitor's blood looks like?" she asked the Queenslanders. "Aye!" they roared back. Taking the man's knife, she bent, held him by the hair like an animal to be slaughtered, and gutted him, so a red pool spread beneath. The men howled their approval as the body fell. By the time Tam made his way over to her, she had dropped the weapon. "Einar didn't wake." I wasn't close enough to the dormitories for him to hear. Though Niles was a cowardly dog, he chose a good, isolated spot to strike. Wills joined them a few moments later. "You ferreted him out, my queen. Well done." Relief spread through her. The traitor he's been predicting all along, unmasked at last. Part of her had feared it would be JL. "I did little enough. He simply wasn't as skilled as he thought." "Still," Tam said, "it means we can proceed with no impediments." She nodded. "Time to finish this." 38. Dying of the Light. "You positive you know where we're going?" JL asked Tam. "Reasonably sure." They were trying a two-pronged attack, tainted water and full darkness, against Grigor. JL's team was heading down into the bowels of the ship for some prelim work. He hoped they didn't run afoul of Kator's aliens. The last thing Queensland needed was another conflict, just before this one was about to be settled. Tam seemed to think as long as they were respectful, there should be no problems. "Why are we taking such a small party?" "Because we're not staying to kill. Once we accomplish our task down below, we're regrouping to join Dred for the final assault." "Ah, got it." Their goal was quiet efficiency, not mass slaughter. Once they cut the power, the mayhem would begin. JL followed as the others went to the shafts and headed down. Tam and Martine, along with JL, made up the team. The other two were quiet as they climbed, none of Martine's usual wit. The enemy had to be feeling the pressure of constant watches, constant patrols by now, and the Great Bear wouldn't take such strikes lying down. If he could muster any soldiers fit to fight, they'd soon be knocking at Queensland's figurative gates. "Tam, why did she pick us for this?" Martine wanted to know. "Because we have the best chance of surviving it." "Now that's reassuring." The other man went on. "And you apparently told her you want more responsibility." JL laughed at that. "That'll teach you to volunteer, Bright Eyes." "Shut up," Martine muttered. The rest of the way they skulked in the shadows, cautious not to engage other patrols. Tam was an expert at finding places to hide, then barely seeming to breathe while enemies tromped past. Martine wasn't bad either, which made J.L. curious. She cut him a look over one shoulder that she wasn't interested in conversation. Just as well. Stick to business. He heard the sibilant sounds of an alien tongue long before they stepped into normal auditory range. From what he could tell, a group from the Warren was headed this way. J.L. glanced at Tam, whispering, "How do you want to handle it?" "This way," the spymaster said. They had just dodged around the corner and stepped into a storage closet when he detected the sound of pursuit. Martine cocked her head. "They're saying they can smell us." "You speak the language?" he asked, impressed. "Enough to get by. It's helpful when you travel a lot, though not so much lately." J.L. lifted his chin and smiled to indicate he thought that was funny. So many inmates had let incarceration steal their senses of humor, or maybe they just never had one. Tam raised a hand, quieting them, and he stilled in response, head tilted to catch any movements nearby. Surely Dred didn't want us to delay the mission inevitably. But the spymaster wouldn't permit them to kill a single soul down in the Warren, which made traversing it difficult. At that point, Tam apparently decided it was smarter to acknowledge the aliens. He stepped out with both hands visible and said, "Kator has given me permission to pass through his territory. Feel free to send word. I'm the one who saved Keela." The scouting party discussed among themselves, while Martine translated. "They're saying all humans look alike, but that they think they've smelled Tam before. Now they're trying to decide what to do about us." "This isn't a hostile incursion," Tam said quietly. "We're passing through to strike at the Great Bear, and his defeat will make life a great deal safer for your people." J.L. knew that much to be true, as Grigor's men hunted aliens for sport. His heart was actually pounding, not because he feared they couldn't defeat these creatures, but in anticipation of disobeying the Dread Queen. She wouldn't like doing so, but protocol demanded punishment for failure, if they had to kill counter to her orders, and he couldn't submit while she delivered it. It was so much better all around if this ended without bloodshed. Finally, the alien scout leader said in universal, "You have 10 minutes. If you aren't gone by then, we'll hunt you down." "Thank you. Give my best to Kator and Keela." Tam's tone was almost courtly. Once the aliens moved off, Martine asked, "Will that be long enough?" "Hope so. We're going down here." Tam stepped over to the nearest hatch and started his descent. This was lower than even the normal maintenance shafts. What the hell is below the Warren? Soon J.L. had his answer. This was the sheer guts of the ship, a tangle of sparking wires and metal pylons. It formed the framework for everything else, attaching to the walls that supported the upper levels. Martine looked fascinated. She started forward, but Tam checked her. "Careful. Things are in bad repair down here. Those are live wires, ungrounded." "I'm starting to see why you need me," J.L. said. Tam flicked him a look of veiled perplexity. "I wish I did. Over there, that section of the grid keeps the power on in Grigor's territory. If you unplug them, they drop into the dark. But to get there, you have to cross that, and a normal man would die before he reached the panel, since the charged metal floor would fry anyone else." He didn't realize he'd spoken so freely of his ability until Martine aimed a speculative look at him. "Oops. Guess she knows I don't consider myself normal, or a man, by most definitions." "You think you can live through that?" she asked. J.L. didn't bother replying. He hated electricity. It screwed with his coordination and his ability to think clearly. Plus it made him smell like roasting meat. The scientists had tried to train him with electroshocks as well as dream therapy. Neither proved useful in modifying his behavior.
They'd stamped his file with a big red REJ, citing the fact that he was ungovernable. It was clear that he must be damaged, or he wouldn't be considering this task. "If you wait, I can try to move the wires," Tam said. "When I scouted earlier, they weren't touching the floor. They must have shifted." He nodded. Tremors weren't uncommon. Sometimes the ship ran into debris that had fallen off the ship over the turns in orbit. If prisoners didn't have so much to worry about inside, they might fret about a potential hull breach. For now, he'd focus on getting this done for Dred. It must be important if she'd pulled him off the front lines. "If I fall," he said to Tam, "don't come after me." "I didn't plan to," Martine muttered. The spymaster nodded. "Noted. Are you clear on which wires to disconnect?" "You pointed out the section. But how many?" "All of them within that white square outlined in red. Try not to rip them, however, or it will be difficult to get the power back on. Silence won't be happy if we deliver her new territory complete with permanent blackout." "You sure?" the woman asked. "Death might enjoy the dark." Tam seemed amused. "I'd rather not deal with an invasion straight away. We need time to work out the best way to defend the additional ground we've gained, how best to use it, too." Martine shrugged. "That's for you to worry about, not me. I'm here to guard the door, right? And listen to what the aliens are saying as they approach." "Exactly." "Hope you're fast," she said. "I get the feeling Kator's people won't be generous in their countdown." She was likely right about that. So no more talk. No more fragging around. Bracing himself, JL ignored the other two and leapt toward the panel on the far wall. Damn! There wasn't enough space for him to get a running start, so he landed square in the shock field. It didn't matter how much he prepared mentally, though. The fierce white-hot lightning zinging through his body made him dizzy, and it hurt so bad. The pain was constant, shooting up through the soles of his boots, along his calves, and into his knees. His legs wobbled as his whole body heated. He pressed forward with steps so careful they were clumsy. "Wonder how I look to them, if I'm glowing or sparking." As if from a distance he heard Tam say, "You're doing great. Nearly there." His eyes felt queer, melted, and he couldn't see very well anymore. Smoke poured off the top of his head. He stepped off the live wires in front of the panel, staggered against the wall. That hurt, too, as his palms were bright red, cracked and peeling. His arms showed black in spots, and he could only imagine how his feet looked. "Dear Mary," Martine breathed. "How's he still moving?" He would have made a joke, but his lips were fused. "The things I do for a pretty girl." Tam didn't say anything about hurrying, probably because he understood JL lacked the coordination to finish the job just yet. His body kicked in then, attacking the damage with efficient ferocity. Martine gasped, rubbing her eyes like she might be hallucinating. By the time his hands regenerated enough for him to finish the job, she was pestering Tam for more information. To his credit, the spymaster said nothing, though that would be because he didn't know. JL had no idea why he was so sure, but he believed that Dred hadn't told Tam a damned thing. She'd kept his secret, even from her two closest confidants. JL unplugged the wires one by one, careful not to tear them, and leaving the metal connectors in place for future use. At last he turned, still a white-hot ball of agony. Burns took a long time to heal, relative to other injuries, and now he had to face it again. "You two go on ahead," he said thickly. "I need some time." Tam shook his head, looking skeptical. "My orders are to stay with you." No wonder he looks doubtful. I must look like death itself. "It's going to take me longer than they gave for me to recover enough to get out of here." Technically, they were under the warren, not in Katur's territory, so maybe as long as they stayed down here, the aliens wouldn't attack.
Mary, this hurts.
The other man made himself comfortable.
Recover? I'll believe that when I see it.
Martine stared at him.
If you think I'm going anywhere without some answers, you're as crazy as you are pretty.
Since he was a crisped monster right then, Jael appreciated her pretense at flirtation, but he suspected the other two didn't understand.
If I try to cross now, I'll be incapacitated. I have to heal enough to make it back across. It could be hours.
Then settle in, Tam said. Take however long you need. We're not leaving.
Why?
Martine answered.
Dred's orders. But look, even without them I wouldn't bail. You need me to kick some alien ass if they venture down here looking for us.
That was a stupid argument.
They couldn't get to me without frying.
They have missile weapons, Tam pointed out. It's my hope, however, that they will check in with Katur and that he'll grant his blessing to our expedition.
Shit.
Jael gave up trying to get them to abandon him. An odd feeling. People had never proven reluctant to cut him loose before, and they were usually more eager to get away once they learned how inhuman he was. He should be troubled about Martine's knowing the truth, as she had little reason to wish him well. It made no sense that he'd encounter loyalty like this inside Perdition, where the worst of humanity was imprisoned.
But maybe there are a few of the best, too.
39. Beyond Madness. The lights went out, on schedule. Dred commanded all able-bodied men for this final run at Grigor. Between the water and the lack of light, his men should be weak and disoriented. Add in her forces and the ones led by Silence. The handmaiden was on hand with garrots and knives, ready to deal some death, and the Great Bear's days were numbered. With no power, it was eerily silent in the Korolevstvo, not even the low hum that meant the ship was functioning. "Lights up," she ordered. Nearby, Silence gave the same command to her men. As one, they donned the mining helmets they'd salvaged from Priest's horde. That would make it possible to finish this without decimating the Queensland or Entropy populations. Not that she'd weep overmuch if some of her men stabbed Silence's people, and Dred imagined the handmaiden felt the same way. Talk about a precarious alliance. With hundreds of thin beams of light at her back, she led the march on the Great Bear. The first checkpoint was deserted, which spoke well of Tam's plan with the water. It was cruel and underhanded, not a warrior's strategy at all, but she couldn't afford to fight fair, not when Grigor had so many more soldiers. As she pushed closer to the Korolevstvo, the stench swelled to awful proportions, mingling feces and urine with the stale sweat of sickness and the sweet stink of decay. Dred covered her nose with one hand and pressed on. They crossed 2 more abandoned checkpoints, and she started to wonder just how bad it had gotten. Closer to the hub of the territory, she found the first corpses. Dred bent to examine them, shining her light across the cold, pallid skin.
"Head wound," Einar said. "Bled like a stuck animal before he died."
The speaker stepped up beside her, translating for Silence.
"This is a good omen. Death strides before us, clearing our path."
That was an impressive, overflowing bucket of crazy, so she just inclined her head and stepped over the corpses. "Stay sharp. I doubt they're all dead."
"We couldn't be so lucky," Einar said.
They'd left Wills and Ike to man the automated defenses, along with a minimal defense crew. Those who had stayed behind had no taste for personal violence. They were killers of another stripe, who preferred long-distance weapons or poisons. As she moved into the heart of darkness, she wondered where Jael and Tam were. They had orders to regroup with the main force as soon as they finished down below. It seemed like they ought to be here by now. Before curiosity could blossom into concern, she stepped into what must be Grigor's great hall. She skimmed her light around the room with countless men at her back doing the same. The result was disconcerting. Multiple streams of light crisscrossing the darkness and giving staccato impressions. Immediately she readied her chains. "Give me room," she said, starting forward. A brawl was ongoing across the way, draped in darkness. Tam had said cutting the lights qualified as a psychological weapon to terrorize and demoralize their foes. She hadn't been sure it would work that way, but these men had already been pushed to the breaking point by the dirty water and unexpected illness. Now they had no reason to try to restrain their savage natures. Fragments of argument reached her, along with the muffled thump of fists on palms, panting breaths, and moans of pain. From this distance, in the broken light, it was impossible to count how many there were, but they were oblivious, drowning in anger. The speaker said, "These are the dregs he left behind. We will not find Grigor here." "Then we cut through them," she answered grimly. "For Queensland!" The men rushed in a roar, wading into the brawl with an enthusiasm that nearly deafened her. Since her chains hurt her own people as much as the enemy when she fought in a tight cluster, Dred stood away from the melee, catching the enemies who tried to flee. One of Grigor's soldiers broke from the scrum and stumbled toward her. She planted her feet and lashed her chains, hooking them around his knees. One tug and he went flying. She finished him with twin artistic lashes, but it was nothing to be proud of. The man was thin and sick, sclera showing yellow in the thin beam from her helmet. The whole room was a blur of misery and violence. This was probably what the conglomerate had in mind, but I suspect they imagined it would happen sooner. There was an awful beauty in Einar scything through his enemies. He gave no quarter, and the broad swing of his deadly axe demanded the broad clearance his allies offered. Nobody fought near him. They didn't dare. Even among Grigor's brutes he towered head and shoulders above the rest. He was a juggernaut of wrath, dealing destruction to the enemies who rushed him from all sides. Dred picked off another coward, this time breaking his neck with a skilled twirl of her chains. His body flew forward, then dropped, and a few Queenslanders cheered. They didn't need to see her dive into the melee to believe she could hold her own. She'd carried them to this point, but sometimes a queen had to step back and open her hands. When they won the day, the Queenslanders would have earned their revels, and they'd appreciate the victory more, feel more invested in the new territory. These lessons she'd absorbed from Tam without realizing he had been teaching her statecraft. "Who the hell are you, spy master?" More to the point, where the hell are you? Dred glanced over her shoulder and was unnerved to find the speaker standing just behind her, just outside her peripheral vision. Trying not to be obvious about it, she angled her stance. If he thought he'd murder her during the battle and blamed the enemy, well. She put her back to the wall just in case. Silence fought like a shadow, slipping from victim to victim with her garrote. It shouldn't be possible to execute men with such surgical precision in such a mess, but the handmaiden was like death itself, hardly visible between the moving lattice of lights. Only her long gray hair showed when she moved, like the dingy shroud on a corpse come back from the netherworld to reap men's souls. Shaking her head at the thought, she looked for Einar again, then realized he was in trouble. Her heart in her throat, she pushed forward, but there were too many bodies between him and her, too many allies. She lashed out with her chains, but if she killed a bunch of her own men while striving to reach the big man, she'd face a rebellion, so her movements were abortive, fruitless. Still she shoved and jabbed with a small blade, driving deeper into the mob. Einar had come too deep alone, and the remaining enemies backed him toward the wall. There were 8 of them at least,
focused on taking down the most obvious threat. "Come at me!" she shouted. "Think how pleased Grigor will be when you bring him the Dread Queen's head." 4 of his foes turned, started pushing toward her. That's right, this way. It might be tough to take out 4 men in such close quarters, with Queenslanders jostling her from all sides, fighting, grunting, spitting, and bleeding. I'll manage. I have to. "No!" the big man roared. Like a berserker, he wheeled into the fight, leaving himself open to knives and fists and shards of metal. The idea that she'd take the blows for him clearly maddened him, drove all ideas of caution and self-preservation out of his head. All around her the scrum tightened so that she could hardly move her shoulders, let alone breathe. More bodies surged between them. She couldn't even see Einar anymore. "Help Einar!" she ordered. But her words were lost in the chaos of the fight, in whirling darkness. A few men tried to find him, but they couldn't spot him either. Bodies surged, a flurry of blows, and the unearthly screams of men dying in agony. Reckless, she lashed at anyone who got in her way, whether they were wearing a light helmet or not, and the crowd parted. The big man took 2 blades in the stomach as she watched, helpless, only 3 meters away. 2 more sank into him, then Grigor's men, frenzied, stabbing, kicking, punching. Einar dropped to his knees. She spun her chains and yanked one of them away, snapped them free and stunned another. "To me!" she shouted. The Queenslanders rallied, fighting the enemies who had focused on the big man. One by one they died, and the tide turned. That broke the enemy's will, so that Silence's people surged in and executed them. Little resistance left. She pushed forward and knelt beside the big man, whose breathing sounded awful and liquid. Blood in his lungs. Blood everywhere. In the dark it gleamed nearly black on his skin, and he was covered in it. She put her hands over his wounds, or she tried, but there were too many. "Get me some bandages." Einar fell back onto his elbows, too weak to kneel. His eyes reflected like winter ice, set in an incredibly ugly face. Somehow he mustered the strength to cover her hands with his own. "Bandages won't help, and there's no surgeon to patch me up. Do the right thing, my queen." Tears knotted her throat, burned in the back of her eyes, but the Dread Queen wouldn't let them fall. Dred wished she had the freedom to weep, but all eyes were on her, and she still had to finish this with the Great Bear. She couldn't afford to show weakness. "If you prefer," she said quietly. Einar managed a quick nod. "Better to have it done swiftly, and by your hands. It's impossible for me to imagine a better end than this." "Picture the last beautiful thing you saw," she whispered. The big man closed his eyes, blood trickling past his lips as he said, "I am." "Goodbye, my friend." As she sank her blade into his chest, he opened his pale blue eyes for the last time and whispered, "It's you. It's always been you." He closed his eyes and saw my face. Her heart twisted. Deep down she'd suspected how he felt about her, but she hadn't pursued it. First she was too broken, mad with pain inflicted by Arton, and then Jael arrived. If he hadn't, she might have eventually invited Einar into her bed, instead of letting him sleep beneath it. He'd done terrible things before being shipped to Perdition. But so have we all. With grief eating a hole in her heart, she closed his eyes with bloody fingertips. "I'll miss you, big man." Then she pushed to her feet in a silent rage. "The Great Bear will die for this." 40. Never dead to us.
This is my fault."
The room was awash in blood, bodies everywhere. Long before his palace days he had worked in a slaughterhouse, butchering meat when he was scarcely big enough to hold the tools. That place had been clean and orderly in comparison to this. There had been more of a sense of respect for life and for the value of the animals being processed for consumption.
This is monstrous."
Though he had willingly signed the deal that landed him here, for the first time hate swelled in him, for his fellow man, for the people who had put him here. For a few seconds he even hated the Queen of Tarnus, for whom he had given up everything. "She's the rightful ruler," he told himself, and though it took 15 turns to finish that game, it ended as it always must, with her on the throne and me in exile. They always need someone to blame. Staring at the body of the man who had been the closest thing Tam had to a friend in this hellhole, pain swelled in his skull until his temples felt like they might burst. If he'd listened to Jael when he'd pressed them to leave, he might have reached Einar before it was too late. Instead, he'd gone against all experience, chosen mercy instead of expedience. And look where it got me. Though open battle wasn't his forte, he could have stabbed multiple enemies in the back before they noticed him, enough to turn the tide. Jael would have been fine. He said he would be, but I didn't believe him. I thought he was lying, choosing an honorable death, and Dred would have been furious if we left him to die alone. I thought he was the sacrifice to the cause, not Einar. Tam dropped to his knees. "You can't blame yourself," Dred murmured. "I'm doing that." His face felt too frozen to smile. "Do we have time to take care of him?" She nodded. "Doesn't matter. We won't leave him here." Words of gratitude got stuck in his throat. "I'm sorry we didn't get here sooner. I'll ask why you didn't later." Dred doesn't know about the electrified floor, or how long it took Jael to recover. More reason he should have disregarded her orders to stay. She'd given them without a full understanding of the situation. When circumstances changed, he ought to have adapted his mission parameters. Yet the first battle was hard fought, more than I expected. I didn't know it was so urgent or that our presence would have made a difference. Queensland was spread thin, taking losses it couldn't afford. It was an awful realization, but the way Tam felt he'd chosen the new fish over Einar, like a life for a life was required to pass this point. He didn't realize he'd said it aloud until Dred touched his shoulder. "What did you say?" All the blood drained out of her face. Confused, Tam repeated his thought, and Dred shivered. "That was the last reading Wills did for me. He said victory requires a life for a life, my queen. If Einar's death ensures the Great Bear's defeat, I think he's glad, wherever he is." A Queenslander overheard her and shouted it for the rest. "That means we're guaranteed to triumph. The madman said so, and Einar's given his life to make it so." Tam didn't know if foretellings worked like that, but it seemed to be improving morale. As the rest gathered close, his humble posture drew attention from other Queenslanders, probably damaging his reputation for having ice in his veins too, but he couldn't lock it down. A few men patted his shoulder as he knelt beside his friend. There were no calculations to reduce the loss, only the immutable truth that Einar had died beneath Dred's blade, a mercy killing. Tam glanced up, studying her face. She was pale but composed, green eyes dry and determined. Her resolve bolstered his own. Dred offered him a hand, and Tam took it. She pulled him to his feet while the rest of the men shuffled among the dead. Grigor's men were larger than the Queenslanders, so it was easy to tell enemy from fallen comrade. An inmate whose name Tam didn't recall offered his hand and said, "He went out well." Another added, "Yeah, never figured the big man would die before me. He was a good mate.
Remember the time—"
Tam listened as they shared stories, mostly about wild risks Einar had taken when he was drinking. He'd loved to brawl, and he'd never backed down from a challenge. Part of him knew they didn't have time to reminisce. Not here, not now. Yet it felt like disrespect to his friend's memory to stop them. So he said nothing when the men continued, paying homage in their way.
"I thought Einar'd be the one to take out the Great Bear," somebody said.
Dred squared her shoulders. "He died saving me. I'll never forget that."
"Hell of a place to become a hero," J.L. muttered.
Tam glanced over at the new fish. His skin was pink and new, some spots still rattled with burned tissue. The men hadn't noticed the damage yet, but they would soon. It was difficult not to take note when scars vanished before the naked eye. He had no idea what kind of creature J.L. was, but he definitely wasn't human. The electrified floor had been an unwelcome surprise, one for which J.L. could compensate. He suspected that was why Dred had assigned the man to the team, in case something unexpected occurred.
But why didn't she tell me?
"What happened?" Tam asked eventually. She paced, the trinkets in her braids clicking a mournful tune. "He took on too many. I couldn't reach him." Tam curled his hands into fists.
"We owe him absolute victory."
The Queenslanders shouted their agreement. J.L. waited for Dred to acknowledge him. He figured she and Tam had a right to some privacy. They had lost a friend. When she turned his way, he glimpsed a question in her eyes. Where were you? Guilt swamped him, and he bit back the vilest curse. If he'd recovered faster, he might have saved Einar. J.L. didn't relish draining his veins again, and in truth he wasn't sure he had enough blood left to do the job, but still he would have tried.
"And killed yourself in the process.
There's a reason it took you so long to recover from those burns. You're not at full strength." "We'll come back for the dead," she said to the Queenslanders when J.L. didn't speak. He couldn't. The other men chorused,
"Yes, my queen."
He touched her on the shoulder. "A private word, if you can spare the time." "Of course." She followed him, stepping over corpses along the way. Dred seemed to take a closer look at him when she stopped. The scars were red, some purple where the burns had been worst. "Are you all right? What happened?" Tam said it would be a straightforward run. Just some wires to unplug.
"This is my fault," the spymaster said from behind them. "When I scouted the site, the ungrounded wires weren't touching the floor. Given the altered conditions, it would have been impossible to turn the lights off if J.L. hadn't been willing to suffer the most grievous injuries. After he told me to go, but I chose to stay. I wasn't sure he'd recover, and—"
"Oh, Mother Mary of anabolic grace, you didn't want me to die alone." While J.L. reeled at that realization, Dred touched Tam lightly on the shoulder. "You were following my orders. I'll take the weight for Einar's death." "No," the smaller man began, but Dred shook her head. "This is mine, and I'll carry it."
"This is friendship.
How strange that I'd understand it for the first time, in here." Heart sore, J.L. watched the Queenslanders rolling the Great Bear's fallen men, stealing their trinkets and treasures. He felt odd and awful, unfamiliar emotions coursing through him. It was one of those things where events conflated in the worst possible way, but J.L. felt sure that if he'd been fighting with the big man, he'd be standing here alive and smiling, that huge axe slung over his shoulder. Tam inclined his head, his expression inscrutable. For his part, J.L. saw the huge, swamping sorrow in the other man's dark eyes. The other man crossed the room and sat down beside Einar, keeping vigil. Once they were alone, or relatively speaking, Dred put a hand on his arm. He tensed at the contact since his skin was still raw. Apparently she felt the flinch and drew back. "I wish you'd stopped when you saw how dangerous it was. I would have accepted that the goal had become untenable. Please know, I'd never assume you're willing to suffer for Queensland's sake."
"Queensland can go sit on a spike," he said quietly. "But for you, I'd do a whole lot worse. I'm sorry I wasn't here."
"It's not your fault. I couldn't get to him either. They backed him into a corner. So many of them, too." She slammed a palm against the wall, and he could tell she wanted to scream or rage, but the Dread Queen couldn't. In public she was all regal composure, limned in icy wrath.
"They did it on purpose, I'm sure. Probably had orders from Grigor. It's no secret that Einar was your man. One of them, anyway."
"He was all warrior," she said softly. "I told the men I'd come back for the dead, but I can't leave him here. What if Silence's people—" She broke off, likely unable to articulate the grotesqueries that awaited him in entropy. Jael beckoned.
"Let's take care of him. The men can hold this room long enough for us to find the nearest chute."
Tam glanced up when they crossed the dark room, regret etched on his countenance as if with knives.
"Hubris. I thought I knew everything, saw everything, could weigh all the factors and make the best decisions."
"Nobody fits that profile," Dred said. "Pick somebody to take charge for a few." Tam stood.
"Martine, you're in command while we're gone. We'll be back shortly." "And if reinforcements show up while you're gone?" the woman asked.
"Queenslanders?" Dred prompted.
"We kill the bastards for Einar!"
Jael watched as Dred strode over to Silence. "I must offer my lieutenant honor before we press on. You'd do the same for your speaker." The gray-haired hag signed. Skullface interpreted.
"Death respects ritual. It is well with us."
Then Dred said to Jael, "I know you can take him, but we should do it together." A sigh escaped the spymaster, likely at the prospect of such a permanent farewell. It wouldn't be much of a service, but the fallen giant would get more than a shove. Somebody would say a few words at least. Together they hoisted the big man and carried him out of the hall. Dred's mining helmet gave off little illumination, but enough to keep Jael from tripping over his own feet. The three of them walked quietly in proper funereal procession, according to Tam's directions. A few minutes later they turned down the hallway with the chute at the end. He hurt physically as he lifted his share of Einar's weight, and not because his skin was still tender. Though he hadn't known the man long, he'd miss him.
"I wonder if I have the right to say he was a friend."
Men didn't hang such emotional labels on things, generally. There were drinking buddies and people you trusted not to punch you in the face, those who might not sell you out at the first offer. Einar, well, he hadn't known him well enough to draw those lines. Jael wished he had. "You were strong and fierce," Dred said softly, "and you never once let me down."
"I could do worse for a eulogy." "You were like a brother to me," Tam added. "We came in on the supply ship together, joined up with Arton together, not knowing what to expect or what he was like. You won his approval with your fists, your refusal to back down, and with that giant axe. And more often than not you kept him from killing me when I didn't know when to hold my peace." Feeling like an interloper, Jael murmured, "You'll be missed, big man." A fragment of a quote knocked at the back of his brain, so he offered that, too. "Our dead are never dead to us until we have forgotten them." Dred gave a jerky, approving nod. There were no tears as they lifted him and sent his body down. He waited to see if he could hear the fallen giant hit bottom, but only silence came back, bleak and unknowable as the grave. Then Dred set out with no further commentary, and Tam fell in behind her, his steps small and meek,
a man weighed down by his humanity and capacity to err. But if he thought choosing mercy, choosing not to let Jael die alone, was a bad thing, then Jael would argue with him on that point. As she strode toward the hall, Jael watched Dred construct the Dread Queen's armor, scale by scale. By the time they arrived, she was magnificent in her determination. "We have not come this far, only to let the final prey elude us. The Great Bear's hiding somewhere in this territory. Divide into scouting parties, each 8 strong. Find him." Queensland forces howled in anticipation, but she held up a hand to quiet them. "Do not engage. Grigor belongs to me, and I'll have his blood in recompense before the day's done." The skull-face watched Silence's response to the Queen's words, then pronounced, "Your loss is greater than ours. We approve your blood vow." Death's handmaiden etched a final symbol in the air, spoken by her painted mouthpiece. "So must it be." 41. Death's Dominion. Dred appointed Tam and Jael to lead other squads. It was a risky maneuver, dividing up her men, but Grigor had a lot of space to hide. Maybe he thought if he vacated his throne room and went to ground, she'd forget about his alliance with the now dead priest, ignore his offensive against Queensland. Not bloody likely. If it hadn't been personal, with Einar's loss, it became so. Dred wouldn't rest until she took the Great Bear's life, and she suspected Jael felt the same. Certainly Tam did. The spy master was taking it hard, though she didn't know for certain that it would have mattered if he'd brought Martine to the battle sooner and left Jael alone in the bowels of the ship. She liked the man better now because he'd finally shown a hint of human kindness. "I'll take the low ground. Tam, search the upper levels. Jael, see if he's hiding in his quarters nearby." Orders given, she took Martine in her group along with 6 others. On the surface, this was less a glorious final battle than a manhunt, but it wasn't surprising, given the nature of her foe. There was no point in seeking honor here. Expecting treachery was the best way to keep your guts inside. "We need to backtrack a bit," she said to Martine. "Shaft access isn't technically part of his territory, but he has some lower levels." The other woman nodded. "Let's find this bastard and kill him. My feet hurt." It was such a prosaic complaint that she smiled. "Mine too, and everything else." "You're not half bad when you pull that stick out of your ass." The men laughed. Tam might have advised her to admonish Martine for the familiarity, but she let it slide. "I need it to keep me upright. Come on." Her team combed the whole lower level and found only a handful of terrified deserters. Dred played to her squad, letting them choose thumbs up or thumbs down on each man's survival. Damn, she thought, after the last body fell. They're a bloodthirsty lot. That wasn't exactly a secret, however. When she met up with Tam, he shook his head. Nothing on the upper tiers, either. She swore. Then let's hope Jael found something. If he didn't, we might have to scour the entire ship for Grigor. And there were so many nooks and crannies, so many places where a desperate man might hide. He could have taken it into his head to conscript reinforcements in Shantytown. They were waiting in the ravaged throne room when Jael returned. He was down a man, and by the bloody state of his clothing he'd found something. "Report," she demanded. "I located him. The men we killed here don't approach the numbers he's got guarding him. Grigor's holed up in the engineering department. Lots of gadgets to turn into traps. We nipped at the first wave of defenders, but there were too many. We have to hit him en masse." She nodded, then called for the speaker. "Did you hear?" "I did, my queen. Death stands ready." Silence's people hadn't helped with the search, but now that it was time to fight, they clambered quietly to their feet. Their empty eyes were unnerving, but she needed the bodies and blades. With a gesture, she told Jael he should lead the way. The trek carried them past the rooms Grigor's men squatted in. No dormitories in this part of the ship.
"There's a long hallway," Jael said. "At the end, we come to a choke point. There are at least 40 men guarding it, and they won't go down easy. They're a little drunk, a bit dehydrated, a lot desperate, and completely devoted to the Great Bear."
If anything, his warning only riled the Queenslanders up further. The men snarled, surging from behind her to charge. She went with a blade, chains wrapped around her arms both for protection and to lend weight to her blows. It was hard to fight under these conditions, between the dark and the press of the crowd. There was no elegance in the mob, only anger and ferocity. She was buffeted from behind, men pushing to break the Great Bear's line. With her slim knife she slashed at a soldier, whose face gleamed with hatred in her mining light.
"You'll never get to him, bitch! Never!"
"I'll dance on your corpse," she answered. Each centimeter took forever to gain because of the sheer volume of bodies surging in the small space. The Queenslanders wore mining helmets, and Silence's people appeared behind the enemy a few seconds before they jammed a blade into the enemy's back. It was all a blur of shadows and flickering lights, skimming off blood-stained walls as they surged closer to the front, where the Great Bear's surviving forces tried to hold the line. Men dropped beneath Dred's boots, and sometimes she couldn't tell who was dying. She stepped over the corpses, then slammed into the wall as one of Grigor's men lunged at her. He was an enormous brute with arms the size of her head. There was no room to swing her chains, hardly room to breathe at all, with her own men pressing from behind, Silence's killers worming toward the front, while the Great Bear's soldiers pushed back. She'd never been in a mob fight like this one, where she might as easily take a random knife from somebody who was supposed to be on her side. Dred lashed out with a tight kick and broke the brute's ankle, but the bodies were slammed so close together in the corridor that there was no room for him to fall. She slashed outward then, gasping for air. Her knife carved some room and she shoved forward, stomping over his blood-stained body, 5 centimeters closer to the end of the hallway.
"Mary, I'll be trampled if I go down."
Somebody's helmet went flying, light bouncing down toward their goal. For a few seconds, prisoners scrambled for it, looking for an advantage in the melee. Dred took advantage of the confusion to shove forward farther. Something has to give. Just when she thought she couldn't take it a moment longer, Silence broke the standoff. When she appeared at the back of the throng, gray hair swirling, looking like a shade from legend, Grigor's men took a reflexive step back, and that was all they needed. Dred pushed with all her might, and once she had space she went to work with her blade. 4 men wheeled on her, but she didn't let them surround her. She dove and rolled past them and came up to her feet. Before they could charge, she unleashed her chains. All the rage she'd suppressed over Einar's death went into the first lash. The beam from her mining helmet showed her the bloody gash that opened on the enemy's face, but she had too much rage, too much pain to stop, even though he fell back. Her chains twirled until she could hear only them whipping around her, drowning the cries and heavy thumps of bodies dropping around her. With full strength she slammed the links downward, then wrenched her wrist forward. The man's neck snapped. Arton taught me that move. He thought it was funny to show me such things, like I was a pet capable of learning a clever trick. 2 more rushed in to fill the breach, but in the half-light they didn't look so confident anymore. With the choke point breached, they had lost their advantage. She ravaged one with a flurry of strikes to his torso, and when he dropped she kicked him in the face. The barbs on her boots bit into his skin,
so he was screaming in pain when he died of the final cut, a kindness with her knife. She looked up to catch Silence's eye. The other woman smiled. Then the handmaiden's garrote bit deep into her victim's neck. His struggles slowed, as his air ran out. With her arms around him, Silence made death look almost like a lover's embrace, and Dred turned away with a shudder. More Queenslanders surrounded her, driving the enemy away from her. They laid in with shivs and fists, and didn't stop until every last defender was on the ground. Some of them were still alive, just grievously wounded. The speaker strode over to her, a great carrion bird of a man, and goosebumps formed on the nape of her neck when he loomed before her, the skull paint highlighted by the beam from her helmet.
"Do we have your permission to reap these souls?"
"Give me one to question," she answered. "Take the rest." Tam and Jael appeared beside her, but the spy master didn't interfere. She pulled a soldier to his feet. He was bleeding profusely from multiple stab wounds, and she didn't think he had long. That was fine. She only needed to know 2 things. "How many men does Grigor have left in the engineering bay?" The prisoner spat at her. "I'm not telling you shit." "Pity. Then I guess I'll have to tend your wounds." Her expression was flat and cold, her eyes full of murder, as she jammed her fingers into the slice that had opened his belly. He screamed, startling the Queenslanders nearby. A few pushed closer to see how far their queen would go. Good. Watch this, and mark it well. By the time she curled her fingers, the captive was pleading for mercy. It only took a few seconds to break him. Her hand was wet with blood when she pulled it free. If not for Tam and Jael holding him, the inmate would have collapsed.
"No more than 50 inside, my queen."
"And are there automated defenses?"
"They're broken. Or out of ammo. I'm not sure. Grigor was trying to fix them, but I don't think he got it done before the water dried up and the power went out."
"What about peacemakers?" "If Priest had one, the Great Bear might too."
"We never had one. And Grigor thinks it's a coward's solution anyway. He prefers to kill his enemies personally."
The last word devolved into a moan as they let him fall. "That's all I needed to know." She stepped back and gave Jael permission with a nod. He cut the man's throat neatly, but with none of the distressing pleasure or intimacy she'd witnessed from Silence. The other woman took so much pleasure in death that it was practically sexual. Grim and nauseated, Dred wiped her palm on her trousers, then beckoned to the rest of the Queenslanders. Tam was quiet, letting her do all the talking, all the planning. She suspected his confidence had been shaken by how badly he'd miscalculated earlier. "One more push, lads. Do you have it in you?"
"All the way, my queen, until the Korolevstvo is yours."
"Ours," she corrected, with a look at Silence. Death stared back from the woman's impenetrable eyes. In the faint light she could almost see the smoky arm curled around Silence's shoulders, a bony hand cupping her shoulder. Dred shivered and shook herself. "You're just tired. Been too long since you slept, and you're letting imagination get the best of you." Then she went on. "For every cut they delivered to our man, Einar, let's give them 10. For every wound we've taken, every insult offered, we strike them down 100 times over. Are you with me, men?"
"Yes, my queen,"
they answered as one.
"There's nowhere he can hide," Jael growled. "I promise you that. That bastard will pay for what happened to Einar."
She swept her arm forward in a commanding motion. "Well said. Let's end this." 42. The Great Bear. It was like stepping back into the Dark Ages. With the power still out, the Great Bear had resorted to torches,
Oily rags wrapped metal shards and sent a wreath of smelly smoke into the air ducts. JL had fought as a merc on a few planets nearly this primitive. Those weren't fond memories. Wonder if the anti-fire system's still working. Apparently not, as the ship took no measures to extinguish the flames burning in the room. He listened, counting heartbeats. There are 47 men just past these doors, JL warned Dred. She slapped a palm against her thigh. Grigor better be among them. Dred broke away from the pack and strode toward the entry to the engineering bay. She was 2 meters away when it blew off the hinges, showering her in shrapnel. His world shrunk to the sight of her body on the floor, and before anybody else could even take a step, he was there beside her, checking her over. How bad's the damage? My ribs hurt, she managed. Son of a bitch! I didn't ask that asshole about traps. Can you stand? I have to. The set to her jaw told him she didn't care if getting up killed her or crippled her for life. He'd never known a woman so impressively stubborn. He braced and pulled her up, moving so the others couldn't see her flinch as she found her footing. JL didn't let go until she gave a quick nod. Without looking back, she stormed through the gaping doors, a small army at her back. JL sprinted after her, grateful his speed let him catch up, then pass. He could probably see better in the flickering torchlight, too, despite the smoky miasma and the mechanical smells, like spilled oil and more acrid scents. This was where all the work on the ship used to take place, but now it was just an empty shell, full of metal scrap and piles of broken machinery. "Show yourself!" Dred shouted. "Or is the Great Bear afraid of a woman?" "I fear no one," a deep voice thundered in reply. The sound came from above, echoing in the rafters. JL spun, trying to figure out where the 47 men were hiding. There might be others, but they had already broken and fled, not a factor in the final confrontation. There. They stood to the back of the chamber along the far wall. He imagined Grigor had some spectacle in mind, where his men rushed in an unbreakable wall overwhelming the enemy, but tactics like that only worked in vids, especially with such an undisciplined fighting force. A man scaled down from the upper level on a set of pulleys and chains. At last JL got his first glimpse of the Great Bear. He stood 2¼ meters tall, with arms and shoulders that made Einar look small. His leather armor looked as if it might be human skin, and was stained with grease, food, and darker smears, likely blood. Wild brown hair stood upright on his head, defying gravity in a bush so wild that small mammals could live in it. His beard grew nearly up to his eyes and far down his neck, so he seemed more animal than man. "Finally you face me," he roared. "After all your coward's tricks. You knew you couldn't defeat me in open combat." Dred leveled her coldest look on him, one that impressed even JL. "You must have felt the same way, weakling, or you wouldn't have allied with Priest against me. The Great Bear, brought low by 2 females." She gestured at Silence, who flashed her yellow teeth in a terrifying smile while she created terrible patterns with her garrote, wrapping it around and around her fingers until they showed purple. Skullface intoned, "We come for your soul, Grigor of the Kolorevstvo. Death knows no mercy, only judgment. The scales will balance." At those ominous words, JL heard a stirring from the soldiers at the back of the room. Heartbeats increased, and terror sweat spiked. They're that frightened of Silence? Her ghastly air might be enough to send them all screaming into the dark. A Queenslander muttered, "Enough chatter. Let's gut 'em all and go home." Grigor's surviving soldiers reacted even more to that. Actual whispers reached his ears.
"We can't win. They outnumber us now. Do you see? Death's come for us all."
The Great Bear appeared to hear none of this as he drew his weapon.
"To me, men!"
But apparently they feared his retaliation more than oblivion, because they shuffled forward, knives drawn. These men had a taut look, a little unsteady. They'd been drinking liquor instead of water for the past few days, but with some men it imbued them with greater ferocity and false courage. He reckoned it would still be a battle, but they had the advantage. Jael was calculating probable casualties when Dred held up a hand. "There's no need. You want my territory? Come and take it. I challenge you before these witnesses. Winner take all. Unless you're a craven bastard, you'll take up the gauntlet."
"What the hell? She's injured. Why is she doing this? We can win."
Given the size of her opponent and how much she'd already suffered, Jael wouldn't put credits on her to win this. The watchful crowd rumbled as if in agreement with his judgment. The Great Bear's men relaxed a bit, pulses slowing now that they had an option that didn't end in total annihilation. But Grigor's hairy face broke into a smile, revealing black and broken teeth.
"I accept. Your pride will be the death of you."
He brought up his weapon, a primitive bardiche that could be mistaken for a scythe. One hit from that thing would cleave her in two. Jael wanted to volunteer to fight in her place, but she'd repudiated him once before. So though it required sinking his teeth into his tongue, he held his silence as she said, "Build a ring." The Queenslanders leapt to do her bidding, and soon they'd piled enough metal to form a barricade to prevent anyone from interfering with the fight. Dred stepped into the center, head high, as if she couldn't hear the whispered speculation. And maybe she couldn't. Best that way. Occasionally, when he fought, everything got still and quiet, so he could focus completely on his foe. But he had advanced senses for that, their pulse giving cues, their sweat, even muscle tics telegraphed their movements, so he could be there before they executed the planned strike. In a cocky move, Grigor vaulted the stacked metal panels, then spun in the circle as if inviting applause. His men cheered, then he whirled to face Dred, faster than a man his size should move. She stood her ground with chains lashing hand to hand. The bay got quiet, just the sounds of her clanking and Grigor's footsteps as he rushed her. She dodged his charge and landed a strike, but the pain only enraged him. He let out an awful roar and went at her again. This time she wasn't quite fast enough, and the bardiche sliced into her thigh. Tam muttered beside him, low imprecations that ended with the Great Bear choking on his own vomit. "Damn you, Dred." She danced back, but her gait was off, and everyone in the room likely thought she was done for. And Jael was the only one who knew the severity of the damage to her ribs. She can't take much more. Incredibly, she was smiling. She slammed her chains toward the Great Bear, twirling them around his weapon. Then she hauled with all her might. On another man, the move might have yanked the huge blade away from him, but instead Grigor used his haft as a lever to haul the Dread Queen to him to drop the finishing blow. As the bardiche sank toward her skull, a slim knife stabbed upward through Grigor's chin, all the way into his brain. The giant staggered back, and the audience sucked in a collective disbelieving breath. That was when Jael realized she'd dropped the chains a few seconds before, and when Grigor thought he was spinning her helplessly toward him, in fact that dance of death was Dred's, and the measure ended with the clever spike of her hidden blade, the one she kept in her boot. "You didn't need to be stronger or better, because you're smarter. Oh, well played, love. Even I doubted that you had a plan. Shouldn't have. I'll know better now." The Great Bear frothed at the mouth,
blood pouring out as he tried to remove the knife. It was madness that the beast wasn't already dead. Also says something about how much he uses his brain. Dred snagged her chains and slashed Grigor's feet out from under him. Then she put out an imperious hand. "Tam, Einar's axe, now!" In a single sweeping stroke, she chopped through the great bear's neck, just as she had with Priest, and for a few seconds the silence was absolute. 43. Complete submission. Dred fought the urge to drop to her knees. She had never been so exhausted. It felt like days since she'd slept. Might have been, for all I know. Instead, she lashed her chains, giving the impression she could take on the rest of the great bear's army. Grigor's hairy head tumbled to a stop at her feet. All around her the men fell silent. Then the first dropped to his knees. Others followed one by one, prostrate before her. She wanted to tell them not to bow, but it was an affectation Grigor had required from his soldiers, and she couldn't afford to show a flicker of weakness in this moment. Gradually she slowed the chains and wrapped them around her forearms. She didn't look around for Jael. She could feel him behind her, a low hum of connectivity. That was a disturbing and unexpected development, one she'd deal with later. For now she had 2 empires to carve up. "You have 3 choices," she called out. "Serve me, serve silence, or embrace death." Options 2 and 3 were essentially the same, and by their gaunt, weary faces and hopeless eyes, Grigor's soldiers knew as much. One lifted his head to speak for the others. "We are your men." The others agreed with hesitant nods. Between the great bear's mad confidence and his overweening ambition, they hadn't expected to lose. Now you're at the Dread Queen's mercy. Fortunately for them, she needed bodies to replace those lost in the conflict. Since she recruited the best of the worst, her population had never been among the highest. Yet at this point she couldn't afford to be choosy, and these men should be grateful for their lives. She studied the new recruits, then said, "Row by row, deliver your weapons to Tam. All shivs, blades, clubs, everything. You won't be armed for the first turn. Until then, expect to take on the shit jobs and earn my favor." They did as she demanded with a flattering alacrity. Tam stared at the growing pile before him. She kept her feet until they finished, then she turned to Martine, standing behind and to her left. "Can you supervise them in getting this place set to rights? It looks as if a truck drove through here." "You know I can," she answered, looking pleased with the responsibility. "Leave a few men with me in case anyone gets truculent." "Certainly." She signaled 10 Queenslanders to stay for backup. She summoned her remaining strength to stride from the hall past the sentries. It was a measure of her exhaustion that she left all the details to subordinates, but all the fighting, Einar's death, and the final duel with Grigor had taken its toll. All her instincts told Dred she was a few paces from collapse, and she couldn't let anyone see it. "How far am I from Queensland?" Counting steps, she had to take frequent breaks. The wounds on her back, on her thigh, on her shoulder burned like fire. Just when she thought she couldn't go farther, Jael caught up to her. He had the good judgment not to speak. He merely put an arm around her and helped her the rest of the way. They cheered Dred and Jael at the checkpoints, but she didn't stop to chat or give information. Tam would be along presently to do that anyway. My quarters. Finally. Dred reeled against the wall as the door swished open for her. With Jael's help, she stumbled inside. Her fingers were clumsy as she peeled the chains off her arms. She lacked the endurance to manage her boots. She fell into the nearest chair more than made the decision to sit down. Then she leaned her head back. "You should let me clean your wounds," he said. "I can't move," she admitted.
If you've been waiting for a chance to strike, this is it. The men won't follow me.
Jael came toward her and knelt, not in obeisance, but to roll the thin leather of her boot downward. The slice was long, but not deep, lateral across her thigh. It burned, but it wasn't bleeding. During the long battle, the cut had clotted and sealed. She stared down at pale skin and the red scab, unable to believe her eyes. It hadn't been long enough for the slash to be pink and puffy, or for red rays to be crawling up her leg. If she died of a putrid wound after surviving so much, that was incontrovertible proof that the universe had a sense of humor. Is that normal? Dred rubbed her eyes, confused. The wound shouldn't look like this.
For me, the healing is.
He touched the streaks.
This definitely isn't.
I thought the effects from your blood were temporary, she said, puzzled.
So did I, but I gave you an awful lot of it. We'll be parsecs away from Perdition by the time I regenerate it all.
She laughed. Still singing that tune? You should have given it up as hopeless by now.
I don't accept that. We've been a little busy of late, but I'll get around to it. I'm not dying in here, and neither are you.
You seem so sure. Sometimes certainty can sound an awful lot like madness.
Then run amok with me.
Why not? I've tried everything else. She offered a crooked smile, mouth pulled sideways by the pain lancing through her as he took hold of her leg.
This will hurt, he warned.
Don't go soft on me. You've been so admirably implacable up till now.
As you wish, love.
He handed her a strip of leather.
You know what to do.
Dred closed her eyes, biting down on the skin as he sliced her thigh. Pressure and pain followed, then the most white-hot agony imaginable as he cleaned it. More pressure as he worked the poison out of the wound. Teeth clenched, she panted around the leather, sweat beading on her brow, and by the time he finished, she was fighting the urge to vomit.
It doesn't need stitches if you keep it covered. Let me see your ribs.
She didn't have the strength to help or to fight him as he raised her shirt.
How bad? A couple of them might be fractured. Let me...
He leaned in, touching her gently, but she wasn't sure what the point was until he said,
Yes, broken.
You could hear the difference? Dred opened her eyes, gazing down at him.
I'm a handy freak to have around.
Stop it. Anyone who thinks less of you because of how you came to be, well... She donned her most ferocious expression. I guess I have to kill them.
For me?
He seemed astonished, which was strange. He'd seen how she treated her most trusted men. Jael had earned his place among them. He'd proven himself, and he'd faced near impossible odds at her side. For you, she agreed. You're my champion, but if you need me to fight for you, I will. I am the Dred Queen, after all. You say kill, I kill. A shudder worked through him. Then he swallowed hard. For a few seconds he lost his mocking edge, the keep-away charm, and sheer intensity shone from his blue eyes. His gaze held hers as he twined his hands in her braids. When he kissed her there were no questions asked, only the same mad certainty he brought to their proposed escape. He didn't draw her close, yet the kiss was so sweet and fierce that she didn't care if he did, no matter how it hurt. Pleasure and pain, sides of the same coin. Jael ran graceful palms upward to cup her hips. She wished he'd touch her more. So I say I'll kill for you, and that's what you can't resist?
I'm a violent man, he said lightly. Look, love, you've got me aching for you.
Dred took that as an invitation to verify, so she closed her eyes. The field of snow had thawed, giving way to sparks of red and gold, shimmers of purple around the edges. He wasn't lying. Right now, he only wanted sex. There was no sorrow, no cold, just desire. "You want it bad," she said. "You've no idea. But I'm not sharing. I want my own night." She arched a brow. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." "Let me guess. Ike told you that I never sleep without Tam and Einar." But the big man was gone, so he wouldn't be a factor going forward. Her chest tightened. Grief and pleasure twisted up into a Gordian knot. He paused, as if trying to recall what the old man had said. "That sounds right." But did he ever mention sex? Dred sighed, knowing how Ike loved screwing with new fish. In a place like Perdition, the little things got you through. "I don't think so." "It was for my protection after the coup. Arten had a few loyal men, and they were afraid somebody might come after me. I got used to having them in here." She shrugged, not having cared until now what anyone thought about the arrangement. "So the Dread Queen's without a man in her bed? They must all be neutered." "I wasn't in the mood," she said. "I had a lot on my mind." "And now?" "I have broken ribs and a slashed thigh. What do you think?" He stroked her knee, her hip, her shoulder. "I can be gentle." "That's the last thing I want. Swap seats with me?" For once, he didn't argue or offer a clever retort. If he had, she might have changed her mind. She wanted, but there were ghosts and echoes, demons in her head. It was different the last time because he'd caught her fresh from sleep, defenses down. He only helped her to her feet and sank back. As she unlaced her pants, she said, "Get ready." "I've been ready since the first time I saw you." And his fingers shook as he unfastened. There were no pretty words or preliminaries. Her leg burned when she sank down on him, and it wasn't smooth. She was too tense to be fully engaged, but he sensed it and kissed her, his mouth clever and hot, hands working down her hips. She found a rhythm, and by the sound he made into her mouth it felt good. His hands cupped, tightened, dragging her down harder. The movement jolted her ribs, sending a sharp wave of agony through her, and she went taut. "Dear Mary," he whispered into her mouth, "tell me you like it, or I might just die." "I thought you couldn't," she taunted softly. "Little deaths all the time, every second I'm alive. But some deaths are good ones." He gasped in answer, head thrown back, and his obvious pleasure did what touch couldn't when she was wide awake. She lost herself in him, sensation blazing through her in whirls of amber light. Some ached, some glowed, and she melted into him, kissing deep into his mouth as he arched, as she bowed. Afterward his arms came around her. "I hope you still respect me." Before, she might have offered a cutting comment in reply, maybe about how she never had. Instead, Dred kissed him on the brow. "Absolutely." "Bind up my ribs?" "You'll make me feel guilty for taking advantage of a wounded woman." "Who's on top of whom?" she asked with an arch of a brow. "You make a good point. Get off me, love, unless you want to go again." 44. The Sound of Silence. "Not just now, I think. There's work to do." Her response might have been painful for someone else, but Jael took it as reassurance. Though he wouldn't call what they had a relationship, he trusted Dred. Since the moment he'd stepped off the prison transport, she'd proven that she wouldn't turn on him, wouldn't offer him up for any payout, and she'd fought for his life like it mattered. And now he felt the same. That was further than anyone had gotten with him in 50 turns. "Damn," he said, feigning disappointment. "And here I could sleep for a week." "You can sleep when you're dead."
Promises, promises.
Despite his lazy words, the black core at the bottom of him had gone. He no longer courted death like the one woman who would never love him. She didn't reply. Then the sand shower kicked in. J.L. lounged on her bunk, waiting for his turn. No point in getting dressed, since she didn't seem to mind sharing her facilities with him. There were perks to being part of the Dred Queen's inner circle. He contemplated the revelation that she wasn't shagging Tam, and vowed to get even with Ike. Rotten old bastard. It was J.L.'s fault, however, for not asking pointed questions, but he'd been unwilling to display that much interest. Maybe if you cared less about the look of the thing, you'd have been in her bed sooner. Once she finished cleaning up, he took his turn. Then they joined the spymaster in the main hall.
"Are you two ready?" Tam asked.
Dred nodded. "Let's go finalize our arrangement with Silence." Ike caught up to her in a rush, then handed her something. She exchanged a long look with the old man, who simply nodded. Then she stuck whatever it was into a pocket. J.L. tried to ask her what that was about, but she shook her head. He took that to mean there was no time to talk, but he didn't take it personally. The mood was much different than the first time they'd made this trek, and they didn't use the ducts. They marched boldly through what had been Grigor's territory. Silence's people paused in their cleaning and watched them pass, but they didn't take action. J.L. wondered if the alliance would hold, now that the initial agreement had been executed. The speaker met them at the border and escorted them to Silence personally. Silence's man wasn't much for conversation, so it was a quiet walk. Dred fell in beside J.L. naturally. Tam walked ahead with the emissary, and J.L. took quiet pride in her choice. His title as champion felt more vital, now that she'd chosen him on a personal level, too. Death's handmaiden was waiting on her grisly throne when they arrived, and Dred strode toward her, one queen to another. In that moment J.L. knew a flicker of unexpected pride, as if he had the right to take credit for anything the Princess in Chains did. He mocked himself quietly as he folded his arms. Silence signed rapidly to Skullface. Then he turned to interpret.
"The truce between us is formally at an end. This is the last time you will be welcome in Death's territory. Should you or any of your people trespass, you will be ushered into his kingdom."
That's plain enough. No more alliance. I understand. Dred didn't bow, but she did dip her head. Then she led the way back as they'd come. Nobody spoke because of Skullface dogging their heels, but once they passed the final checkpoint and the speaker retreated, J.L. glanced at Tam to take the spymaster's temperature on their current situation. The alliance with Silence had bolstered their defenses, no question, but now Queensland stood alone again. To his surprise, Tam looked visibly worried. "She cut us loose too fast with no further demands. No references to her desire to get her hands on you." He jerked his head at J.L.
"Yeah, something's off."
Dred increased her pace until she was nearly running. "We need to get back ASAP."
"My thoughts exactly,"
Tam agreed. Though he wasn't sure what they were worried about, J.L. caught the mood.
"Wouldn't it have been easier to attack on her home ground? There were only 3 of us against her collective might."
Tam nodded.
"Easier, yes. But remember, she has a sense of rightness and ritual. Damn it."
"And she's devious," Dred added grimly. She glanced over her shoulder as she ran. J.L. didn't think whatever Silence had planned would hit before they got back. Maybe he was giving Silence too much credit, but after the way she'd planned and executed the assault on Abaddon, then the decimation of Grigor's forces, he could almost believe she served death itself with ruthless efficiency and raw cunning. He didn't know what experience Dred had in planning actual campaigns. From what he'd seen, she took a lot of advice from Tam, but the man wasn't infallible, and he couldn't see in all directions.
He'd proven that, at great cost. JL listened for the distant whisper of careful feet, scented for a stray smell that reeked of death, but nothing drew his notice. "They're not following," he said. That didn't mean he thought they should slow down. Instead, Dred quickened the pace further. She didn't stop until they sprinted past the first checkpoint into Queensland. The 4 sentries on duty gaped when they blew past, but nobody wasted time on explanations. A guard called after them. "Trouble incoming?" "Maybe," she yelled back. "Stay sharp. Keep the turrets hot. Already done." In the hall, JL skimmed the scene with a measuring eye. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. The men who weren't patrolling, as usual, were playing cards, drinking, gambling, or talking shit. At the far end, 2 men exchanged a flurry of blows, but since nobody was bleeding, it couldn't be a serious altercation. Probably just sparring to keep in shape. Dred's territory was big enough now that a man could actually go for a run for exercise if he wanted, provided she can hold the new ground. And that was the question that had everyone on edge. Things weren't nearly settled yet. Patrols hadn't been established in a routine fashion, and defenses hadn't dug in. "If I intended to attack, it would be now, while we're settling in." Beside him, Dred vibrated with tension. Part of him wanted to take her hand, but the rest of him scorned the gesture. She would give him that icy look if he tried, and for good reason. The Dred Queen required comfort from no man. "Everything seems to be in order," Tam finally said. "Find Ike and Wills," she answered, ignoring the comment. Tam nodded and jogged off. The 2 men were likely to be together, working on some invention. Wills had been especially feverish since they got a share of Grigor's gear, which was more generous than Silence had to be, and he insisted on Ike's participation. The old man pretended to loathe the extra work, but JL could tell he liked being appreciated. "We all want to be more than we seem." Just as he was starting to relax, Tam returned with Ike, and the old man had a huge knot on the back of his head, slowly seeping blood. A cold chill washed through him as he hurried toward them with Dred close behind. "What happened?" she demanded. "I was working when somebody jumped me. Lucky I didn't end up with a knife in my ribs, I guess." "They got Wills?" Tam asked. Ike lifted a shoulder, his face pained. "I haven't seen him since I woke up." Dred curled a hand into a fist. "How long ago was that?" "Not sure," the old man said helplessly. Tam wanted to know. "Were there any signs of a struggle? Blood trail to follow?" Ike shook his head as if to clear it. "Come with me, and we'll check. I wasn't thinking straight when Tam found me." It wasn't like the spy master to overlook such a critical detail. Then he answered, "I didn't see one. If they took Wills unharmed, then there's no injury to follow. The man's a genius, but not much of a fighter." JL silently agreed. When they had made the run to the salvage bay together, any time there looked to be direct combat, Wills had run and hid. He couldn't imagine the man fighting a party of armed men, even on his home ground. He'd predict a swift surrender, followed by as much crazy talk as the man could generate, likely in hope of being judged worthless and incompetent, and discarded by a gullible enemy. "We don't have much time," she said. "Split up. Check the ducts, the side corridors, all checkpoints. Tam, if that's too much ground to cover, recruit some help." The spy master nodded. "They're not in the main hallway. I would have heard them." JL didn't explain to the others, but Dred nodded. "Get moving, people." JL headed for the east corridor, and he jogged all the way down to the checkpoint. Everything seemed quiet. The men were at their posts, unharmed, and they looked as alert as Queenslanders on duty ever did. One of them frowned at him. Did she send you to check up on us?" He ignored the question. "Have you seen or heard anything unusual today?" The man shook his head. "Not so far. Why? Is there something I should know?" "Just be wary." "I always am." That was pure cockiness, but Jael didn't have the time to chew the guard out properly. Instead, he backtracked, checking other corridors, other guard posts. Everything was quiet until he heard a shout from Dred. Jael doubted anyone else could have heard it, but he pinpointed her location and ran, his heart pounding in his throat. Before he realized he'd done it, he had 2 blades in hand, sharp and lovely ones that he'd pried out of Grigor's dead hands. That's surely a good omen. When he found her, Dred was facing down a hunting party on her own. There had to be 100 men here. Somehow they'd gotten past all the checkpoints without alerting the guards or setting off any turrets. At that moment, Silence's mute slayers were poised to attack, and Wills stood at the head of the column. The man wasn't injured that Jael could see, nor did the enemy beside him hold a weapon to his throat. Unease itched at the back of his head. The throne room in Entropy was too empty. Silence had already deployed her troops. "That's why she didn't attack us earlier," he realized aloud. "To satisfy the letter of the law, she needed us to dissolve the alliance first, and she already had a way in," Dred finished in a tight voice. Her green eyes glittered as Silence's men glanced at Wills for their orders. The soothsayer doubtless felt confident. Only 2 of them against 101 killers. Even I can't beat those odds. Dred demanded, "Why? I thought you were loyal." "I am. But examine my history," Wills said coldly. "Ultimately, whom do I serve?" Jael remembered the story Einar had told him about how Wills blew up an office building with 500 people inside, because it was going to happen anyway. He ran recent events in his head, and every move Wills had made led to more dead bodies, more corpses for the pile. A shudder worked through him. "Death. You serve death. You're a clever one, despite such a pretty face. I have always belonged to Silence. Who do you think suggested the alliance to Tam?" Wills laughed then, and it was a raucous, awful sound, like the call of carrion-eating birds. Dred squared her shoulders, but Jael glimpsed the despair in her eyes. "You set up all our defenses. You know all the codes." "That was a masterstroke, I must admit. I'm a little surprised you didn't work it out sooner, my queen." His tone became ironic. "I did warn you with my reading some time ago." "You said, 'He'll cost you everything.' I thought you were talking about Jael. Then we found Niles." That was the man who'd tried to assassinate Dred. That made us think we'd rooted out the last traitor. Jael wondered if his former crewmates had felt like this when he betrayed them. Not fond of the flip side of this. Now, come on, love. We've come too far. Produce the trick up your sleeve." Yet she only stood, clicking something in her palm, a nervous gesture. That was when he got worried. "Run. I'll hold them off." She flashed him a cryptic look, smiled, and shook her head. 45. All fall down. Dred wished she could explain, since Jael looked like he was ready to fight 100 men to give her a chance to get away. She had the remote Ike had given her earlier, just in case Silence betrayed them. It made sense to have a backup plan, and to expect the worst. Despite the cold tightness in her chest, she wanted to smile. "I called for help 60 seconds ago. Hopefully the cavalry would arrive before Wills lost patience. Then she heard it. Finally! The thumping tread and whir of gears behind them made Silence's death squad whirl as one. Wills froze, apparently recognizing the unit without even looking. The feeling that came over her was a cross between jubilation and triumph. Somehow she schooled her expression to one more suitable to the Dread Queen. Dred gestured with a mocking smile. "Don't you want to turn around?" She enjoyed the moment more than she had any in a long time. Satisfaction exploded like a heavy missile, filling her head with color. She savored the despair that flickered across his face when Wills realized he was beaten. Then he snarled, both hands clenching into fists. "How?" he demanded. "Peacemaker Unit 1574 reporting to distress call. Please state your emergency." She ignored his question and spoke the first command. "Hostiles in Queensland territory. Neutralize threat immediately." The Peacemaker unit intoned. "Acknowledged. Non-combatants, please stand clear." Wills tried to run as the rounds tore through Silence's killers like so much meat. Their skills lay in slitting throats, the silent blade in the back. Against such a mechanical juggernaut they were all but helpless. Gamely they charged the machine, but without Einar's raw strength, now lost forever, and JL's resilience, they had no hope of damaging it. Her former bone reader crawled underneath a corpse and didn't move, though if he thought escape from her judgment would be so simple, he was entirely mistaken. Her stomach turned at the raw carnage, but as the Dread Queen she couldn't look away. Drawn by the din, her men gathered at her back, cheering the bot on. She couldn't waver, couldn't show how weary she was, or how disgusted with the waste, with death itself. "It's endless. It won't stop as long as I live." She watched until the last of Silence's assassination squad dropped. Then she gestured JL forward. "Pull him out of the pile." Wills looked like a ghoul when her champion hauled him out from under the bodies, so covered in blood that the whites of his eyes gleamed in comparison. His whole bearing radiated thwarted malice. As JL dragged him forward, he spat at Dred's feet. She backhanded him with calm brutality, earning a cheer from the assembled audience at her back. "You've succeeded in weakening Silence considerably. Thank you for that." A cunning light entered the bone reader's eyes. "Yes, that was all part of my plan. I knew you would kill him," she told JL. "With pleasure." Most likely in honor of Einar's execution style, he snapped the traitor's neck and dumped him in the pile with the rest, then kicked it for good measure. Queenslanders howled in vicious approval behind her. Maybe she should have made the execution more entertaining, but she lacked the heart to make an arena spectacle out of a traitor's death. That was more attention than Wills deserved. That bastard thought he was so clever, taunting me with false readings with real warnings layered in. She thought about kicking his corpse, but decided it went against the ice-cold persona Tam had created for her, one that felt more real than her own soul at this point. "I would give so much," she thought, "just to feel the sun again." But it took a special kind of insanity, JL's brand, to believe that was possible. Dred was pretty sure she would die here. "Now get a cleaning crew going. We have a lot of material to be recycled." Speaking of the corpses so impersonally didn't help with the stink, or the knowledge that she'd nurtured a viper in her bosom. For a bit longer she watched Tam organize the men. Then she turned to the Peacemaker, now standing like a giant armored paperweight. "Resume patrol pattern Alpha Zeta 24. Acknowledged." "The only way we'll be safe is if we kill everyone who doesn't swear to Queensland." Though the idea of being the supreme leader of Perdition held no appeal, Dred understood that she'd changed things irrevocably. With Grigor and Priest's territories annexed and silence weakened so drastically, it wouldn't be long before Mungo responded. Nature abhors a vacuum. With any luck he'd go after Death's handmaiden, smelling an easy kill. There was no doubt Queensland was as strong as it had ever been, though she wasn't sure if she could count on the men she'd acquired from Grigor. Yet another worry. Pausing in his clean-up efforts, the spy master studied her face for a few seconds. Then he shouted, "Make way for the Dread Queen!" Like the sea in the old stories, the bodies shifted aside. Men stared at her with awe and admiration as she passed. A few patted her daringly on the shoulders in congratulations. To their minds she had laid waste to their enemies in a way nobody could have ever predicted. Dred offered regal nods to one and all, conscious of the weight of her chains on her arms, slowing each step with the way they twined around her boots. She'd never been more aware of the burden of her role, more desperate to shake the pretense for a private hour. Her whole body ached. The past weeks had taken their toll. She made it all the way to her quarters before a hand snagged her shoulder, spinning her around. There was only one man who dared touch her with such confident demand. Unsurprised, she faced Jael, whose beauty was only heightened when he was in a passion. Sex rendered him exquisite, but wrath suited him just as well. By the fierce press of his fingers he was even angrier than she'd suspected he might be. "How did you know?" "You never let on. Not here," she said. "Inside." A muscle twitched in his jaw, but he followed her and waited until she locked the door. She didn't want anybody overhearing the conversation for a number of reasons, not least of which was, if people believed Jael was important to her, they would find reasons to hurt him. The next traitor could also use a personal attachment as leverage. She didn't kid herself that Will's would be the last. In this place allegiances shifted like the tide on water planets. He said quietly, "Back there. I was ready to die so you could get away. More fool me, right, love?" Though the man pretended he had a black hole where his heart should be, he still had feelings. And I hurt them. In a place like this it was an odd thing to consider. But maybe it's all that keeps me from becoming just like Grigor, Silence, and the rest. Dred walked a thin line, verging on losing herself to the roles she played until everything inside froze, and only the Dread Queen remained. Words failed her, for it had been brave, stupid, and gallant. Everything she'd learned never to expect in Perdition. Heroic, unexpected. Don't think I'm ungrateful, but I had the situation in hand. He pushed out a furious sigh, raking a hand through his messy hair. That dishevelment rendered him even more appealing. "Obviously. How long have you known?" She shook her head, disclaiming the credit. "Ike warned me yesterday." Working with Wills so closely, Ike noticed him adding extra kill switches and shutdown codes. The light dawned quickly in Jael's blue eyes, attesting to his keen wit, which he'd only do if he wanted Queensland vulnerable. Exactly. Ike has been rebuilding the Peacemaker from parts we brought back from various raids. I asked him not to demonstrate it, or boast when he got it up and running. At the time I was just being cautious, but... "Why didn't you tell me?" he cut in. That was a tougher question. Nobody knew but Ike and me. It seemed safer that way. Yet he only seemed taken aback. "You didn't even tell Tam and Einar?" For the right offer they might have turned. Not Einar, of course. Not now. And not ever, she suspected. And word has a way of getting out, the more people are in on a secret. I didn't want the men talking, spreading gossip. Once Ike warned me, I knew I was right to keep it quiet. It's best not to show how many shots you've yet to fire. J.L. nodded. And Wills was clever about hearing things he wasn't supposed to, pretending to be mad.
More than once, Queenslanders talked about private matters in front of Wills while he was ranting. They'd imagined he was deaf, dumb, and blind. Then he'd reported what he'd overheard back to Dred.
Probably he carried word to silence, too.
Of all the men who had served Arton before she took over, Dred never would have guessed that Wills had the spine to be a spy.
He always seemed so frightened.
He gave us just enough information to keep my faith in him, she said quietly, but never enough for me to guess the truth.
And he didn't seem to be lying when you read him?
He was always the same, a wash of confusion and fear. Did you want to interrogate me further? She asked dryly. Some of his outrage had faded, replaced with an enigmatic smile.
I'm good for now.
Glad to hear it. Without waiting for a reply, she stripped out of her chains and set them on the floor. There they coiled like a pile of mechanical snakes. She rolled her shoulders and sank down on her bunk, wishing she saw light at the end of this endless tunnel. But in the bleak future, Dred glimpsed only more killing, more mayhem, until she made a fatal mistake, or until her own people decided they'd had enough and wanted a new legend to admire. Then somebody would poison her food or jam a shiv in her spine. I ought to be happy now, or at least relieved. But there's no room for hope in here. The nightmare never ends.
Now there's a dire look, J.L. observed.
Tentative, he perched beside her, as if wondering whether he ought to leave. For the first time since she'd taken on this role, she didn't prefer to spend her private time alone, however. Dred set a hand on his thigh, and he responded by winding an arm around her shoulders. It felt, oddly, more intimate than sex. That was a physiological reaction, but this, something else. She was afraid to name it for fear the exotic emotion would just hiss and vanish in the light. I'm just reflecting on how pointless it all is. To her astonishment, he leaned in and kissed her. She'd touched him, worked him to a quick conclusion, had sleepy sex with him, then, much later, ridden him until they were both satisfactorily exhausted. But this was a different sort of kiss, less about lips and tongues and more about everything else. There was a raw honesty to it, an emotional hunger that he hadn't offered before. Her stony heart cracked. He broke away and leaned his brow against hers.
The thing is, love, you're looking at this wrong. You're imagining a life in here.
What else is there? She asked. J.L. brushed another kiss over the corner of her lips.
The whole universe.
It was so ridiculous, she laughed. Let me know when the shuttle arrives. I could do with a vacation. He cupped her face in his hands, eyes as serious as she'd ever seen them.
Nothing's impossible, remember? Look at everything we've accomplished. The only question is, how bad do you want it?
He's not kidding. The idea of leaving Perdition finally took root, and madly she believed he might work out a way, achieve the impossible. There were so many obstacles, but they'd deposed 2 petty dictators, found supplies deemed lost forever, and set up turrets at all the checkpoints. From a struggling territory in a few short weeks, Queensland had become a territory to be reckoned with. Her breath hauled hard in her lungs, both from his proximity and the winged creature fighting for freedom in her chest. Hope. Bad, she whispered. More than anything. He flashed the cocky smile that once annoyed her, but this time she saw the solemn promise behind it.
Then we're out of here. Just give me some time to work it out.
This concludes Perdition by Anne Aguirre, narrated by Kate Redding. Copyright 2013 by Anne Aguirre. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with the Berkeley Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Group USA, Inc., and was produced in the year 2013 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.